Chapter 569. Of course, cleaning the room was not a difficult task. However, Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling to live there. Why should he do something useless? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "In that case, I can only clean it myself." "Senior brother Bai, it's better for you to clean it yourself. I don't live in that hut anyway." Bai Huan did not hear Zhang Xiaohua's words clearly and said, "Okay, I know that junior brother Ren's hands are used for gambling. As for cleaning, let's..." What? If junior brother Ren doesn't live in the hut, where will you live?" Then she asked, "Is it because you think it's inconvenient for me to live here? Why don't I tell Headmaster Chen that I'll live in the original place?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. "I asked you to come here to watch over me. If you leave, how can Headmaster Chen do it?" She said, "Don't, senior brother Bai. I'm just not used to living with others. Look, there's a cave on the cliff. I've already checked it out. It's very suitable and can accommodate one person. I'll live there." "Ah. How can that be? Junior brother Ren, aren't you despising me by doing this?" Seeing that Bai Huan was about to make a fuss again, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Senior brother Bai, do you think Headmaster Chen will let you go back if you tell him?" "I'm afraid he'll let you." As she spoke, she pointed at the cliff in the distance. "This?" Bai Huan hesitated. Needless to say, as long as Zhang Xiaohua said that she did not want to live with Bai Huan, Chen Fengxiao would not let Bai Huan go down the mountain. She could not escape the fate of living in a cave. Bai Huan was speechless. Although the disciples of Tianmu Peak were not pampered, living in a cave? Thinking about it, it was a little inconceivable. Then Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange expression. What was this person trying to do? She did not want to live in a good house but wanted to live in a remote bamboo grove. Thinking of the shadow of the bamboo grove, Bai Huan shuddered. There were good houses on the peak but she did not want to live in a cave. Why was she so unlucky? Why didn't she slack off that day? Why did he have to meet such a person? Zhang Xiaohua's words were very true. Before he came, Qiu Weiqing had told him clearly to keep an eye on Zhang Xiaohua. As for why and how, Qiu Weiqing did not say anything. He only patted Qiu Weiqing's shoulder and said, "The Qiao clan trusts you." Of course, he had to tell Chen Fengxiao that Zhang Xiaohua was living in a cave, but not now. It would not be too late to tell Chen Fengxiao when he needed to report the situation 2 days later. That was because Zhang Xiaohua was already living in a cave. How could head boss Chen invite him out of the cave? It seems like this Zhang Xiaohua doesn't listen to boss Chen's words. After thinking about it, Bai Huan said politely, "Even if we have to live in the cave, I will live there. How can I let junior brother Ren live there?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that he was being polite. She smiled and said, "Senior brother Bai, you don't have to say any more. Head boss Chen is not here. I won't accept your kindness. If you want, you can go ahead. I won't stop you." Bai Huan smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is indeed a straightforward person. I will go and get your bedding now." After saying that, he quickly ran away and went to the hut. He did not mention cleaning the hut anymore. Bai Huan accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the slightly hidden small cave in the southeast corner. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Junior brother Ren, I've come to the top of Heaven Eye Peak many times, but I've never seen this cave before. It's just that it's a little close to the cliff. If you sleepwalk at night, won't it be easy to fall and get injured?" Looking at the cave entrance that was a few feet away from the cliff, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to say. Not to mention that she practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra at night and would not come out of the cave. Even if she came out, she would not turn around and walk towards the cliff. This cave is actually very dry. I was worried that junior brother Ren's joints would hurt from sleeping. Bai Huan muttered as he put the bedding in the cave. He looked around and said, "This cave is a little similar to the alchemy room of the pill division in the west, but it is much smaller." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Senior brother Bai has been to the alchemy room of the pill division in the west?" Didn't you say that you are not allowed to go there? Hee. Bai Huan smiled and said, I occasionally get lost and come here. You can't say anything about me, right? Besides, you sent some herbs over and let me take a look inside. It is only right. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask if the disciples of the grass division had used the alchemy room of the pill division in the past. However, disciples like Bai Huan might not know. Moreover, Chen Fengxiao must be more anxious than her. Perhaps there would be some news in a few days. However, what kind of elixir should she refine by then? Alas, forget it. Don't think about it. Let's see when the time comes. Coming out of the cave, Bai Huan went to tidy up his hut. Zhang Xiaohua went to the bare herb field, squatted down, and grabbed a handful of soil from the field. The soil was very soft. With Zhang Xiaohua's insight as a disciple of the School of Agriculture, she knew that it was of good quality. If grain was planted, it would certainly grow vigorously. This situation was no different from the herb field in the Huanxi Mountain Villa. If she guessed correctly, it should be the reason for the lack of qi of heaven and earth. However, according to the qi of heaven and earth gathered when she attracted the thunder, it seemed that it was denser than now. No wonder the herbs did not sprout. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. The Aroma sect was a large sect with immortal inheritance. How could they not know about qi of heaven and earth? Since they knew that the qi of heaven and earth was scarce, why did they still do useless work here? By the way, the herbs in the Huanxi Mountain Villa have sprouted. But what happened later? The qi of heaven and earth is still not enough to support the growth of those herbs. Maybe they can be transplanted to the Rejuvenation Valley or the Aroma sect. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua explored the Righteous Alliance, she went to the Huanxi Mountain Villa when she came out. But it was at night and there was heavy snow, so she did not pay attention to the herb field. Now, she naturally did not have any impression of it. I really have a predestined relationship with this herb that does not sprout. Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. But, if this is the herb of the Huanxi Mountain Villa, I will find a way. Well, since the well water in the Guozhuang house has qi of heaven and earth, the water soaked in primordial stone must also have qi of heaven and earth. If I water it, maybe it will sprout. But, does it have anything to do with me whether the herbs of the Aroma sect will sprout? Primordial stone is the proof of cultivation. Every time I use it, it will be less. I must not waste it. However, as for whether the water soaked in primordial stone could make the herbs speak, Zhang Xiaohua was still willing to try. Of course, it was only an attempt. She did not have the intention to promote it on a large scale. The herb field was just taken over from the other disciples today. Although those people were a little lazy, they cleaned it up very well. There was nothing to do today, so Zhang Xiaohua only took a rough look and slowly walked back to the cave. It was noon. The sun shone down from the sky in the south, illuminating the cave entrance. Zhang Xiaohua took out the praying mat from her purse and sat cross-legged under the sun. Then, she took out the sword manual that she found in the scabbard of the jade water sword. Time was limited that night, so he did not look at it carefully. He only roughly looked through the 81 sword moves. He felt that it was a little strange and inappropriate. Since there was nothing to do today, it was the best time to comprehend it. Zhang Xiaohua had only seen fist manuals before, so he was a little unfamiliar with sword manuals. He first memorized the diagram of the first move and the flow of inner energy. Then, he took out the jade water sword and stood up from the ground. According to his thoughts, he executed the sword moves according to the sword moves. But with inner energy, he could execute the sword moves, but he always felt that they were not coordinated. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and sat down with his sword. He opened the sword manual again and continued to read. He memorized sword moves one by one and simulated them in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have returned to the time when he first learned the Arhat fist at Huanxi Mountain Villa. In his mind, a small figure holding a long sword was executed according to the records in the sword manual. The sun gradually moved to the west, and Zhang Xiaohua had already memorized most of the sword techniques. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua, who had always had an indifferent expression, frowned, and then a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. His two hands naturally picked up the sword manual on his knees and brought it close to his eyes to look at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth seemed to reveal a smile. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "I was wondering why this sword manual looked a little awkward. Every move was a little inappropriate. It was as if the links between the moves were not smooth and there were hundreds of flaws." So this set of sword moves is not a simple martial arts sword move, but a change of the immortal sword moves. If not for the 41st to 46th moves being extremely similar to the sword moves that Elder Yu taught me, I would not have been able to tell. If that's the case, this sword manual cannot be looked at so simply. The flow of internal energy and the long sword in his hand may have been modified by a martial arts senior in the future. Look carefully at the angles of each set of 9 moves and the undrawn trajectories. As soon as he finished speaking, he memorized the remaining sword moves by heart, and then he closed his eyes and pondered. He divided the 81 sword moves he saw into 9 groups of 9, and he carefully comprehended the trajectories and connections within them. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua did not open his eyes. He only reached into his bosom and took out Chasing Dream. Releasing his divine sense, he saw Chasing Dream draw a beautiful arc in front of his eyes. It followed a somewhat obscure new trajectory and stabbed out diagonally. Then, with a strange flip, it turned in another direction. After a long time, Chasing Dream flew crookedly back into Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and nodded gently. Although this set of flying sword moves was still unfamiliar, since it was his first time practicing it, there were also many flaws in it. However, it proved that this was indeed a set of flying sword moves for the immortal Dao, and not an ordinary set of sword moves for the martial Dao. Perhaps this improved sword move was incomparably powerful, but Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to be able to use Chasing Dream as a flying sword. That was what Qi practitioners of the immortal Dao should be capable of. However, the sword manual did not state the name of this set of sword moves, nor did she know the origins of this set of sword moves. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little troubled. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua stood up again and put the sword manual away. He stood at the entrance of the cave with his hands behind his back. Looking at the boundless sea of clouds, he thought to himself, this set of sword moves was comprehended at the peak of Tianmu Peak. If it's named after this, it will be resounding. Chapter 570. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the cave for a long time and looked at the sea of clouds. She couldn't think of a single word, so she could only laugh at herself. It seems that I have to learn more from young Master Li Jinfeng when I have time. His ability to speak eloquently is still very interesting. Sigh, there's no other way. Nameless swordsmanship it is then. Who asked your master to not write the name of the swordsmanship? Oh, that's wrong. This swordsmanship is already different from the swordsmanship manual. There's no human form, only Chasing Dream weaves endless killing intent in the air. Oh right, this swordsmanship is strange. The small sword moves in the air and often stabs out from unbelievable angles. Even that mysterious old man back then couldn't figure out where this swordsmanship goes. Oh right, why don't we call it weaving dreams? It's like weaving endless nightmares. Hee, since only I know it, I'll just call it that. This weaving dreams swordsmanship was a flying sword technique that a martial arts master of some generation had obtained from the immortal Dao. It was much stronger than the few incomplete moves of Elder Yu's swordsmanship. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't execute it smoothly, the simulation in her mind was like a silkworm spitting out silk. The entire flying sword surrounded the opponent so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Even if she had to face that mysterious old man with the bronze mask in the underground hall again, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that he wouldn't be able to catch the Chasing Dream sword again. It was already late, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to practice the swordsmanship anymore. This thing needed to be fists and mouth to be practiced. Practice makes perfect, so she wasn't in a hurry. She spent the entire afternoon in the cave, but Bai Huan didn't come to disturb her. Zhang Xiaohua needed to go out to meet her. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua walked to the ridge of the field, Bai Huan ran over from the medicinal field and asked with concern, "Junior brother Ren, why didn't I see you for the entire afternoon? Are you unwell?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Bai Huan must have been scratching his ears and cheeks all afternoon, wanting to see if she was in the cave. So she smiled and said, "Senior brother Bai, don't worry. I am lazy and like to be alone. It doesn't matter if I stay here for a day or half a day. You see, there is not much work on the top of the mountain. We can finish it easily. You can also do more things you like, right?" Bai Huan thought to herself, of course. Who doesn't know this? But the problem is that other than working, I have to keep an eye on you. Hee, if you just stay in the cave, it's also suitable. I don't need to follow you around. So Bai Huan smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is right. You can stay in the cave. I know that you martial artists like to be quiet. If you can cultivate your internal strength, I will definitely not disturb you. There is not much work on the top of the mountain. If you want to come, come. If you don't want to come, just practice your martial arts." Then she whispered, "However, Junior brother Ren, we are fated. When you first came to Tianmu Peak, I was the one who received you. Now we are working together. The next time you fight, you must tell me the order of your appearance. It's best if you tell me which King Kong you are most confident in defeating." Hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. "I see. Looks like this guy. Oh, no, I guess all the disciples of the grass sect have this kind of plan." After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua whispered into his ear, "Martial arts should not be spread to outsiders. Senior brother Bai, let me tell you something. Out of the 10 King Kong, only the first 3 are not very confident. The rest are not a problem. The next time you fight, you can bet without worry." "Oh, right. Remember, when you bet my share as well. If you win, I will bet my share." As soon as she said this, Bai Huan beamed and waved her hand, saying, "Junior brother Ren, what are you talking about? How can I let it go like this? In the future, whatever I win will be yours. You don't have to give me any elixirs. Just divide it equally. If you lose, it will be mine too." Seeing Bai Huan gritting her teeth at the end, Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly and said, "Forget it. It should still be some time before the next fight. When Headmaster Chen comes to find me, we can talk about this again. I will give you the elixirs to bet then." Then she said, "Senior brother Bai, this medicine field needs to be watered. Where is the spring?" Bai Huan pointed at a place below and said, "It's not far over there. However, junior brother, you don't have to go. I have already watered the medicine field." "You have already watered it? There are so many medicine fields?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "Of course not. How can I water so many medicine fields in half a day?" Bai Huan shook her head and said, "These medicine fields don't need to be watered every day. You just need to water 1 piece a day according to the order. I have already asked the previous senior brothers this morning. According to their habits, they only watered the left piece." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked, "Are there extra barrels?" "Yes." Bai Huan was stunned and pointed to the side of the hut and said, "There are more than a dozen barrels there, enough for 7 or 8 people. 4 of us are enough." "Well, okay, I will go to the spring to take a look." After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side of the hut and took a wooden barrel. Bai Huan smiled apologetically and said, "I will accompany junior brother." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohua immediately shook her head and said, "Senior brother, you should do something else. I will go and take a look, and then I will come back." After that, without waiting for Bai Huan's reply, she lifted her leg and left. Bai Huan knew that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want him to follow, so he looked up and didn't follow. Zhang Xiaohua walked for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Sure enough, he found a pool of spring water in a low-lying place. The spring water flowed out from the stone wall, forming a small pool. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and didn't find anything unusual. He fetched a bucket of spring water and returned. Although Bai Huan didn't follow, her eyes kept glancing in that direction. It wasn't until she saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure that she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaohua carried the wooden barrel back to the cave. She took out a prenatal stone from her arms and threw it into the barrel. Then she threw the barrel aside and ignored it. Today, she had learned the dream-weaving swordsmanship, which was her biggest gain. It was still early, so Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and finished her homework of comprehending the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, it was already late. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The entire Tianmu Peak was immersed in darkness. In the hut next to the herb field, there was light at first, but after a long time, it went out. Not long after, there was a slight snoring sound. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from a corner outside the hut. He looked around and seemed to be listening. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Just like how he appeared just now, if Bai Huan saw him now, she would exclaim that she had seen a ghost. This figure was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was late and there was still some time before midnight, so she used Earth Escape and went to the Dan department on the west side of Tianmu Peak. During the day, the Dan department's alchemy room was bustling with people. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a chance to get close to it. This night was a good time. The west side of Tianmu Peak was different from the other three sides. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the ground, she saw dots of light. She went to the nearest one and saw that it was where the alchemy room was. Inside, Elder Su was refining pills. There were also several disciples waiting by the side. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop. She went down some distance. The alchemy rooms used by the ordinary disciples were all lit up. They were either refining pills or being guarded. It seemed that they didn't rest at night. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. The Dan department's disciples were guarding these alchemy rooms so closely. How could she use these alchemy rooms to refine pills? It wasn't that her alchemy furnace couldn't refine pills, but it was beyond her ability to refine things like meridian-nourishing pills. Perhaps, she could only wait for the result of the discussion between Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. She made a gesture and went underground, heading straight for the cave. But just as she was about to reach the cave, there was nothing under her feet. She actually landed in a spacious area. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without waiting for her feet to touch the ground, she rolled and hid in a corner. She reached out and took out Zhu Meng, who was still in her arms. He was really frightened by the cave with the black qi under the mountain stream. Zhang Xiaohua's feet touched the ground. She held Zhu Meng in her hands and looked carefully. But this place was pitch black. She couldn't see anything. Also, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense. She just stood there quietly, on guard for a long time. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua coughed and asked, "Is anyone here?" No one answered. Her voice reverberated in the cave. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's brows jumped. She remembered that she still had a few luminous pearls in her money pouch. She reached out and took one out. Once that luminous pearl was taken out, it immediately emitted a weak light. Using the light, Zhang Xiaohua sized up this strange place. Looking at it didn't matter. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Soon after, she released her divine sense. She carefully and boldly looked through the cave that was several tens of feet wide. Then, she took out the remaining luminous pearls in her money pouch and placed them in different places in the cave. In an instant, the entire cave was lit up. Why do you think Zhang Xiaohua was so happy? This was a rather large alchemy room. It was just that there weren't any exits around this alchemy room. There were only a few small holes in the southeast for ventilation. Under the light of the luminous pearl, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at this alchemy room. The layout of this alchemy room was different from the ones she had seen before. In the Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy room and the alchemy room that she saw Elder Su in the morning, the alchemy room's alchemy furnace was placed against the mountain wall above the earth fire. However, the alchemy room's alchemy furnace was placed right in the middle. The strangest thing was that this alchemy furnace placed right in the middle was incomparably huge. It was bigger than all the alchemy furnaces that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. There were actually 8 legs at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. In contrast, the sides of this alchemy furnace actually had 8 round windows that looked like they were used to place medicine. This is an alchemy furnace? Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and used her hand to touch the alchemy furnace that was taller than her by a head. Then, she used her hand to touch the side windows of the alchemy furnace. Then, she used her divine sense to explore it. Sure enough, once her divine sense touched the alchemy furnace, it was immediately bounced back by the restrictions on the alchemy furnace and could not enter it. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She made a hand seal and hit the alchemy furnace. After the hand seal hit the alchemy furnace, there was only a slight roar. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and continued to hit the alchemy furnace with the subsequent hand seals. After a while, there was a crisp sound. The alchemy furnace's restriction was actually broken. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was no longer obstructed and easily penetrated into the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was the same as the alchemy furnace from before. The alchemy furnace's refining method was engraved on it. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, and the name of the alchemy furnace immediately appeared in her mind, 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Chapter 571. 8 trigrams purple gold furnace? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What an arrogant name. Although he didn't know what 8 trigrams meant, the name was really pleasant to hear. In his mind, there was also the method to refine this pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked through it, and his tightly knitted brows quietly relaxed. To use this pill furnace, he must first refine it. This was the method used to refine high-level magic tools in the refining the world. Needless to say, this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace must be an extremely good item. I've picked up a treasure, I've picked up a treasure. Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that he almost jumped up. He was about to use the technique to refine the pill furnace, but the time was already late. The refining couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his surprise, steadied his mind, and was about to escape the cave. But when he used his divine sense to explore, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The corner of the pill room was about 10 zhang outside. Wasn't it the location of his cave? However, it was blocked by mud and other things. If Zhang Xiaohua accidentally escaped, no one would know that there was a huge pill room about 10 zhang inside the cave. Returning to the cave, Zhang Xiaohua calmed his mind. He took out the primeval stones from his chest, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate at night. Early in the morning, after practicing the Big Dipper fist, Zhang Xiaohua didn't cultivate anymore. He picked up the wooden bucket next to the hut and fetched water from the spring. Only when the huge water jar was filled did he stop. Then, he picked up the hoe and was about to weed the field. At this time, his heart was moved. Could it be that the medicine boy of the immortal Dao was like him, walking step by step in the medicine field and using a hoe to weed? Thinking about it, it was impossible. But how could it be done? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin with his hand, carefully recalling the contents of the 100 Herbs Compendium and other jade slips. There didn't seem to be any records. Alas, he could only hoe the field at noon. Zhang Xiaohua lifted his leg and was about to step into the field, but suddenly, he thought of something. He should be able to save the process of bending down to weed. Looking at the hoe in his hand, he couldn't drive it with his spiritual sense. Should he use Chasing Dream? How shameful, using a flying sword to get rid of weeds, immortal Dao seniors would laugh themselves to death. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly cried out. She formed a seal with her hand and with a wave of her right hand, a weed was pulled out from the ground. Then, another weed was pulled out. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Wasn't this the seal from the weapon refining school's jade slip? He had used it when he was repairing the array flags in Rejuvenation Valley. He had also inadvertently used it when he was refining the meridian nourishing pill. In the past, he had thought that it could only be used on things with the qi of heaven and earth. It seemed that this incantation was suitable for everything. Perhaps the medicine apprentices of the immortal Tao also worked like this. Let's not talk about how the medicine apprentices of the immortal Tao would get rid of weeds for the time being. However, using the weapon refining school's incantation to get rid of weeds, he believed that even the medicine apprentices of the weapon refining school might not be able to grasp it to such a high level. Wasn't he using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? After reaching out to clear the weeds in the medicinal field, Zhang Xiaohua came to an inconspicuous corner of the medicinal field and poured the spring water that she had soaked in primeval stones yesterday into several places. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the spring water with her spiritual sense and found that it was rich in the qi of heaven and earth. At this moment, a voice shouted from behind, "Junior brother Ren, why are you up so early?" "Io, junior brother has already cleaned this medicinal field, right?" It was Bai Huan, who had just woken up. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "Good morning, senior brother Bai. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Junior brother was born in a farming family, so waking up early to work is a common occurrence. "I'm already used to it." "Senior martial brother, you don't have to be like me. Since Headmaster Chen isn't coming, you can sleep as much as you want." Bai Huan scratched his head and said, "Seeing my junior fellow apprentice working so hard, I feel lazy as your senior fellow apprentice, but, I won't be polite to you. Oh, since you have cleaned up the weeds, leave the watering to me. You can have a rest." Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back and said with a smile, "That's good. Then it will be like this in the future. Little brother has finished all the work, senior brother can take your time. Little brother will go back to sleep. If there's nothing else, senior brother won't disturb me." "All right, I got it." Bai Huan nodded with a smile and then asked, "I'm going down later. Is there anything else you want me to bring up?" "Let me hold it. Why should I make junior brother make another trip for something that is convenient? My David's deer has a bad temper. If it kicks you away, I can't afford it." Hearing that the David's deer was so irritable, Bai Huan smiled embarrassedly and said, "All right, then let me hold it." Then, he went back to water the weeds with a wooden bucket. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged, smiled, and went back to the cave with the wooden bucket. She took out the jade token and wanted to set a restriction formation in front of the cave, but after thinking for a while, she thought that it would be more conspicuous if she tried to cover it up. Zhang Xiaohua went into the elixir room that she found yesterday. Last night was very short, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to look carefully. At this time, except for the huge elixir furnace in the middle, the rest of the elixir room was empty. There was not a single jade bottle on the shelf next to it where the jade bottle should be placed. There was an empty table in front of her, but when her divine sense swept over it, she found a palm-sized jade slip placed neatly on it. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. To be honest, although the elixirs on the shelf were what she expected, she was most willing to get the jade slip that recorded elixir recipes, elixir refining methods, and magic arts. Floating, Zhang Xiaohua came to the table and reached out to grab it, but when she was a few inches away from the jade slip, there was a flash of light and a restriction formation stopped her. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't surprised. She released her divine sense and carefully observed the restriction formation protecting the jade slip. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with confusion, but he also seemed to have gained some enlightenment. He formed an incantation with his hands and struck the barrier. The transparent barrier flickered for a moment before disappearing again. It seemed that the incantation had no effect. Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and was about to pull out Chasing Dream, but when his hand reached into his bosom, he couldn't pull out the small sword. "If I use Chasing Dream, I can draw out a warm current from the mysterious place in my left arm and break this restriction, but this is just a trick. The last time I cut open Byron's golden ball, there was a lack of warm current. That is to say, the warm current in my left arm is limited. If I use Chasing Dream to break such a simple restriction, wouldn't it be a waste? If I come across a dangerous place with black gas in the future, what should I do?" Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before coming to a decision. "I'll never be able to pry into the mysteries of the great Tao if I only resort to trickery like this. It's better to be down to earth and use the spells that I've comprehended. Furthermore, this chasing dream has the effect of breaking spells. It's best to save it for when I'm in danger. Zhang Xiaohua decisively took the hand that was holding chasing dream out of her chest and continued to study the protective restriction formation in front of her. After a long time, she smiled. This restriction formation was not common, but it was also not too complicated. It was only used to protect the chi of heaven and earth in the jade slip. It was not much different from the red restriction formation in the Misty Mountain Villa. However, the chi of heaven and earth in Xuanxiang cult was denser than in other places, so the strength of the restriction formation was still there and it was still transparent. The jade slip that Elder Hua left behind contained many methods to break restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua understood most of them, but now that the immortal Tao had been destroyed, there were not many restrictions for him to practice. Although this restriction formation was not strong, it could still stump him for a long time. When he understood it, he was already confident. Dozens of complicated divine sense seals were inserted, and the transparent restriction formation flashed a few times. Then, like a bubble bursting, it disappeared with a pop sound. Yes, it disappeared in the divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the fruits of his labor and was very satisfied. The feeling of breaking restrictions by himself and using chasing dream to break restrictions was really different. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense penetrated it without hesitation. Sure enough, it was not outside of his expectations. This was the pill room of Xuanxiang cult. Yuandan pill, spirit congealing pill, spirit cleansing pill, and so on. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He carefully looked at the prescription of the Yuandan pill. The prescription clearly recorded the main ingredients, the age of the herbs, the method of operation, and so on. Looking at the time of the pill's gestation, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. It seemed that the Yuandan pill and Meridian Nourishing pill of Xuanxiang cult belonged to the Immortal Tao's low-level pills. But when he carefully looked at the main ingredients of the Yuandan pill, he could not help but shake his head. The two main ingredients of the Yuandan pill were recorded in the compendium of herbs. The age of the two ingredients was also more than 50 years. It seemed that in his memory, there was no such ingredient in the herbs that he had just obtained. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately laughed. Nonsense, this Yuandan pill was the secret medicine of Xuanxiang cult. The inner alchemists knew how to refine it, so they naturally knew what herbs were needed. These herbs must be protected. How could they let an ordinary disciple of Tua Dan Hall have it? Then he looked at the other pills, but he did not see the herbs described. Zhang Xiaohua was not discouraged. The chi of heaven and earth was passing away. It was a great fortune to be able to obtain this jade slip. Now that he knew the alchemy room, he only needed to collect the pills to refine it. Right now, he had to refine the alchemy furnace first. Carefully putting the jade slip into his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua turned to face the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that was taller than him. Under the brilliance of the luminous pearl, the huge body of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace looked very imposing. Looking at it, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be puzzled. Should high-grade goods be big? Penetrating his spiritual sense into the furnace, Zhang Xiaohua carefully reviewed the method of refining the alchemy furnace. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua was still beaming with joy, but in the end, his relaxed expression gradually disappeared and his brows knitted together. The incantation described how to refine the alchemy furnace. The first part was similar to the method in Zhang Xiaohua's money bag, but the last step was to spit out a trace of the refiner's life origin qi into the alchemy furnace. Only then could he completely control it. What is this life origin qi? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Chapter 572. What is true life origin? That's right, who knows? Perhaps the legendary Foundation establishment cultivators would know. In any case, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just reached the middle stage of the aura refining realm, was completely baffled. However, although she didn't know how to spit out the true life origin, she could control the majority of the spells. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't want to give up this opportunity to refine the pill. If she knew the last step, wouldn't it be fine if she didn't spit it out? Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered for a while. This refining spell wasn't complicated. She only needed to memorize it for a moment to familiarize herself with it. Then, she practiced a little with her hands. She took a deep breath and transferred her true qi to her fingertips. Meticulously, she made a hand seal and sent it into the pill furnace. As the hand seal was sent in, the huge pill furnace gradually moved from motionless to slightly responding. In the end, it actually buzzed, as if a giant was waking up. Seeing that the pill furnace also emitted a 5-colored brilliance, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead gradually became sweaty. However, her face was abnormally excited. Although she had manipulated the small pill furnace like this before, compared to now, the feeling was simply like a little boy playing with mud. The buzzing sound of the pill furnace seemed to be from afar at first, then moved to her ears, then to her eyes, and finally seemed to reach her heart. When the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was about to dry up, the hand seal also reached the end. The buzzing sound also reached the extreme, and the brilliance also became more and more resplendent. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she seemed to have a trace of connection with the pill furnace. However, this connection was faintly discernible, and she couldn't be sure. Just when she needed to break through this layer of window paper, Zhang Xiaohua stopped. Yes, the next step was to spit. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to do it, so she had to stop. With the stop of Zhang Xiaohua's hand seal, the buzzing sound of the pill furnace gradually stopped, and the 5-colored brilliance also gradually faded. However, the buzzing sound was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and the brilliance was sometimes bright and sometimes dim. It seemed that it had not reached the climax, and it still wanted to continue. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and shrugged, saying, pill furnace, I'm really sorry. I also don't know how to spit. That's it. Finally, you can use it. Be content. After that, regardless of the pill furnace's situation, she sat cross-legged, took out primordial stones, and absorbed the primordial qi inside. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had finished handling the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. In the cave, Bai Huan watered the herbal field, tidied it up, and went down the peak, straight to Chen Fengxiao's residence. Chen Fengxiao was talking to several Luohan and other managers in the hall. When he saw Bai Huan coming over, he felt very strange and waved his hand to let the others leave. He said with a smile, "Junior brother Bai, it's been hard on you. Usually, you are very free here. In the future, you will have to suffer at the top of the mountain." Hearing this, Bai Huan quickly bowed and said, "It's nothing. It's my honor to be able to do something for Head Chen. Moreover, Head Chen has not mistreated me." "Well, that's good. However, you just came up the mountain yesterday, and now you come to me. Is there something wrong with junior brother Ren?" This. Bai Huan did not know where to start and said, "Head Chen, there is nothing wrong with him. Junior brother Ren is indeed good at planting herbs, just like the medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. It's just that, eh?" "It's just what?" Chen Fengxiao was also curious. He sent Bai Huan to keep an eye on Zhang Xiaohua because he wanted to see if there was anything unusual about Zhang Xiaohua. It had only been a day, but she had already given herself away. Therefore, Bai Huan told him that Zhang Xiaohua refused to live in the same hut as him and insisted on living in a cave by herself. What? Chen Fengxiao was also stunned. There is such a person? Instead of living in a good house, he insisted on living in a cave? Chen Fengxiao was also puzzled. He frowned and said, "Is this Ren Xiaoyao a woman?" Bai Huan laughed and said, "Head Chen is wise. When did Rejuvenation Valley send a female medicine boy? Moreover, do you think a woman can defeat Qingshi? Besides, although junior brother Ren has just arrived, we have been together for a few days. No matter how I look at him, he is not a woman." Chen Fengxiao glared at Bai Huan, and Bai Huan immediately choked back her laughter. Then Chen Fengxiao secretly laughed at his own sensitivity. He is the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. How can he be a woman? Then why does he want to live by himself? Is there any secret? What is the secret? Chen Fengxiao was really puzzled. Then he asked Bai Huan to tell him what she had just said, including the situation after they left yesterday. Still at a loss, Chen Fengxiao rubbed his temples with his hands and thought, needless to say, this Ren Xiaoyao must have some secret. But he is alone on the high Tianmu peak in a cave that no one has ever paid attention to. That shabby cave is just a small place. What can he do? Practice internal strength? Yes, I guess he is practicing internal strength. A knowing smile appeared on Chen Fengxiao's face. Yes, he had also practiced internal strength. Naturally, he knew the environment that was important for practicing internal strength. That night was the most important time to cultivate internal strength. It was the most important time to cultivate internal strength. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were not good, but her lightness skill was good. She must have a certain level of attainment in internal strength. He must practice at night. Therefore, he had to live in the cave and cultivate by himself, so that he would not be disturbed by Bai Huan. It had to be said that Chen Fengxiao's conjecture was infinitely close to the truth. Since he's cultivating his internal energy, then he's only trying to increase his strength so that he'll have a chance to pass the outer sect assessment and become an outer sect disciple. This is exactly the same as what he said earlier. And, as long as he doesn't interfere with the affairs of Tianmu Peak and doesn't interact with the disciples of the grass and pill divisions, why should I care about him? The more hardworking he is, the higher his martial arts will be. In the future, I will be more confident in winning the bet between the grass division and pill division. Why should I not do it? After making up his mind, Chen Fengxiao walked in front of Bai Huan and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Bai. Then let junior brother Ren go. He can do whatever he wants. You just have to keep an eye on him. In fact, you don't have to report to me too much. If you see anything unusual in the future, it won't be too late to tell me. If you come here frequently, you may attract junior brother Ren's attention. Oh, of course, we don't have any bad intentions. It's just that he is new here. It's only right that we care about him. If our good intentions are misunderstood by junior brother Ren, it won't be good. Don't you think so? That's right, that's right. Headmaster Chen's warmth has blessed all the brothers of Tianmu Peak. Bai Huan's flattery continued. Okay, junior brother Bai. Go back now and work hard. Your future is limitless. I have faith in you, thank you for your guidance, Headmaster Chen. I understand. After saying that, Bai Huan bowed and left. Looking at Bai Huan's gradually disappearing figure, Chen Fengxiao rubbed his chin with his hand and muttered to himself, this junior brother is really interesting. He looks like a person with some ideas, but he keeps such a low profile. Does he only practice martial arts? It's true that practicing martial arts can make you stand out in the incense order, but can you compare to the inner disciples of the incense order? Can you compare to Lu Lihong? Oh, that's right. This guy also exchanged a lot of medicinal herbs. He has quite a lot of good karma and has quite a bit of prestige among the disciples. Could it be that he really did exchange medicinal herbs as he said? Was it really because he had no choice? Or did he have other plans? I can't see through him. I still have to ask Wu Dalong. If this interesting junior brother can really refine pills, then it'll be a secret of my grass division. Thinking of this, Chen Fengxiao's heart was burning with passion. Although he had the highest level of martial arts on Tianmu Peak and was much higher than Wu Zhouxiu, his actual right to speak was much less than Wu Zhouxiu. The most fundamental reason was that Wu Zhouxiu controlled the pill department. The pill department was the place where pills were refined. All the hard currency, pills, had to pass through the pill department. As mentioned earlier, although the pill expanding hall had strict regulations to control the flow of pills, after all, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Wu Zhouxiu controlled a lot of resources from the pill department. If I can control some pills, Tianmu Peak should be mine. A trace of greed appeared in Chen Fengxiao's eyes. He couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately stood up and walked out. In the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating with his eyes closed. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the vitality stones continuously rushed into his meridians. The speed was actually 2 times faster than before. With the replenishment of the yuan qi, his dried-up meridians were gradually filled with vital qi. Not far away, the newly refined 8 trigrams purple gold furnace also gradually regained its luster. With the replenishment of the vital qi, it seemed to be slowly regaining its vitality. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and secretly checked. He was delighted to find that his cultivation, which had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining when he was cultivating in Rejuvenation Valley, seemed to have taken half a step forward again. His path to the 7th layer of qi refining was already slightly loosened. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Ever since he had reached the 6th layer of qi refining, he had never stopped cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, his progress every day was minuscule. Afterwards, he had made some progress in repairing the formation flags. Today, he had actually taken another crucial half a step in refining the pill furnace. It really was the so-called cultivation should be done during the day. Pursing his lips and smiling, Zhang Xiaohua stood up. He stretched out his hand and pointed at one side of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The tightly shut mouth of the furnace slightly rotated, revealing the dark space inside. Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal with his hand. With a flick of his finger, the seal landed on the platform below the pill furnace. With a light boom, a wisp of flame actually appeared on the platform. Soon after, the entire platform was set ablaze. The green flame was precisely the bottom of the pill furnace. When the temperature of the pill furnace was suitable, Zhang Xiaohua struck out a few more seals. They hit the opening of the furnace that had just been opened. With another boom, a wisp of flame also appeared inside the pill furnace near the opening of the furnace. This light red wisp of flame contained an even finer purple color. It jumped and jumped as if it had a life of its own. Zhang Xiaohua murmured, "So this is the legendary true Samadhi fire?" Chapter 573. According to the records in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, the true Samadhi fire was a fire born from wood fire, stone fire, and air fire. It was the fire necessary to refine top-grade elixirs. And this true Samadhi fire was also a fire specially used by qi cultivators. It was different from the fire in the mortal world. Normal water could not extinguish it. It was 100 times stronger than the fire that Zhang Xiaohua could produce now. Looking at the faint red flame in the pill furnace, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to feel its heat. Thus, he took out a piece of jade from his bosom and used a small sword to cut off a piece. He threw it into the flame. With a "chi" sound, the thumb-sized piece of jade immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly and cut off another piece. After casting a spell into the flame, he threw the jade piece into the flame. This time, the jade piece did not turn into green smoke. Instead, under the tempering of the flame, it gradually shrank and finally became a piece of jade liquid the size of a soybean. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and the jade liquid flew out of the furnace and stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua used his eyes to look at the jade liquid and used his divine sense to scan it. That jade liquid actually had a slight fluctuation of vitality. The true Samadhi fire is indeed amazing. Zhang Xiaohua sighed secretly. It's just that this fire is used to refine high-grade elixirs. Normally, refining low-grade elixirs is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It's not worth it. After extinguishing the true Samadhi fire, Zhang Xiaohua looked along the 8 sides of the furnace. There were openings on all 8 sides of the furnace and each opening had a name. They were Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, Kansas. These 8 openings had their own corresponding formations. When refining elixirs, according to the attributes of the herbs, if different herbs were thrown into different openings for tempering, the medicinal properties would be increased by 30% and the success rate of refining elixirs would be increased by 20%. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He already had some experience with the attributes of herbs. It should be divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. How could there be the 8 trigrams attribute here? He had even set up 8 arrays according to the 8 attributes. Furthermore, there was the phrase, pill success rate. Could it be that refining high-level pills was really that difficult? However, the current Zhang Xiaohua could only refine low-tier medicinal pills. She hadn't even come into contact with middle-tier medicinal pills. How would she know the difficulties of high-tier medicinal pills? Fortunately, since this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace could refine high-tier medicinal pills, if she didn't use the true Samadhi fire, it would be the same as the Rejuvenation Valley's furnace. It was more than enough to refine the Meridian Soothing Pill. The flames on the platform below the furnace were magical. It was different from the earth fire in the Rejuvenation Valley and the pill department on the west side of Heaven Eye Peak. This flame was burning on the platform out of thin air. After Zhang Xiaohua finished observing the true Samadhi fire, she extinguished the flames on the platform. Very naturally, she swept her divine sense over the platform. There were complicated symbols carved on the platform. It seemed to be a kind of formation. Presumably, the earth fire could be connected to the bottom of the platform and this formation was to restrict the earth fire. The pill department on the west side of Heaven Eye Peak should have been the same as the platform in this pill department. It was just that no one was able to perform the incantation, or did not know how to ignite the fire. They had no choice but to tear down the platform and install a mechanism to control the earth fire. Perhaps Rejuvenation Valley was the same 10,000 years ago. Zhang Xiaohua thought. After lamenting the wonders of the immortal Tao, Zhang Xiaohua struck out several incantations according to the records on the furnace. That 8 trigrams purple gold furnace actually shrank a lot like a small furnace. Zhang Xiaohua took out her money pouch and took out the pile of jade coffin lids. She tried to store the furnace inside as well. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the 2 pill furnaces and piled the unimportant items in the money pouch on the ground to free up the space in the money pouch. That was because there were still many medicinal herbs piled up on the mountainside of Heaven Eye Peak. They were all needed for refining pills. Although they were worthless in the eyes of the pill expanding hall disciples, it was better to store them as soon as possible. However, it was indeed a little troublesome to pack them up. If she put all these jade boxes into the money pouch and brought them back to the pill department, it would definitely attract the attention of the other disciples. At the very least, Chen Fengxiao would doubt how she did it or where these jade boxes were placed. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua turned her gaze to the pile of jade coffin lids. Only by refining them into jade boxes to store the medicinal herbs could she take away the medicinal herbs in the jade boxes. She did as she said. Anyway, there was earth fire in this pill department. She could just treat it as familiarizing herself with refining weapons. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua raised the earth fire again and broke open the jade. She wanted to refine a batch of jade boxes of different sizes. The jade boxes for storing medicinal herbs looked inconspicuous, but in fact, they were quite troublesome. It would be easy if they were slender cubes like those of the pill expanding hall disciples of the Chuanxiang cult. However, Zhang Xiaohua's jade boxes needed to be set with inhibition. After making only a few, she felt that her genuine qi was not enough, so she had to stop to replenish her genuine qi. She did this and stopped until it was late. However, she only made about 10 of them. Feeling that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua extinguished the earth fire and went out directly without packing up. On Tianmu Peak, the sun had already set in the west. There was only a trace of light in the west, and the east had long been hidden in darkness. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave and felt that someone was looking at her. She used her spiritual awareness and found that it was Bai Huan who was squatting behind a big tree. Zhang Xiaohua pretended that she did not know. She walked slowly to the medicine field and looked down carefully. Bai Huan came out from behind the tree and said loudly, "Junior brother Ren, it's already dark. Why are you still wandering in the medicine field?" Zhang Xiaohua looked up and smiled, so it's senior brother Bai. Alas, I stayed in the cave for a day and was very bored, so I came out for a walk. Oh, the medicine field is not germinating. I don't know why. If we can find the reason, won't we be able to hold our heads high? Forget it, Bai Huan said disdainfully. Originally, the star tree fruit was planted at the top of Tianmu Peak, which was the main ingredient for refining elixirs by the inner disciples. Moreover, it was growing very well, with a medicinal age of 20 years. But 4 or 5 years ago, our hall master suddenly led the inner disciples here and searched all over the peak for a suitable place. In the end, they settled on these few medicinal fields and plucked all the original star tree fruits and transplanted them to the side. Only then did they plant some unknown seeds. Well, since then, they have never sprouted. Moreover, those inner disciples would come here every year to check and dig out the seeds to take a look. From time to time, they would even change the seeds. How can we do something that even the inner disciples can't do? It's almost the same as a dream. 4 or 5 years ago. Zhang Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and thought, wasn't that the time when the Misty School was destroyed? Was it also when the incense cult attacked the Misty Villa? Could it be that the disciples of the incense cult saw the germinating seeds of the Misty Villa and thought of planting them themselves? But, I don't know what kind of herbs were planted in the Misty Villa and what kind of herbs were planted in the incense cult. However, since even the germination of the seeds requires very rich qi of heaven and earth, this kind of herb must be extremely rare or something that has long been extinct. But since it is an extinct herb, where did they get the seeds? Well, the qi of heaven and earth in the incense cult is richer than outside, maybe it can preserve the seeds. Oh, what about the Huanxi Villa? They can't preserve it, can they? Alas, forget it, don't think about it. I'll just ask Sister O Yen when I have the chance in the future. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, that's not necessarily true. The inner disciples are only stronger than us in martial arts. When it comes to planting herbs, doesn't the whole incense cult rely on the grass brothers of the Pill Expanding Hall? Bai Huan was also beaming with joy. Junior brother Ren is right. The herbs we use to spread the incense cult are really the hard work of our brothers from the grass division. Then she changed the topic, but we only plant ordinary herbs. The ones that don't germinate must be rare herbs. That is not the specialty of our grass division. Hey, you also know that it is a rare herb? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Huan beat him to it. Anyway, I'm not interested in this. As long as I water, weed, and do my job well, I'll wait for the inner disciples to check. Oh, if junior brother Ren is interested in this, you may pay more attention to it. If you can really find the way to germinate, then you will really be rich. You can get the favor of the inner disciples and become an outer disciple, or go to the inner disciple to learn alchemy. It will be easy for you. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, do inner disciples also practice alchemy? Bai Huan shook her head. Inner disciples themselves don't refine elixirs. They have special alchemists who refine elixirs for them. Each of these alchemists is regarded as powerful by the old consecrators of our pill department. It is said that only the alchemists of their inner sect can refine jade rejuvenation elixir. You can never imagine the treatment they receive. What kind of treatment can I not imagine? Oh, by the way, how do the inner alchemists practice alchemy? This. Bai Huan was a little hesitant, and said, to be honest, I have only seen the disciples of the pill department practice alchemy. The few old alchemists are not as good as us. How can I know how the inner disciples practice alchemy? Their treatment is just a rumor. How can disciples like us enter the lingering fragrance peak? Can't we go to the lingering fragrance peak? Zhang Xiaohua was a little curious. Well, only the inner disciples, those who are related to the inner disciples, and the hall masters and deputy hall masters of each hall can enter the lingering fragrance peak. Others can't enter the lingering fragrance peak. What about the outer disciples? The outer disciples are just disciples of the Wuming Hall. Of course, they can't enter the lingering fragrance peak. However, if an outer disciple is very outstanding and can be favored by the inner alchemists or inner teachers, he can enter the lingering fragrance peak. Well, by the way, if an outer disciple can pass the inner assessment, he can also enter the lingering fragrance peak. Alas, unfortunately, as far as I know, it has been 100 years. Except for a genius 300 years ago, no one is qualified to take the inner assessment. Inner assessment? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. This was the first time she had heard of it. Well, the outer disciples have an assessment. If they pass it, they can be qualified to travel in Jianghu. The results of this assessment are divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Only with a high grade can they be qualified to take the inner assessment. It has been hundreds of years since anyone got a high grade in the outer assessment. Chapter 574. So complicated? Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Aren't they just inner disciples? Why are the classes so clear? It's not as simple and easy to understand as the commoner and brocade disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said, according to Senior Brother Bai, the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall are the lowest disciples in the fragrance cult, right? Bai Huan smiled and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Ren, what are you talking about? Sir Hierarch has always taught us that no matter which hall we are from, no matter what business we do, we are all disciples of the fragrant cult and are equal. Then, he whispered, we are not the worst. The worst is the Qinkuan Hall. They are the handymen and have to do everything in the cult. They can't be picky and suffer hardships. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said secretly, that's right. You guys are still in the mood to gamble. Planting medicine fields is not the worst. Alas, I don't know how the disciples of the Misty Hall live. He wanted to change the topic and ask, but thinking that Bai Huan might not know anything, he said, it's late. Senior Brother Bai, why don't you go to bed early? You have to weed and water the fields tomorrow. Bai Huan waved his hand and said, that's trivial. As a disciple of the grass sect, I have the awareness of being a disciple of the grass sect. These things will not be delayed. If Junior Brother Ren is tired, he should go to bed early. But why don't I see Junior Brother Ren practicing martial arts? On the mountainside, the disciples of the grass sect have specially set aside a big training field for several arhats. Sometimes I also see them practicing. I saw Senior Brother Qian lift such a big stone weight himself. It's really amazing. As he said, Bai Huan made an exaggerated gesture with his hands. Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and smiled, saying, I have my own time to practice martial arts. Senior Brother Bai, don't worry. Oh, I see. Bai Huan looked enlightened. I won't disturb Junior Brother Ren. Don't worry, don't worry. Huh, you must tell me in advance the next time you gamble. Bai Huan was still worried. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Don't worry, Senior Martial Brother Bai. I've said it many times. Then, he looked at the sky and said, it's still early. I'll go down the mountain and bring the 4 odd beasts up. I'll go with you, Bai Huan said first. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. I'd better go by myself. It's too slow for 2 people to go. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, I understand. Junior brother, go quickly. It's getting dark. Bai Huan had a look of understanding. Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Bai Huan and stood up. Without looking back, she jumped straight down, which made Bai Huan panic for a while, and then her face was full of envy. The small courtyard on the mountainside was still cold and cheerless. Only the 4 odd beasts were strolling around the courtyard. When they smelled Zhang Xiaohua's breath, they cried out and stuck their tongues on Zhang Xiaohua's hand, licking it again and again. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's head to comfort her, and then walked into the courtyard. The mountain of jade boxes had been moved into the house by the disciples of the grass division under Qiu Wei Cheng's command, and the whole house was full. After entering the house, Zhang Xiaohua did not light the lamp. She scanned the house with her divine sense, and then took out the money bag. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of jade boxes filled with chi of heaven and earth were put into the money bag. The small mountain of jade boxes suddenly lost hundreds of them, but it was not obvious. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take more herbs, but the herbs needed for the Yuhuandan pill, spirit congealing pill, and other secret elixirs of the fragrance division were not available here. She could only refine the soothing meridians pill and the bone congealing pill. The formula of the bone congealing pill had not been carefully studied, so she did not know what herbs were needed. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the great wisdom sword from the corner of the house, flashed out of the house, and then brought Huan up to the top of Tianmu Peak. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua came out of the bamboo forest, she suddenly realized that in the corner of the bamboo forest, there was a figure quietly hiding behind a rock, staring at her. Her divine sense swept over, and it was actually the great guardian deity of the Dan department, Zhou Shuming. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that this guy is interested in the herbs in the small courtyard? But that's not right. If he wanted to take the herbs, he would have taken them a few days ago. Why would he wait until now? Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but let out a humph from her nose. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua rode on Huan all the way up, and Zhou Shuming followed from afar, not coming close. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the peak, and casually put Huan aside, Zhou Shuming quietly hid in a big tree, and watched from afar. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed, this Wu Daolong and Headmaster Chen have the same thoughts. They both want to know my every move. But, what do I have that is worthy of your attention? What I don't want you to know, can you know? You can only know what I want you to know. Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua no longer paid attention to the guy on the big tree in the distance, who was still trying his best to hide his tracks. She picked up the great wisdom sword and returned to the cave. After inserting the sword at the entrance of the cave and setting up a restriction, Zhang Xiaohua entered the pill room. First, she took out the several hundred jade boxes from the money pouch, and selected the most precious few herbs. She placed them into the jade box she refined, and set up a restriction. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua take out the pill formula for the bone solidifying pill, and carefully studied it from beginning to end. The bone solidifying pill was a pill commonly used by the immortal Dao, used to heal injured bones and tendons. There were a total of 3 main ingredients: iron bone grass, fragrant soul wood, and blackwood fruit. Early on, when the immortal Dao was flourishing, these herbs were commonly seen. Moreover, they were very old. The most powerful, bone solidifying pill, could regenerate broken bones. Wow! Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. This is the true method of the immortal Dao, regenerating broken bones. Isn't this just a myth in the legends? Although Zhang Xiaohua had successfully refined the meridian soothing pill, its effects were still uncertain. Zhang Xiaohua herself didn't know whether she should try it or not. However, this bone solidifying pill was really the immortal pill that people usually talked about. How could she not cry out in surprise? The most important thing was that the iron bone grass, fragrant soul wood, and golden fruit were the more commonly used herbs recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua exchanged pills from Chen Fengxiao, Si Huinan, and Bai Huan in the gambling fight. In fact, it was precisely because these 3 herbs were relatively common in the past that Zhang Xiaohua could easily exchange for them. As for many other herbs, because Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to them, she didn't know what good ones there were. Since the main ingredients had been prepared, there was no need to talk about the auxiliary ingredients. Zhang Xiaohua carefully recalled that there were a lot of auxiliary ingredients in the jade box just now. Some of them should be in the small courtyard on the mountainside. When it was time to refine the bone solidifying pill, she could go and get them. Well, there was no need. Anyway, she would refine the jade box in a few days and bring the following herbs to the elixir room. The bone solidifying pill was a low-level elixir, and its refining method was similar to that of the meridian soothing pill. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the refining method on the prescription and put it away. Then, she ignited the earth fire on the platform and continued to refine the jade box for the herbs. This time, she didn't use Zhang Xiaohua's own jasper. Wasn't the empty jade box just right? She should save as much as she could. Until late at night, Zhang Xiaohua didn't go out. Instead, she sat cross-legged in the elixir room and practiced her Carefree Heart Sutra. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua took care of the medicine field in the early morning and hid in the elixir room to refine the jade box. Then, she comprehended the heavenly Tao and the formation and restriction. Then, she would show up in the medicine field from time to time and water the spring water that had been soaked in primordial stones in an inconspicuous corner of the medicine field. Well, when the night was deep, Zhang Xiaohua still had to avoid Zhou Shuming's gaze. Every day, she would go to the small courtyard on the mountainside with the 100 Herbs Compendium in her hand and identify the herbs in the jade box in the small courtyard. Then, she would put them into her own jade box and leave the empty jade box in the small room. Needless to say, the fragrance cult was indeed a great cult with immortal inheritance, and the pill-expanding hall was indeed the place where the fragrance cult supplied herbs. There were thousands of strange herbs in these thousands of jade boxes. Many of them were not recorded in the ancient books of Rejuvenation Valley. They were all immortal herbs recorded in the 100 Herbs Compendium. Every time she saw rare herbs, Zhang Xiaohua secretly admired her own wisdom. If she hadn't had the idea of exchanging elixirs for herbs, how could she have made these disciples take out their herbs? Moreover, Bai Huan and Si Huinan had made a good start by exchanging rare or unknown herbs for elixirs. Although they didn't want to say it clearly, how could there be a wall in the world that didn't have a crack? The disciples of the herb division and the pill division had already investigated them thoroughly. Therefore, when those disciples took out herbs to exchange for the elixirs they owed Zhang Xiaohua, they also lost face. They were all very good herbs. Of course, if they weren't rare, how could they be collected by them? Not to mention Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, they took out even rarer herbs. They couldn't afford to lose face. Exchanging ordinary herbs for elixirs? Could they be taken out? It was very tiring to refine the jade boxes. It was even more tiring to take out the herbs from the jade boxes and find the names and uses of the herbs from the 100 Herbs Compendium, not to mention repeating the same action in thousands of jade boxes. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had been busy tirelessly and happily for nearly 20 days. Only then did she gradually transfer her astonishing wealth from the small courtyard at the mountainside to the pill room at the top of the mountain, leaving only a pile of empty jade boxes in the small courtyard. Alas, it wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to take these jade boxes. Unfortunately, the space in her purse was limited and she really couldn't fit them all. Moreover, she had to hide something, so she had to reluctantly part with them. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the way of heaven in the pill room. Suddenly, her heart stirred. She escaped into the cave, tidied her clothes, and walked out. She heard someone shouting outside the cave, "Little brother, are you here?" Chapter 575. That voice belonged to the head of Tianmu Peak's grass division, Qin Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua replied as she walked, "Master Qin, is it? Little brother is sleeping. Please wait a moment, I'll be out soon." Although she said soon, she had already walked to the side of the cave. When she exited the cave, she saw Qin Fengxiao standing nearby with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked forward and bowed. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Fengxiao beat her to it. "Little brother, you're in such a good mood. You don't even want to stay in a nice little house, but insist on staying in this cave. If I hadn't come up the mountain to find you, I wouldn't have known." Seeing that Qin Fengxiao was trying to hide something, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. She turned around and pointed at the sun that was already high up in the sky. Little brother's lifelong wish is to bask in the warmth of the sun from time to time. Look, isn't this cave to the east? The first ray of sunlight is delivered to my eyes every day. It's truly like a celestial life. Celestial life? Qin Fengxiao laughed hoarsely. Little brother's request is truly extraordinary. However, this cave is dark and damp. Don't let it affect little brother's health. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Thank you for your concern, Head Chen. Before I went to Rejuvenation Valley, little brother also stayed in the cave at home. It's fine, it's fine. Then, she immediately changed the topic. Head Chen, may I know why you've come so early in the morning? Could it be that you want to bet again? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao smiled. It seems that little brother didn't get enough of the last bet. You must have gained a lot, so you're looking forward to the next one. However, we schemed too much against the pill division last time. They haven't found a way to deal with little brother yet. I think we'll have to wait. It can't be, Head Chen. Our grass division was originally weaker than the pill division. Even with me, we still haven't caught up to them. Why are they afraid? Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, these are just a few reasons. Actually, it's not like we can just hold a bet whenever we want. If our Tianmu Peak had a bet every few days, how would the disciples have the mood to work? Even if he wanted to concoct pills, he would still be thinking about the bet. How could he succeed? It's already good enough that we can hold a duel once a month. It was purely a coincidence that little brother participated last time. It's precisely because we haven't held one for a long time that Wu Dalong brought it up. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. So that's how it is. If it's too frequent, Bai Yefeng probably won't agree, right? That's right. Hee hee. Moreover, the pill department seems to be busy with some missions these days. It's not easy for me to find Wu Dalong to discuss some matters. Then, he looked around and said, actually, I have something to tell you this time. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said in a low voice, Leader Chen, if there's anything you need, please instruct me. I'll do my best to accomplish it. Huh, Chen Feng laughed awkwardly and said, little brother, don't say that. This time, I'm here because, he seemed to be unable to say it out loud. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, could it be that head boss Chen still wants some medicinal pills? I don't have any more here. Not at all, not at all. Chen Feng waved his hand repeatedly. For such a miraculous medicine like the Yuhuandan pill, one is enough. How could I dare to think more? If it weren't for Wu Dalong's carelessness, I would still be salivating at the side. Well, this time it's really related to medicinal pills. Seeing that Chen Feng couldn't say it out loud, Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. She lowered her voice and said, oh, I understand. Is it about alchemy? Chen Feng's face was a little uncomfortable. He said, yes. Zhang Xiaohua looked expectant. She rubbed her hands and said, that's great. When can you take me to see the alchemy room of our pill expanding hall? Well. Chen Feng became more and more embarrassed. He said, this time I'm here to talk to little brother. This matter may be ruined. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, what's wrong? Can't you find an alchemy furnace for me to practice? Practice? Chen Feng was also taken aback. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead with a remorseful expression and said in a low voice, Head Manager Chen, please don't blame me. This little brother hid some things from you the last time. Although this little brother has learned alchemy in Rejuvenation Valley, but, it's just a simple technique. Alas, forget it. Head Manager Chen isn't an outsider, so this little brother will speak frankly. This little brother came to preach the incense religion in order to learn the lost alchemy techniques from the old masters of the pill expanding hall. I originally wanted to bring this matter up after I got familiar with Head Manager Chen, but since Head Manager has brought it up, I can only say it in advance. Oh, I see. Chen Feng's face was a little strange. He said with a smile, so little brother has such a plan. Huh, I can understand, I can understand. However, I'll have to disappoint little brother. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. Why? Didn't little brother say some time ago that you can practice alchemy? But our grass division doesn't have an alchemy room. I went to find Wu Dalong of the pill division, but I couldn't find him. I just caught him at dinner the day before yesterday. When he heard what I said, he immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Only then did I know that the alchemy room of the pill division has rules. Only the disciples of the pill division who have passed the assessment of the hall master have the right to enter. We of the grass division don't have the right to enter at all. Because no one in the grass division knows alchemy, I also overlooked it. I thought that since our brothers of the grass division can sneak in to watch, we can definitely borrow it. But now, it seems that even if we sneak in, it's fine as long as we don't touch those alchemy furnaces. But if we want to secretly practice alchemy, it's absolutely impossible. Ah. So it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of surprise. When he went to take a look last night, the disciples of the pill division were guarding the door of the alchemy room. What Chen Fengxiao said was true. Can't we even use it for a while? Zhang Xiaohua said regretfully, then, if I look for Elder Lei and the others to learn alchemy, wouldn't it be? Chen Fengxiao nodded and said, that's right. Our disciples of the grass division can't use the alchemy furnaces of the pill division. Moreover, I'm afraid your wish will be in vain. Wu Dalong can't even lend us his alchemy furnaces, let alone ask their elders to learn alchemy. Then, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something, but stopped. Chen Fengxiao immediately understood and waved his hand. Don't think about other things. Since you're a medicine boy sent by the Rejuvenation Valley, you're a member of the grass division alive and dead. There's no way you can go to the pill division. Perhaps being an outer disciple is the place where you have the most hope and the most future. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disappointment and loneliness. Chen Fengxiao couldn't bear to see Zhang Xiaohua like this. He reached out and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, saying, it doesn't matter. Little brother, your skills are very good. If you practice more on this mountain peak, you might really be able to join the outer disciples in a few years. Although he said this, his tone showed that he didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to have such a day. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and looked at the sun in the sky. He said confidently, yes, I will. There will be such a day. Thank you, Head Chen, for your encouragement. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face full of vitality, Chen Fengxiao was suddenly touched. Wasn't he like this when he was young? Sigh, it's a pity, then, Chen Fengxiao said, then little brother, you can cultivate on this mountain peak. I'm really looking forward to another disciple from our grass division who can break into the outer disciples. After saying this, Chen Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder again and walked down the mountain. He had already given up on the idea of refining pills. First of all, the pill division couldn't lend their pill room to the grass division. First of all, this Zhang Xiaohua was just a shibei trash. He actually wanted to use the pill division's pill room to practice. Moreover, he wanted to learn alchemy from the old consecrator of the pill division. How could this be possible? At this moment, Chen Fengxiao was secretly laughing at his own absurdity these days. Thinking about it, it was impossible. This Zhang Xiaohua was just a medicine boy sent by the Rejuvenation Valley. If he knew the ancient method of refining pills, why would the Rejuvenation Valley send him to the incense division? Based on Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, the incense division's true purpose was to teach him alchemy. Forget it. My current situation is not bad. This Ren Xiaoyao can be considered an arhat bestowed by the heavens. Since he can't refine pills, I'll use him for gambling in the future. Learning alchemy? It's better to practice martial arts and earn more pills for myself. Looking at Chen Fengxiao's back as he went down the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. During this period of time, he had been tempering the jade box and organizing the herbs, so he had forgotten about his agreement with Chen Fengxiao. Since the pill division did not allow the grass division to have a share of the elixir room, Zhang Xiaohua was even more free. If he really lent the elixir room to the grass division, wouldn't Zhang Xiaohua become Chen Fengxiao's free alchemist? Bai Huan did not stay aside, Zhou Shuming did not peep from a distance, and Zhang Xiaohua did not return to the cave. He walked slowly to a corner of the herb field and carefully looked at the seeds that had been watered with spring water. Wherever his divine sense passed, the primordial qi contained in the seeds seemed to be a little more than the other seeds. It seemed that if he continued to water them, there might be hope for them to germinate. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua now had to consider whether he should continue to water them. If he did not water them, naturally, the primordial qi in the seeds would not increase by itself, and they would not germinate. Of course, the inner core disciples would not know. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaohua himself would not know whether the seeds would really germinate or not. Of course, if he continued to water them, although he could see his own thoughts, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Of course, was Zhang Xiaohua a person who was afraid of trouble? No, he was not. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua watered the seeds with some water again. The path of the immortal Tao required one to be diligent and diligent. If one were to retreat at the slightest bit of trouble, not to mention the effects, then the cultivation of one's temperament would be inferior. How would one be able to cultivate successfully? Zhang Xiaohua returned to the alchemy room and tidied up the herbs. Then, he placed the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace back onto the platform and ignited the fire. He was about to take out the bone-solidifying pill formula from his money pouch when his divine sense noticed a dark green jade slip in the corner. Chapter 576. The dark green jade slip was obtained by Zhang Xiaohua in the Misty School's library when the restriction was about to collapse. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the ability to break the restriction on the jade slip, so he casually threw it into his money bag. Beside the jade slip, there was also a pair of red jade bracelets that he obtained when Lu Zhen angrily punished the tyrant. Taking out these 2 things, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at them again. The fluctuation on the jade slip was still there, and there was no sign of dissipating, but the fluctuation on the red jade bracelets felt weaker than before. Without thinking too much, Zhang Xiaohua first took the pair of jade bracelets in his hand. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's vision had been broadened, he already knew that this jade bracelet was a kind of magic tool, not a jade slip that recorded the cultivation method like before. However, he still had no clue how to refine it and how to use it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and recalled the contents of Refining the World. Although Refining the World was a method to refine magic tools, it also recorded the refining method of ordinary magic tools. After looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua already had a general idea in his heart. He had already refined the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace a few days ago. Although he did not use the general method in Refining the World, after all, he had some experience. He carefully recalled the refining steps from beginning to end in his heart. Then he threw the jade bracelet into the air, and his left hand made a seal to hit the jade bracelet. The seal hit the jade bracelet, but the jade bracelet did not seem to have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He took a deep breath, and then followed the seal in an orderly manner. With the seal in, the dim jade bracelet gradually had some brilliance, just like the previous pill furnace, but the brilliance emitted by the jade bracelet was light red. The refining seal was all hid into the jade bracelet, but the jade bracelet still did not have much brilliance. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. The heaven and earth essence in this jade bracelet was too serious. If it could be restored to its previous state with just a few seals, Zhang Xiaohua would not believe it. So, Zhang Xiaohua again hit the seal from beginning to end. This time, when the last seal was hit, the jade bracelet suddenly emitted a bright red light, and then, a strong suction force was produced. Following the direction of the seal, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was sucked in. Bad food. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately shocked. He had encountered such a situation before. He did not dare to neglect. He took out the primordial stone from his arms and put it in one hand, and the true qi in the other hand was continuously poured into the jade bracelet. In a short time, the true qi in his body. What magic tool is this jade bracelet? Why does it need so much true qi? So, while absorbing the primordial qi from the primordial stone, he also sent it into the jade bracelet. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua was also bold. He was only in the middle stage of qi refining. Although that little true qi was a lot, if he wanted to drive the magic tool, especially this kind of magic tool that was about to lose its primordial qi, then he must first restore the lack of primordial qi. How could the heaven and earth essence be provided by Zhang Xiaohua now? In this era where the primordial qi was scarce, it was almost impossible for others to do it. It was a good thing that Zhang Xiaohua had primeval stones. Otherwise, he would have been sucked dry by the artifact if he tried to repair it. After an unknown period of time, the jade bracelet gradually floated in the air. The brilliance was no longer brilliant, and it became gentler. The speed of absorbing true qi also slowed down. Until now, Zhang Xiaohua had the leisure to look up at the pair of jade bracelets in the air. This was a pair of red luster jade bracelets engraved with some patterns. There was a faint flow of flames inside the jade bracelets. Looking at it carefully, there was nothing special about it. At this time, the primordial qi fluctuation on the jade bracelet was also extremely strong. Then, the jade bracelet stopped absorbing Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, and a fluctuation was transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua read the fluctuation and was overjoyed. He did not waste so much true qi. This fluctuation was the method to control the jade bracelet. It turned out that the name of this jade bracelet was Dragon Binding Bracelet. Just from the name, it could even bind a dragon. Zhang Xiaohua carefully studied the method to control it, and his heart gradually became more confident. With a wave of his hand, the floating, dragon binding bracelet, that had returned to its original state fell into his hand. Zhang Xiaohua fondled it lovingly for a while, and then kept it in his money bag. He wanted to try out the power of the dragon binding bracelet now, but the true qi in his body was already empty. How could he use it? Moreover, the time was already late, and he still had his daily routine to do. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua finished his work as a grass sect disciple and released his divine sense. Looking carefully, he actually did not find Zhou Shuming, who had been spying on him. This guy hasn't been around for a few days. Did he catch some illness? For sure. The wind on this mountain is strong, and he even climbed so high. How could he stand it, ha ha ha. As Zhang Xiaohua thought, he escaped to a place where there was no one. After confirming that there was no one around, Zhang Xiaohua took out the pair of jade bracelets from his arms. His left hand made a gesture and threw the jade bracelets into the air. The jade bracelets expanded with the wind, and in an instant, they were 3 feet long. Zhang Xiaohua cast the spell and pointed his finger at a towering mountain rock in the distance. The jade bracelets followed the direction of Zhang Xiaohua's finger and flew over with a whoosh. In an instant, they covered the mountain rock from top to bottom. Then, Zhang Xiaohua began to make another gesture to activate the other functions of the jade bracelets. However, just as the gesture was made, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the true qi in his body was sucked dry. Moreover, the gesture was still not completed. What kind of gesture is this? It actually requires so much true qi. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use it again. He shook his hand and stopped the gesture midway. Fortunately, there were no signs of true qi backfiring. Looking at the 2 jade bracelets on the mountain rock, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Sigh, it wasn't easy to get a more advanced item, but I can't use it. This is really annoying. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. The jade bracelets flew back from the mountain rock and shrunk back to their original size. Zhang Xiaohua reached out to catch them and put them into his arms. At this moment, the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched. He immediately released his divine sense. On the mountain road, a thin and tall figure was using qinggong to climb up. Wasn't that the stalker Zhou Shuming who hadn't been seen for the past few days? When did this guy change from being in the dark to being in the open? Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. He then escaped underground and rushed to a corner of the medicine field before Zhou Shuming. When Zhou Shuming reached the top of Tianmu Peak, he saw Zhang Xiaohua standing on the ridge of the medicine field. It was the place where she used to work. Naturally, he did not suspect her. Before he reached her, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, junior brother Ren?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He turned his head and said, "Oh, so it's senior brother Zhou. I haven't seen you for a long time. Why did you suddenly come to our Tianmu Peak today? At this moment, Bai Huan, who was lazing around in the small house, heard the call and walked out. She smiled charmingly and said, "Senior brother Zhou, what a rare guest." Zhou Shuming cupped his hands and said, "Ever since I lost to junior brother Ren, I've been facing the wall and thinking hard about why I lost to him. However, I haven't found an answer. Today, seeing junior brother cultivate so hard, as your senior brother, I'm really ashamed. I accept my loss wholeheartedly." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but said, "Senior brother Zhou is too polite. I'm just used to working. If I don't work for a day, my hands and feet will itch, so." Zhou Shuming waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't mention it. I used to be born with a hard life. It's just that I've enjoyed too much now, so I've regressed in martial arts." After he finished speaking, he turned to Bai Huan and said, "Junior brother Bai, I have something to ask junior brother Ren." Do you think, when Bai Huan heard this, she immediately pointed to a medicine field in the distance and said, "Senior brother Zhou, you can talk to junior brother Ren. There's a medicine field over there that hasn't been watered yet. I'll go there now. You guys can talk." After she finished speaking, she winked at Zhang Xiaohua and walked away quickly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Huan's eyes and couldn't figure out what she meant by that. She could only turn to Zhou Shuming and ask, "Senior brother Zhou, is there something urgent that you have to trouble you to go to the peak in person?" Zhou Shuming looked around. There was no one else, but he was still worried. He pointed to a cliff and said, "Junior brother Ren, let's talk over there." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to answer and walked over first. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and followed behind him. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Zhou Shuming thought for a moment and said, "Junior brother Ren, I'm here on behalf of our pill department's Wu Dalong to say a few words to you. I hope you can seriously consider it." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Puzzled, she asked, "Since Wu Dalong has something to do, why didn't he come up himself?" This matter is a little complicated, so it's inconvenient for Dalong to come. However, Dalong hopes that only you and I will know about this matter. Don't let a fourth person know." What's the matter? Why is it so mysterious? Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. It's not a big deal. Maybe it's a good thing for you. As long as you agree, I'll tell you. Well, I won't tell anyone about this today. Senior brother Zhou, please tell me. Zhou Shuming nodded and said, "Okay, since junior brother Ren has agreed, I'll get straight to the point. Junior brother Ren, do you want to learn the pill department's alchemy technique?" How does senior brother Zhou know? Don't ask too much about this. I'm just asking you according to Dalong's original words. You just need to answer. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Yes, but I wonder if Dalong has a way to get the pill department's high priest to teach me the alchemy technique?" Okay, it's just as Dalong expected. Dalong wants me to ask you again. If you learn the alchemy technique, are you willing to pay the price? Price? Zhang Xiaohua was curious. What exactly is the price? Zhou Shuming chuckled and said, "It's very simple, it's your 500 taels of gold. As long as you take out 500 taels of gold, your wish to learn alchemy will be fulfilled." Chapter 577. 500 taels of gold, can make the old consecrator of the pill department teach me alchemy? Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Zhou Shuming smiled and said, "That's right. As long as you take out the 500 taels of gold leaves, you'll get what you want." But Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, "Isn't it the rule of our pill expanding hall that the grass department disciples can't come into contact with the pill room? How can they teach alchemy?" Zhou Shuming snorted and said, "Rules are set by people. Since ancient times, there has been an example of doctors can't be punished. This rule can restrict you and me, but it can't restrict others." Others? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Who is others?" Wu Dalong. Zhou Shuming knew he had blurted out and hurriedly said, "Don't ask who it is. Just tell me if you agree." Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and said, "But, how do you know I want to make alchemy? And learn alchemy from the old consecrator?" Zhou Shuming said angrily, "Didn't I say it was Wu Dalong's order? Alas, to tell you the truth, your head master Chen of the grass department has been on Tianmu Peak for decades and he has never asked Wu Dalong to lend him the pill room. He has always taken the pills. Now that you've come, he immediately asked Wu Dalong to lend him the pill room and asked the old consecrator about alchemy. Also, you've collected a lot of medicinal herbs. How can our Dalong not know you want to learn alchemy?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Headmaster Chen is a little impatient. I'm just curious about the alchemy of our pill expanding hall and want to learn." Halfway through, she suddenly changed her words. "Can Wu Dalong ask the old consecrator to teach me alchemy?" "Dalong can't, but..." Zhou Shuming blurted out carelessly, but he immediately understood and said, "A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Junior brother Ren, don't try to sound me out. I really don't know anything. You just have to tell me if it's okay or not." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I am sorry to disappoint Wu Dalong. How can Xiaoti's gold leaf be worth 500 taels? 200 taels was already not bad. Of course, telling senior marshal brother Qing 500 taels was just to extort him. Senior marshal brother Zhou, where are you going to get 300 gold taels from? We don't even have pills of the same value. We only have the herbs in the hut on the mountainside." "What? No more than 500 taels?" Zhou Shuming looked at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "That golden leaf was only given to me by Rejuvenation Valley. Do you think I'm an important person? They gave me 500 taels of gold all at once. I'm already burning incense to be able to get 200 taels. This..." Zhou Shuming sucked in a breath. He was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he asked, "How about this, junior brother Ren? I've been very thoughtful as your messenger. What if you give these 200 taels of gold to Dalong and ask him to find you a consecrator to teach you about medicinal pills? What do you think? Why do I need your consecrator to teach me alchemy? I just want Headmaster Chen to find a place to refine pills. I've never thought of learning alchemy from the old consecrator. Moreover, I've already found a pill room and a magical pill furnace. Why should I dawdle with you?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. She then cupped her hands and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhou, please report back to Wu Dalong and thank him for his kindness. However, I know my own aptitude. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, I couldn't learn any alchemy skills, let alone the consecrators of our pill expanding hall who have godlike alchemy skills. I don't dare to have extravagant hopes." Zhou Shuming obviously didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to refuse. He asked, "Junior brother Ren, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've really decided? Don't regret it in the future." "I've decided." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't have any lofty ambitions since I was a child. I only hope to be able to farm and practice martial arts. That's the best life for me. Well, since junior brother Ren has made a choice, I'll report back to Dalong." Zhou Shuming sighed and turned to leave with his lightness skill. In the distance, Bai Huan hid behind a tree and watched quietly. After Zhou Shuming left, she quickly walked forward and asked, "Junior brother Ren, why did senior marshal brother Zhou look for you?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Huan with a faint smile and said, "It's nothing. Wu Dalong of the pill department wants me to join him because he sees that I'm good at martial arts." "Join him?" Bai Huan didn't understand for a moment. "He wants me to be a disciple of the pill department?" Zhang Xiaohua said grumpily. "Humph," Bai Huan curled her lips and said disdainfully, "How is that possible? Although Wu Dalong is the head of the pill department of Tianmu Peak, he doesn't have any authority to transfer you from the grass department to the pill department. Only the 2 hall masters of our pill repository hall can do this. Don't tease me." "The 2 hall masters?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood something. He snorted from his nose. The two hall masters' appetites are not small, and their hands are also not short. Appetites? Bai Huan was puzzled. How can our hall master and deputy hall master Su take a fancy to a nobody like you? Tell me, why did senior marshal brother Zhou look for you? Alas, what else can it be? It's about the next gambling fight, eh? The next gambling fight, what's the matter? Bai Huan's eyes immediately lit up. The time of the next gambling fight hasn't been set. Senior marshal brother Zhou just wants me to be merciful if I meet him at that time. Pfft, Bai Huan couldn't help laughing. Junior brother Ren, you're so funny. Senior marshal brother Zhou is the head of the 10 great Vidras, and he wants you to be merciful? Please, don't tell such a low-level lie, okay? Forget it. Look, I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me. Then why are you still listening? Zhang Xiaohua was a little displeased and turned to leave. Junior brother Ren. Bai Huan raised her hand and wanted to stop Zhang Xiaohua, but then she thought, alas, Headmaster Chen just wants me to keep an eye on him and tell him whatever he says. Why should I make him unhappy? I still have to rely on him to make progress in the gambling fight in the future. After that, Bai Huan didn't follow Zhang Xiaohua. She walked to a medicinal field and didn't mention weeding and watering. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Bai Huan didn't ask shamelessly and relaxed. He didn't want everyone to know that he wanted to refine pills and learn alchemy from the consecrated elders of the pill division. Therefore, he walked into the cave and entered the pill room. Zhou Shuming returned to the mountainside and told Wu Zhouxiu what Zhang Xiaohua said. What? He's actually not willing? Wu Zhouxiu was also a little surprised. Then, he snorted and said, it's really hard to be a good person these days. If it weren't for what you said, this Ren Xiaoyao can live alone in the cave and cultivate his internal strength. I think he's a promising talent. I wouldn't be bothered to find a consecrated elder to teach him alchemy. He's just an ordinary disciple of the grass division. They can easily destroy him. Speaking of this, he stopped abruptly and said to Zhou Shuming with a smile, well, junior brother Zhou, you've worked hard. Just tell him what I said. If he's not willing, then let him be. It seems that I really care about his golden leaves. By the way, keep a close eye on this Ren Xiaoyao in the future. If there's anything, report back as soon as possible. Okay, don't worry. I'll definitely keep a close eye on him. In fact, he spends most of the day in the cave. I can't see him clearly and I don't know what he's doing. Humph. I know about that cave. I've occasionally been there before. It's just a small cave. Besides refining his internal strength, can he also refine pills? If he's in the cave, let him stay there. Just keep a close eye on his tracks when he comes out. Zhou Shuming saluted and came out, then went to keep a lookout. Wu Zhouxiu sat in a chair and frowned slightly. This young man is still young. He can't tell what's important and what's important. I've already made Zhou Shuming speak so clearly. Don't you know what I'm hinting at? He told me to hint to you to send the golden leaves over. I even added a condition to let you learn how to refine pills. I've already done my duty. If you don't appreciate it, then I have nothing to say. Fine, since you're a disciple of the grass sect, I'll just tell you what I said. I can't do anything else. After thinking, he shouted, Third Mo. A disciple answered and came in, bowing to salute. Wu Zhouxiu walked in front of him and whispered a few words, that's how it is. You go and report to Vice Hall Leader Su. Even if Ren Xiaoyao is a member of the grass sect, I can only reveal his intentions to him. Ren Xiaoyao actually dares to not put me in his eyes. I don't have any good ideas, so I'll have to ask him to make a decision. The disciple listened carefully, then turned and left the hall. Behind him, Wu Zhouxiu still shook his head slightly, leaving aside the fact that Wu Zhouxiu of the Pill sect had designs on Zhang Xiaohua's golden leaves. In the pill room on Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua was holding the green jade slip, thinking of a way to break the seal. This jade slip was not like a magic weapon, it did not need to be refined. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had first come into contact with this kind of jade slip, so she was familiar with it. This jade slip was different from others. The seal on it was very exquisite. It could actually isolate Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense. It was comparable to refining the world. Of course, it was also because she suffered a great loss from breaking the seal on refining the world, that her Dan core and her Naiwan palace was almost damaged. This time, Zhang Xiaohua was unusually cautious. Zhang Xiaohua released her spiritual sense and looked at the seal on her own. She reviewed the seals that she had learned previously, as well as the ways to break the jade slip in refining the world. Then, she threw the jade slip into the air. Following that, her left hand formed a seal and sent the seal into the jade slip. Indeed, after trying a few methods, the seal on the jade slip actually loosened. It was completely different from before when there was no reaction at all. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua did not delay. Her hands formed seals and sent the rest of the seals into the jade slip. Not long after, the seal was completely broken. She did not encounter the situation where her spiritual sense was absorbed. Looking at the green jade slip in the air, it was as green as bamboo after the rain. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate to send her spiritual sense into it. When she saw the contents of the jade slip, she could not help but raise her eyebrows in joy. Chapter 578. The words on the jade scroll were, Flight Technique. It was the flight technique that Zhang Xiaohua had learned during the day and at night. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed as he carefully read the contents of the jade scroll from the beginning. Just as he saw the beginning of the jade scroll, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Dear readers, what do you think? It turned out that the beginning of the flight technique was the ethereal steps that O Peng had given to Zhang Xiaohua when he was at the Misty Mountain Villa. And this ethereal steps was different from the ethereal steps that Zhang Xiaohua had learnt back then. This ethereal steps was only a part of what He Tianshu had taught him previously. It was also the levitation technique that He Tianshu would never be able to learn. Reading up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua began to ponder. This levitation technique is obviously the foundation of the flight technique. The ethereal steps that the Misty Mountain Villa sent over previously must have been a footwork technique that was improved and suitable for martial arts. It wasn't originally recorded in the flight technique. However, I heard that the ethereal steps was divided into 9 levels. I have only learned 3 levels, but I don't know the other levels. I wonder what is behind this flight technique. Then, Zhang Xiaohua continued to read with great interest. After he had roughly finished reading the entire jade scroll, he understood. The flight technique of the Misty Mountain Villa was divided into 3 levels. They were levitation technique, wind controlling technique, and flight technique. It was a gradual process. Only by learning the first 2 levels could one finally learn the flight technique and fly freely in the air. The flight technique is divided into 3 levels. The ethereal steps is further divided into 9 levels. The first level of the flight technique is the levitation technique, which corresponds to the levitation technique and qinggong of the Misty Mountain Villa's 3rd level. I believe the flight technique and flight technique should correspond to the wind controlling technique and the flight technique. Only, I don't know how the seniors of the Misty Mountain Villa improved it. Could it be that when the Misty Mountain Villa reaches the 9th level of the ethereal steps, one can also fly with the wind controlling technique? Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe it. If O Peng could fly, he would have flown away from Misty Peak long ago. How could he be forced to commit suicide? Alas, Zhang Xiaohua did not realize that O Peng did not have any hope of escaping that day. However, how could the Zhang Xiaohua understand the O Peng of that day? Having obtained the flight technique, Jade Scroll, Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. That's right, back on the deserted island, he had already seen the flight technique in the Fiery Dragon Jinren's Jade Scroll. He also knew that when the immortal Tao was flourishing, immortal Dao practitioners used the flight technique to travel everywhere. Very few people used the 5 elements escape technique. Before he obtained this technique, he only knew the levitation technique, which could only be used as a lightness skill. When it came to escape techniques, he could only use the earth escape technique. In the pitch-black underground, he was like a mouse. Ever since he escaped into the mysterious cave under the mountain stream and almost lost his life, Jiang Xiaohua did not want to use the earth escape technique anymore. Unfortunately, he still did not know the flight technique, and could only use the earth escape technique. Now that he had finally achieved his long-cherished wish, of course he had to make full use of the earth escape technique. As previously mentioned, the flight technique of the Misty Mountain Villa was divided into 3 levels. Each level was more difficult than the previous one. Although Jiang Xiaohua had already seen the levitation technique recorded in the Jade Scroll and had cultivated it before, the flight technique on the Jade Scroll was much more complicated than the one on the white paper. Jiang Xiaohua had no choice but to carefully ponder over it and cultivate it again. On the White Mountain Peak, in an exquisite little courtyard, Vice Hall Master Su held a short sword in his hand and played with it lovingly. Wasn't this the one that Yang Yao had reluctantly given to him? At first, Vice Hall Master Su didn't pay much attention to the short sword. He only felt that Yang Yao had dared to violate the rules of the Pill Repository Hall and arbitrarily took Jiang Xiaohua, who didn't meet the requirements, into the fragrant cult as a medicine boy. He had no choice but to teach Yang Yao a lesson. Moreover, Yang Yao had always been very close to Sage and had always been indifferent to him. Now that he finally had an opportunity, how could he not take advantage of it? At first, he didn't pay much attention to the short sword. However, after a long time, he discovered that the short sword was abnormally sharp. Even some of the divine weapons he had collected couldn't compare to it. Moreover, the style was simple and the shape was short and small. It was just right for him to hold it in his hand. This Yang Yao, TSK, he actually collected such a good thing from the Rejuvenation Valley. Don't think that only the hall master can make decisions in the Pill Repository Hall. Although I can't have the final say, I can also make it so that you don't have the final say. Then, there was a greedy look in his eyes as he muttered to himself, 500 taels of gold leaf. How many years has it been since I've seen it? That golden color is the most beautiful color in this time. At this moment, a disciple walked in and reported, Vice Hall Master Su, Tianmu Peak's Wuzhou Ruins sent a disciple to report again. Tianmu Peak? Wuzhou Ruins? Vice Hall Master Su was stunned. What does he want? Could it be? Vice Hall Master Su revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Let him in quickly. Yes. The disciple was rather surprised to see Vice Hall Master Su so happy. However, when Vice Hall Master Su saw the empty-handed Tianmu Peak disciple, his expression turned ugly. He frowned inconspicuously and said in a low voice, Why did Wuzhou Ruins send you here? The disciple looked around. Seeing that there was no one else waiting, he softly told him about Jiang Xiaohua's refusal to hand over the gold leaf. Vice Hall Master Su's expression darkened even more. He slammed the table and said angrily, What is this Wuzhou Ruins doing? I only asked him to keep an eye on him. Who asked him to speak first? He attracted attention for no reason. What an incompetent guy. Seeing Vice Hall Master Su's anger, the disciple shrunk his neck and did not dare to speak. After a while, Vice Hall Master Su looked at the disciple from the corner of his eyes and said, What did Wuzhou Ruins say to that guy who doesn't know what's good for him? Did he mention my name? This. The disciple was somewhat hesitant. Although what Wuzhou Ruins did was not a big deal, it was done in secret. He did not intend to let a trusted disciple like him know. However, there was no such thing as a secret in the world. Furthermore, he was Wuzhou Ruins' trusted disciple. How could he not see or hear things that he should not hear? It was fine if he knew these things, but if he said it, Wuzhou Ruins might not be happy. Seeing the disciple's hesitation, Vice Hall Master Su grinned. Could it be that you're Wu Dalong? The disciple hurriedly bowed and said, Dalong has always been cautious. This matter was not handled by me, so I am not clear. However, although I did not see it with my own eyes, I more or less know a little. Thus, he told Vice Hall Master Su all that he had seen and guessed. Humph. Vice Hall Master Su was even more furious. He's just Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law. So arrogant. He thinks that he can climb up the Hall Master and does not respect me. Huh, very good, very good. You can go back. Tell Wu Zhou Ruins to just keep an eye on this guy. There's no need to alert him. I know of his loyalty. How can I do something like taking someone's things for no reason? He did very well. It's to my liking. After the disciple left, Vice Hall Master Su pulled a long face and secretly said, Ren Xiaoyao, Ren Xiaoyao, since you don't want face, then don't blame me for using some tricks. Hee hee, 500 taels of gold leaves are like dung in the incense-spreading cult. Only hall masters like us have some use for them. Don't you know that they are hot to the touch? At this moment, another disciple hurried in and reported, Vice Hall Master Su, the Hall Master has an urgent matter. Urgent matter? Vice Hall Master Su was stunned. Did the Hall Master say what it is? I don't know. However, our pill-spreading hall has never had any urgent matters. Since the Hall Master has said so, Vice Hall Master Su should hurry over. You go back first. I will go over immediately. After the disciple walked away, Vice Hall Master Su tidied his clothes and immediately went out. As he walked, he muttered, could it be that Ren Xiaoyao complained to the Hall Master? That's impossible. Alas, a typical case of a guilty conscience. Among the 19 peaks of the incense-spreading cult, the highest peak in the middle was the lingering fragrance peak where the inner disciples resided. At this moment, in a secluded small courtyard on the lingering fragrance peak, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged and looked out of the window. Her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. The lingering fragrance peak was taller and more majestic than the other mountain peaks. That turbulent sea of clouds and the white mist that diffused from the mountainside enveloped half of the lingering fragrance peak. The residences of the inner sect disciples were located at the mountainside. Therefore, there were pavilions and terraces, white cranes dancing in the air, and plum deers playing in the air. Coupled with the delicate boys and girls, and the mist that lingered from time to time, the entire lingering fragrance peak was practically a heavenly realm of jade. Although the woman's courtyard was not big, the vegetation was lush and several small houses were scattered in picturesque disorder. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small pond. From time to time, golden carps would jump out of the water. Coupled with the few lotus leaves and flowers, it was quite interesting. Peacock. A kind voice sounded. The woman was stunned and immediately stood up in surprise. She turned around and said, Master, you have come out. Your Mortal Heart Sutra has been completed? The confusion in the woman's eyes disappeared and her face revealed a graceful temperament. Wasn't she the outstanding disciple of the incense-spreading cult, Peacock? Following the voice, an old woman in a palace dress floated in. Her hair was white and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were not consistent with the delicate skin on her face. She was Peacock's master, Abbess Jingfan. Abbess Jingfan saw Peacock and was also happy. She smiled and said, it's just a small isolated practice. How can it be as successful as you think? Mortal Heart Sutra, if Mortal Heart Sutra can be completed so easily, then how can it be called the Supreme Sutra that is most likely to connect mortals and heavenly realm? Peacock smiled and said, then Master must have reached a higher level. I have only been out for a few months and Master has already gone into isolated practice. You must have achieved something. Only you have a sweet mouth. Where is Chen Chen? Where did that crazy girl run off to? Master, please don't blame her. Junior sister Chen waited for a few more days and finally couldn't stand the loneliness. She just left yesterday. Who knows which uncle she went to? I will send the boys to look for her. No need to rush, Peacock. Let me see. You have changed a lot after going out. How come? Master has already walked behind you and you still haven't noticed? Is there something on your mind? Chapter 579. Well. Peacock blushed. I was distracted by some things. It's not what you were thinking. What were you thinking about? Nanjing Fan asked. Master, you're teasing me again. Peacock did not fall for it. Her tone was slightly angry. Huh, Nanjing Fan laughed. It's nothing, you're not young anymore. It's normal for you to have some thoughts. There's no need to hide it from me. This trip to Vow City, that's what I wanted as well. Why are you so shy? But. Master, if it's really as you said, then I'll admit it, but. Peacock was embarrassed and confused. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the son-in-law of the cult of fragrance. He was only a 15-year-old teenager. Seeing Peacock like this, Nanjing Fan did not press the issue. She smiled and said, all right, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Just tell me about your trip. You haven't been to Vow Lake for decades. I wonder if there have been any changes? Master. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's just that I don't know where to start. Then I'll tell you. After that, Peacock told Nanjing Fan about her trip to Vow City and Rejuvenation Valley. Of course, what she told Nanjing Fan this time was more than what she told Nanjing Fan last time. This extra content, of course, was about Zhang Xiaohua. Nanjing Fan's reaction was similar to Nanjing Yi's. She did not interrupt Peacock in the middle of the story. She nodded and asked, your injuries have healed? Come, let me take a look. Peacock's heart warmed. You're really my master. Even though Nanjing Fan expressed her concern, her first question was about the details of the ambush, and now she's talking about my injuries. Peacock obediently extended her hand. Nanjing Fan placed her finger on Peacock's wrist. She channeled a strand of inner energy into her, circling around her meridians for a while before withdrawing. Nanjing Fan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Your inner cultivation has improved in these few months. You haven't slacked off. Peacock lowered her head. I dare not. Master has always taught me that cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I dare not disobey. Huh, very good. That minor meridian nourishing pill is really miraculous. The injuries in your meridians have been completely healed, and it has even expanded slightly. It's greatly beneficial to your future cultivation. Compared to this, those few years of cultivation that you obtained for free are nothing. What? Master, this disciple thought that obtaining 7 years' worth of cultivation was already enough. Who would have thought that this minor meridian nourishing pill would have such an effect? Then wouldn't the real, pulse-soothing pill be even more miraculous? Peacock was very surprised. Sigh, the exact effects of the real, meridian-soothing pill are unknown even in the sex records. Who knows what it will be like? Moreover, just this minor meridian nourishing pill is about to go extinct. What a pity. By the way, you said that when you saw this child, you felt like heaven and earth were filling up. That's strange. Even though I didn't make much progress during this seclusion, but I did make some small progress. I managed to catch a glimpse of the realm of immortality, and at the same time, I also saw a corner of the heavenly axiom. Even though it was just a glimpse, but that brief moment was enough to shock me. In front of the immortal heavenly axiom, I'm like an ant. I'm even smaller than an ant. This feeling is very similar to what you encountered. Master, congratulations, Master. You actually managed to catch a glimpse of the heavenly axiom. Could it be that our Mortal Heart Sutra is real? Nonsense. The Abbess Jing Fan scolded Peacock. Of course the Mortal Heart Sutra is real. It's the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. How could it be fake? But, Peacock argued, the realms in the Heart Sutra are too mystical. In the end, it's all unimaginable martial arts. The Abbess Jing Fan smiled. Am I not walking forward step by step? Do you still have any doubts? I don't dare. I don't dare to have any more doubts. Peacock lowered her head in shame. It's not just you. When I was your age, I was the same. I was young and frivolous. The Abbess Jing Fan now was like a loving mother. She then asked, did Chen Chen see that kid? How did she feel? Peacock shook her head. I purposely let Junior Chen see it, but I didn't tell her beforehand. But looking at Junior Chen's face, she didn't feel anything strange, and, Peacock hesitated, and, I only felt this when I saw him for the first time. When I saw him again, I didn't feel this kind of feeling. Towards the end, her voice was almost inaudible. The Abbess Jing Fan was stunned. She thought for a moment and asked softly, who else did you tell about this? Chen Chen? Or the leader? Peacock was stunned and said shyly, Master, what are you talking about? What's there to talk about? This is the first time I told you. That's good. Abbess Jing Fan nodded and then said seriously, Peacock, although the inner disciples of the fragrant cult are not allowed to marry, but if you want to develop in the cult, for example, to sit in my position, then, you must keep your chastity. The reason why I let you go out this time is to let you see the real Jianghu, then I'll tell you all this later. Who would have thought that you would meet your so-called nemesis in just a few months? Nemesis? Peacock was shocked. Master, you're saying that this Ren Xiaoyao actually. The Abbess Jing Fan nodded. I don't have any experience in this area, but from what you said, it seems to be the same as when your senior Ru Ping met O Peng from the Misty School. Back then, your master Jing Yi came to me a few times, and I remember it very well. Senior Ru Ping? Peacock was even more surprised. You mean Yang Ru Ping from the Misty School, right? That's right. Sigh, this child. She went to the Sorrowless Lake and met her nemesis. She couldn't forget him after returning to Lingering Fragrance Peak, just like what you said, she only had O Peng in her heart. Without O Peng, the world would collapse. Your senior Ru Ping couldn't stand him, so she reluctantly agreed. Although O Peng did not disappoint and became the leader of the Misty School, but, sigh, it's fate that makes fools of people, love hurts. The Abbess Jing Fan sighed again and again. She then looked at Peacock lovingly. Peacock, your potential has long surpassed Ru Ping's, your future is limitless. I hope you can consider it carefully, and don't. Before she could finish, Peacock hurriedly said, Master, look at what you're saying, I feel like what you said, oh, it's not quite the same as what Senior Ru Ping said. That's right, Yang Ru Ping and O Peng fell in love at first sight, both of them willing. Yang Ru Ping's love for O Peng was unforgettable, but what about Peacock? She really didn't know if she had such feelings for a 15-year-old, Rejuvenation Valley's future son-in-law, and her master had already pinned such a big label on her. Of course she was anxious. The Abbess Jing Fan looked at Peacock as if she was her own beloved daughter, and stopped Peacock from arguing. Peacock, don't be hasty. I'm saying this for your own good, but it's just my own wishful thinking. I'm not an inflexible person. Your senior Ru Ping was able to let go of Ru Ping years ago, how can I not? To be honest, I was the one who advised your senior Ru Ping. How can I not understand these things now? But this Ren what? Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock said exasperatedly. Ren Xiaoyao, he's no better than O Peng, he's just a normal disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall. The difference between you and him is too big, and his martial arts is terrible. I don't think he's a good match for you. Master. Peacock was speechless. This was just the beginning, and she was already talking about this? The Abbess Jing Fan ignored her and continued, of course, Peacock, if you really like him, it doesn't matter if he's Rejuvenation Valley's future son-in-law, you didn't have to go through the ceremony, and you don't have to care if he's just a normal disciple, I'll make the decision for you. Master. Peacock was very touched. She held the Abbess Jing Fan's hand and said, it's just. Master, thank you for your concern, but it doesn't seem like what you think. How is it not what I think? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, how can I not know? The Abbess Jing Fan was very sure. Peacock was even more anxious. Master, I really. Forget it, I'll send someone to call Ren Xiaoyao over tomorrow, you can see for yourself. Peacock was a little peeved. Alright, the Abbess Jing fan smiled. I'm also curious to see what kind of person this Ren Xiaoyao is, to be able to coax the daughter of Rejuvenation Valley, and even our proud peacock. Oh, forget it, the Abbess Jing fan seemed to have thought of something. Let's talk about this later. Ever since your martial aunt Jing Xian mysteriously passed away, our lingering fragrance peak has been in a state of panic and suspicion. Adding your incident out of the blue, and involving someone outside of the sect, it's inevitable that it'll attract other people's attention. It won't do any good to you, Ren Xiaoyao, Tua Dan Hall, or Rejuvenation Valley. Let's talk about this in a few years. The kid is still young anyway, let's just keep him for now. What the? Peacock almost fell over. This was a human, not a fish. But speaking of the deceased martial aunt Jing Xian, Peacock's face was filled with sadness. Yes, master, martial aunt Jing Xian's martial arts were higher than yours. Why did she pass away so mysteriously? She didn't take in any disciples. Oh, right, master. It seems that the girl's martial aunt Jing Xian brought back from the outside have been accepted into the inner sect? The Abbess Jing fan sighed. Yes, when your martial aunt passed away, her face was very peaceful, as if she knew who did it, but she didn't say anything. Sigh, it's because of this that lingering fragrance peak is filled with suspicion. The girls she brought back from the outside aren't very talented. Your martial aunt didn't manage to take them in when she was alive. It's even more difficult after her death. Chapter 580. I know about this. Peacock nodded. I haven't seen that child before, but I heard that she was very stubborn. After martial aunt Jing Xian passed away, there was no one to take charge of Xian Bamboo Yard. That child might not have been taken in as martial aunt Jing Xian's disciple. There weren't many servants in Xian Bamboo Yard, but they all rolled their eyes at that child. Sigh, I heard from Chen Chen that even martial aunt Jing Xian knew about this, but that child just clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. She just stood by martial aunt Jing Xian's coffin for 7 days and 7 nights. She's still a child. Nun Jing Fan said. That little girl is already 16, she's only a few years younger than you. Huh, you're right, but the first time I saw her was 4 or 5 years ago. She was still a little girl. In the blink of an eye, she's already 16, time flies. Hearing the disappointment in Peacock's voice, Nun Jing Fan nodded in her heart. The inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak were all blessed by the heavens. They had always stayed away from the mortal world and didn't have much contact with worldly affairs. Although they could improve their martial arts, once they reached a certain level, they would fall into a bottleneck. Without experiencing the fickleness of the world and the ways of the world, they wouldn't be able to enter a more profound realm. This bottleneck had stopped countless geniuses in the past thousands of years. As Abbess Jingfan's prized disciple, Peacock could be considered one of the top figures in Lingering Fragrance Peak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the one responsible for this trip to Carefree City. Today, to be able to express the sentiment of "time is like lightning" to a girl whom she had not interacted much with, it already showed that she had some understanding of the true meaning of life. Whether it was successful or not, her relationship with the so-called nemesis of life would be greatly beneficial for Peacock's cultivation. Ren Xiaoyao, in Nun Jing Fan's eyes, was just a whetstone for Peacock's mortal mantra. Immediately after, Jing Fan Shirtai smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that girl. Since she has already entered the inner sect, even if she doesn't have your martial uncle Jing Xian's personal guidance, she may not have the opportunity to improve her martial arts, but with her status, on this Lingering Fragrance Peak, no one will bully her." Peacock also nodded slightly. While they were talking, there was a rush of footsteps. Abbess Jing Fan did not need to turn around to know who it was. Sure enough, there was a cry of surprise. "Master, you've come out." Was it not Chen Chen's voice? Abbess Jing Fan stopped talking to Peacock. She turned around and said, "Sigh, that's right. I just came out, but I only see one disciple here, Master." Chen Chen used her qin gong and came to Master Jingfan's side. She said in a sweet voice, "From what you're saying, it seems that I don't care about you at all. I'm just a little bored and went to Master Qingling's place to take a look. If you don't believe me, you can ask senior sister. I've been waiting here for a long time. After she finished speaking, she grabbed Master Jingfan's arm and shook it. She did not have the kind of temperament that Zhang Xiaohua had when they first met. Master Jingfan was also used to this kind of coquettish behavior. She said with a helpless face, I haven't finished my sentence and you're already waiting for me to say so much. What else do you want me to say? Although her face was helpless, her eyes were also filled with doting. She had watched her two disciples grow up since they were young. She had never been separated from them for so long. Although she knew that there was nothing wrong with her little disciple, she still looked at her face and carefully observed her growth in the past few months. Look at what you're saying. Qin chuckled and said, I don't dare to talk back to Master. One sentence from Master is worth 10,000 sentences. Oh, right, I forgot to congratulate Master. Congratulations, Master, your Mortal Heart Sutra must have reached the peak of perfection. You've created a new situation that hasn't been seen in 10,000 years in the fragrance cult. Little talker. Abbess Jingfan scolded and said, Master only went into a small retreat. How can it reach the peak of perfection like you said? You're used to being flattered outside. Are you trying to fool me when you come back? Although it was a scolding, there was a slight pride in Abbess Jingfan's eyes. Qin raised her eyes and looked at Peacock, who was looking at her calmly. She smiled and said, Senior sister just returned to Lingxiang Peak and her power has increased greatly. Master's retreat for several months must have also improved greatly. This is needless to say. This. What kind of logic is this? Abbess Jingfan smiled bitterly and then said, Is it because you're jealous of your senior sister's opportunity? Qin pursed her lips and said, That's right. Master, please be the judge. Senior sister went to Don't Worry City and encountered many stories along the way. She was even intercepted. Although she was injured, a minor nourishing meridian pill had replenished her strength for at least 5 years. Look at your disciple, I went to that godforsaken place and there was nothing interesting along the way. Before Qin finished speaking, Abbess Jingfan shook her head and said, Don't say any more. Qin, have you forgotten what your sect master said before? In addition to hard work, the path of cultivation also emphasizes on aptitude and opportunity. If the opportunity is not there, no matter how hard you work, no matter how good your aptitude is, it will not be enough. Qin thought about it and said, Master, so senior sister went to Don't Worry City and encountered the Tenryu sect's obstruction. Then she was seriously injured and got the elixir to increase her power. This is her opportunity. Abbess Jingfan nodded seriously and said, Yes, it is. Qin rolled his eyes and said, Then Ren Xiaoyao from the Rejuvenation Valley met Nie Qianyu and sent her to the Rejuvenation Valley. Then they held a martial arts competition to find a spouse. Then he came to the fragrance cult with the medicine boy and became an outer disciple of the fragrance cult. Is that also his opportunity? Hearing Qin mention Zhang Xiaohua, Abbess Jingfan frowned slightly and said, I just heard your senior sister mention this Ren Xiaoyao. Why do you suddenly mention him? Do you feel that he is different from ordinary people? Different from ordinary people? Qin was stunned and said confusedly, No. I just feel that he is tall and there is nothing strange about it. Don't we also have a lot of young inner sect disciples who look very mature? Compared to them, this Ren Xiaoyao is too ordinary. Jingfan Nun frowned slightly and said, You're right. If Ren Xiaoyao hadn't met the daughter of the Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master and reached out to save her, this wouldn't have happened. He definitely wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter our fragrant religion. This is the so-called opportunity. Alas. Qin sighed deeply and looked at Peacock deeply. Abbess Jingfan's heart trembled and she quickly asked, What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Qin said bitterly, Your disciple's martial arts cultivation can't catch up with senior sisters. Now, I can't even see her back. How can your disciple not sigh? You. Abbess Jingfan did not know whether to laugh or cry. but she was relieved. Peacock went out and provoked this unknown Ren Xiaoyao. If Chen Chen was also involved with them, then it would be even more chaotic. It was fine as long as it was not these. At this time, Peacock, who had been silent all this time, smiled and said, "Junior sister is wrong. Didn't the head of the sect always say that the most important thing in the path of cultivation is to take one step at a time? Only what you can achieve through cultivation is your true power. All shortcuts are not the right path. The power I have gained these few years is not necessarily a blessing or a curse." Chen Chen did not agree and said, "Even so, seeing senior sister gain so many years of power for free, how can I not be envious? Moreover, since it is not a blessing to gain power for free, why do so many disciples break their heads every time to obtain the right to enter the Valley Orchid Evening Refining? Isn't it because they want to find rare treasures and refine them into elixirs to increase their power?" Speaking of this, she seemed to have realized something and slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, Master, I am happy to see you, but I forgot." Abbess Jing Fan was stunned and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Do you want to ask Master for the chance to enter the Valley Orchid Evening Refining?" Speaking of this, she turned to look at Peacock and said, "Your senior sister gained so many years of power for free, and when she went to Don't Worry City, her state of mind was not stable. She can't go to the Valley Orchid Evening Refining in a few months. She needs to stabilize her state of mind first and untie the knot in her heart. Moreover, she has already been there last time. She will not fight with you." Unstable state of mind? Not in her heart? Chen Chen was confused and asked Peacock, "Senior sister, what is going on? Why didn't I hear you mention it? Could it be that Dao Gang is sad?" Peacock blushed and mumbled, not knowing how to explain. Then Chen Chen said loudly, "Oh, Master, you are interrupting again, listen to me first." After that, without waiting for Abbess Jing Fan and Peacock's reaction, he continued, "Just now when I went to Master's Aunt Xingling's place, I met Master's uncle who sent someone to find her. He said that the disciples who were patrolling the mountain found that the prohibition of the Valley Orchid Evening Refining had loosened, similar to the initial opening of the Valley Orchid Evening Refining, so he gathered all the elders and hall masters to discuss. Because Master is in seclusion, he did not send anyone. Before Master left, she told me to come back, and if Master is able to come out in the near future, I would like to invite Master to Lingxiang Palace to discuss the matter of the Valley Orchid Evening Refining." Chen Chen said all this in one breath and did not breathe in the middle. Fortunately, he had some success in the Mortal Heart Sutra, so he was not out of breath and his face was not red. After she finished, he did not speak again. Abbess Jing Fan and Peacock also did not speak. For a moment, the whole room was unusually quiet. Chen Chen looked at the two of them and said curiously, "Master, senior sister, I am done." When Peacock heard this, she smiled and said, "Ha, so junior sister is done. Then we can talk." "Ha," Chen Chen laughed and said, "Of course." Abbess Jing Fan also smiled and said, "Then we will talk." Then, he looked at Peacock and frowned slightly and said, "The Valley Orchid Evening Refining opens every 5 years and the prohibition has been fixed for hundreds of years. There are still a few more months before it opens. Could it be that there have been new changes like the prohibition at Jinghai Lake?" Chapter 581. Although the Twilight Orchid Refinement is not as grand as the refining of lingering fragrance, it is still held once every 5 years. If there is a chance, it is still good to go in and experience it. Hearing this, Chen Chen could not help but look eager to give it a try. Peacock's face was expressionless, but there was obvious envy in her eyes. She said gloomily, "The refining of lingering fragrance is held every year, it is nothing new. This time, the disciples have been talking about the Twilight Orchid Refinement for a long time. I want to go in and take a look." When Chen Chen heard this, he shouted, "Senior sister, don't fight with me. You've gotten so many benefits for no reason. Moreover, you've gotten an excellent ranking in the refining of lingering fragrance every year. The headmaster has praised you a lot and gave you a lot of medicinal pills and cultivation methods," Peacock said unhappily, the elixirs are useful, but didn't I show you the skills too? You also practice a lot. Hee, who asked us to be senior sister? If you don't let me see it, who else can see it? Chen blinked his eyes and said, shamelessly. Forget it, forget it. Master didn't ask me to go anyway, what are you afraid of? I won't fight with you. Although the Twilight Orchid refinement is not too dangerous, there are still many wild beasts inside. There are also many long-lived wild beasts. Although I didn't encounter any wild beasts the last time I went in, it doesn't mean that there are no problems inside. You have to be careful. If others are not afraid, why should I be? It's just a wild beast. Don't you think so, Master? Master Jing Fan shook her head. Chen, don't be careless. The wild beasts in the valley are not like the ones you usually see. Not only are there many types, but they are also very fierce. Many of the wild beasts inside have lived for who knows how many years and are human-like. Every time the Twilight Orchid refinement, there are many casualties. Chen said disdainfully, they are all outer disciples and disciples of other halls. How many inner disciples are injured? Seeing that Chen did not mind, Nun Jingfan did not say much. In the eyes of the inner disciples, Twilight Orchid refinement was a simple experience. The fragrant religion was not the same as other sects in Jianghu. They had an immortal array to protect their foundation. Of course, with this array, there were gains and losses. The gains were needless to say. The array had protected the fragrant religion for 10,000 years. But what about the losses? It was also obvious that the inner sect disciples did not have enough experience roaming the Jianghu. Although roaming the Jianghu every 4 years was an opportunity, not every disciple had the opportunity to do so. Therefore, the Orchid Valley that was opened every 5 years was also a place for them to gain experience. Roaming the Jianghu might allow them to gain experience in the ways of the world. As for Twilight Orchid refinement, it could only be used to gain experience in martial arts and survive in the wild. As for comparing notes in martial arts, it was better to mention the Twilight Orchid refinement. This was a grand event that the fragrant religion held every year to assess the martial arts of the inner and outer disciples. The winners would receive corresponding rewards and promotion. This was what Nun Jingfan should be worried about. Seeing that her master did not say anything more, Peacock smiled and said, Master, since you have already come out of seclusion, the head of the sect must be concerned. There may be many things that need to be discussed in this Orchid Valley. You should also be going to the Palace of Fragrant Religion. If you delay the sect's important matters because of this disciple, we can't afford to take responsibility. Nun Jingfan laughed and shook her head. She stood up and said, Master hasn't seen you for several months and wanted to talk more with you. Looking at you, Sai, as the saying goes, the son has grown up and can't be controlled by his mother. It's really not bad. Peacock said shyly, Master, this disciple just saw that you weren't in a hurry to go to the Palace of Fragrant Religion and kindly reminded you. What do you mean by that? Chen did not let go of the arm that was hugging Nun Jingfan and said, That's right, Master. Then why don't you stay a little longer? Nun Jingfan pulled her arm away and said, Seeing that you are safe and sound, Master is relieved. The sex matters are not big or small, they all need to be taken seriously. Since I have already come out of seclusion, I naturally need to participate. Although it's a little late, I still have to go. Peacock, go back to the quiet room to stabilize your state. Chen, make some preparations. The prohibition of Orchid Valley has loosened, we may be entering the valley soon. Seeing that their master was speaking seriously, the two of them did not dare to delay. They both stood still and solemnly said yes. After Nun Jingfan left, Chen pulled Peacock again and asked curiously, Senior, what did Master say to you when she came out of seclusion? Why did Master have such a big reaction when I mentioned that Ren Xiaoyao? She gave me a fright just now. Peacock shook her head as if nothing had happened. How would I know the reason? When you came back, Master had just come out of seclusion. I had just finished talking about the matter of going to Carefree City and Master had just seen my injuries. That's strange. Chen Chen was even more puzzled. He raised his head and asked, "Oh right, senior, it's been more than 10 days since we came back to Incense Order. I wonder how that Ren Xiaoyao is doing. Is he like the other disciples of Pill Digging Hall, planting herbs in a daze?" Pfft. Hearing this, Peacock could not help but laugh and said, "How come I've never seen him in a daze? If he's really like that, what's so fun about him? Why are you still thinking about him?" Speaking of this, she felt guilty for no reason. Chen Chen did not care at all and said, "This kid's looks are average and his martial arts are poor. However, he's not short and doesn't seem to have any strong points. Hee, but his eloquence is not bad. When there's time, why don't we drag him to Lingxiang Peak and tell him stories to us?" Peacock was speechless and scolded, "Do you think Lingxiang Peak is easy? He's just a little medicine boy of Pill Digging Hall. How can he come to Lingxiang Peak? And tell you stories? Hee, I'm just saying. Chen Chen stuck out his tongue. Then, he turned to look out of the window and stretched, saying, "The days at Lingxiang Peak are really boring. If only we could be like Ren Xiaoyao said, how good would it be to be able to get rid of evil in the Jianghu?" Peacock shook her head and said, "If that kind of life is good, why would Ren Xiaoyao need to painstakingly design and join our incense order? Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. You should also prepare, I'm going to the quiet room to practice." Sigh, those who prepare, those who practice in seclusion, those who are bored continue to be bored, Chen Chen muttered, those who are farming are still farming. Peacock, who was walking past, felt her heart skip a beat and thought, farming? Isn't that Ren Xiaoyao? Why did Chen Chen mention this for no reason? Could it be? Then, she felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that Chen Chen also has feelings for this Ren Xiaoyao? No way, didn't Master say that he's my nemesis? Peacock's face heated up as she thought, could it be that what Master said was true? I actually have feelings for a young man I've never met. But this doesn't seem to be the feeling described in the book, this. What should I do? Sigh, not to mention Peacock's chaotic thoughts and Chen Chen's muttering, just the fact that Zhang Xiaohua, who was comprehending the Imperial Wind technique on Tianmu Peak, was sneezing non-stop. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already finished comprehending the levitation technique. He had also patched up the previous incomplete version of the levitation technique and started cultivating again. Although the levitation technique in the ethereal steps that Zhang Qingyue had given to Zhang Xiaohua a few years ago was lacking, the main framework was still there. It was just that when he was recording it, many details were omitted. Many things that were not easy to record with pen and ink were omitted. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was revising the general cultivation and could easily do it. Therefore, it did not take long for him to start comprehending and practicing the Imperial Wind technique. Misty School's flight technique was divided into 3 steps. The first step was the levitation technique, which was to lift the body off the ground and float in the air, using external objects to move. This was exactly what martial arts Qigong could mimic. The second step was to float in the air without using any external objects. Instead, he controlled the wind outside to move his body. Of course, the third step was to be able to fly in the air. This was not something Zhang Xiaohua could do. What he had comprehended now was how to control the wind. Speaking of controlling the wind, during the era of immortality, it was not too difficult. It was one of the most basic abilities of all immortal cultivators. At this time, on Tianmu Peak, although the vitality of heaven and earth was much more than outside, the amount that Zhang Xiaohua could use was very little. Moreover, without the guidance of a master, Zhang Xiaohua was still scratching his head when it came to something as abstract as controlling the wind. Look, under the night sky, in the forest, a crooked figure almost left the tree branch and tried to control the wind, but in a moment of carelessness, he fell with a plop. Sigh, why can't I stay in the air for a long time? Zhang Xiaohua patted the dirt off his butt as he scratched his head. It was not that he could not stabilize his body, but the technique to stabilize his body was recorded in the ethereal steps. He only wanted to abandon martial arts and only use the immortal Tao. Naturally, he did not want to use it. Standing up from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the full moon in the sky. It was already late. Casting a spell, he entered the ground and went straight to the alchemy room. In the alchemy room, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was already placed on the platform. The earth fire was also burning slightly. No herbs were added into the furnace, only to warm it up. Ever since the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming's visit, there were no more irrelevant visitors to Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's farming life finally entered a peaceful state. After cultivating the levitation technique, Zhang Xiaohua once again had the idea of refining pills. That's right. Weren't the herbs he obtained from the gambling arena used to refine pills? While alchemy, he could also cultivate. Naturally, he had to take care of both. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was an alchemy furnace that could refine high-level pills. The way it was used was different from the alchemy furnace Zhang Xiaohua had used before. Early in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua raised the earth fire and slowly warmed up the alchemy furnace. Once the time was right, he would add the herbs into the furnace to refine the pills. This time, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to refine the pill formula that he had obtained long ago, the bone solidifying pill. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never seen the bone solidifying pill before, he had seen the small bone solidifying pill a few times. Those imitations of the incense cult's alchemists could cause the cult's disciples to drool. Presumably, the real bone solidifying pill would be even more precious. Since Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use the pills to practice, this never-before-refined pill was suitable. Chapter 582. Chu Zhigao thanked Zhang Xiaohua and gave Zhang Xiaohua the pill formulas that he didn't understand. There were a few pill formulas among them, but the bone solidifying pill was recorded at the very front. Moreover, the herbs used in these pill formulas couldn't be found in the past, even if Zhang Xiaohua was in Rejuvenation Valley. But now, she was teaching the incense cult, and in the pill expanding hall. This was a place where the great sects of immortal Dao inheritances grew medicinal herbs. Other cultivation methods might have been lost, but there was never a lack of medicinal herbs used for pill refinement. Perhaps some medicinal herbs' medicinal properties were unknown, and even the pill formulas could be lost. But it was undeniable that many ancient medicinal herbs were collected by different disciples, even if they didn't know the names of these medicinal herbs. Perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua's foolish behavior of exchanging medicinal herbs for medicinal pills could make them cover their mouths and laugh secretly while throwing out nameless and worthless medicinal herbs. At least, the medicinal herbs that Zhang Xiaohua used to refine the bone solidifying pill could be found in the thousands of jade boxes. Yes, she forgot. The 3 main ingredients used in pill refinement, iron bone grass, fragrant soul wood, and blackwood fruit were also found in other jade boxes. They just weren't as old as the 3 ingredients that Chen Fengxiao, Bai Huan, and the others gave to Zhang Xiaohua. Glancing at the warm pill furnace, Zhang Xiaohua once again probed her divine sense into the furnace. On the inner wall of the pill furnace, there were instructions on how to use it and refine it. There were also simple instructions on pill refinement. These instructions were for the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Usually, only 1 furnace mouth was used for pill refinement, but this pill furnace had 8. Of course, it had to be explained clearly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it for a long time and gradually understood. The 8 furnace mouths of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace were called Kun, Zhen, Li, Dui, Qian, Sun, Zhen, and Can. Moreover, the medicinal herbs also corresponded to these 8 attributes. It was actually similar to Zhang Xiaohua's 5 elements division. According to the instructions of the medicinal herbs in the pill furnace, Zhang Xiaohua also roughly understood that Qian and Dui should correspond to gold, Zhen and Sun should correspond to wood, Kun and Zhen should correspond to earth, Can was water, and Li was fire. Looking at the medicinal herbs' 5 elements division, it was not a whim. Early in the ancient times, there were ancestors who discovered and classified them. It was just that I did not receive the inheritance. This 8 trigrams division, presumably, is also a branch of it. Zhang Xiaohua secretly pondered, slowly entering into the routine homework at night. In fact, thinking about it, it was normal. In the ancient times, immortals flourished and affected all things in the mortal world. Although Zhang Xiaohua learned the 5 elements division from Qi Huang was a branch of alchemy. If there were no traces of predecessors, then it would be strange. When she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua finished her work in the medicine field and went to a remote place in the medicine field. This was the place where she secretly watered the spring water that contained vitality. Releasing her divine sense, she carefully observed the seeds on the ground. These seeds that Zhang Xiaohua specially watered contained far more vitality than others. However, these seeds still did not have any movement. While she was looking, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. She looked back with her divine sense. 10 feet away, behind a big tree, Zhou Shuming, who had disappeared for a few days, quietly appeared there again. Alas, he's really like a fly, staring at me makes me feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua secretly shook her head and then left the medicine field. At this time, another blatant fly also stuck out its head and shouted, "Junior brother Ren, good morning." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand, "Senior brother Bai, good morning too. Today is half an hour earlier than usual." Bai Huan laughed and said, "I just woke up because I wanted to pee. When the sun comes out later, I still need to take a nap. I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. She quickly said, "Senior brother Bai, you can go to the bathroom yourself. I also need to go back to sleep." After returning to the cave, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and did not dare to be careless. She set up a restriction at the entrance of the cave and then escaped into the alchemy room. At this time, the alchemy room was already steaming hot. Although the alchemy furnace was not being refined, Zhang Xiaohua did not use any incantation to restrict the energy of the earth fire, so it was stuffy. On the white jade table, there were more than 10 jade boxes. They were the herbs that Zhang Xiaohua had picked out earlier to refine the bone-solidifying pill. Looking at the alchemy furnace that had been warmed, Zhang Xiaohua took out a cattail hassock and threw it in front of the furnace. Then she sat cross-legged and regulated the vital energy in her body. The bone-solidifying pill was the same as the meridian-nourishing pill, but it was a low-level pill. Zhang Xiaohua was basically confident. However, this was the first time she used the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, so she had to be careful. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua let out a light breath. She made an incantation with both hands and hit the earth fire and the alchemy furnace. With a soft sound, the alchemy furnace seemed to have shrunk a little, and the burning earth fire seemed to have become fiercer. However, because of the incantation, the temperature in the alchemy room gradually dropped. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation with her left hand and pointed her index finger at the mouth of the Qian furnace. The sealed mouth of the furnace rotated and silently opened, revealing the array within. At this moment, there was no light red, true samadhi fire within the array. After all, it was only a low-level pill and did not require the refinement of true fire. When the furnace opened, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She waved her right hand and a jade box appeared on the table, revealing the 40-year-old iron bone grass. Then, under Zhang Xiaohua's control, the iron bone grass flew into the furnace. Once the iron bone grass was thrown in, a cloud of ash immediately flew up and turned into a ball of boiling medicinal liquid. Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed with her divine sense. Only when she did not find anything strange, did she relax. She continued to incantation with the incantation and pointed her left index finger again. The mouth of the furnace rotated and closed. The metal attribute iron bone grass was slowly refined in the furnace. After that, with the experience of the first time, Zhang Xiaohua unhurriedly threw the water attribute fragrant soul wood and the wood attribute black wood fruit into the furnace and the vibration furnace, respectively. Then, according to her own understanding, she threw the other 10 ingredients into the different alchemy furnaces. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua's understanding of the 5 elements of the herbs was just at the beginning stage. She did not have a complete understanding of the attributes of the herbs and could only roughly divide them. Of course, if she divided them correctly, it would naturally be beneficial to the refinement of the herbs. Even if she divided them incorrectly, there would be no fatal consequences. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xiaohua was at ease and dared to try it out. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had this kind of advantage. It could separate the different attributes of the herbs into different formations to refine their essences. If it was used in the previous alchemy furnaces, it would have to be refined separately. Obviously, it could save a large amount of time. When refining low-level and basic alchemy pills, there might not be any advantages. Only when refining high-level alchemy pills in the future, where the refinement of the herbs required a long time, would the benefits of this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace could be seen. After waiting for the various herbs to be thrown into the alchemy furnace, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and immersed her divine sense into the alchemy furnace. Using the previous method of controlling the alchemy furnace, she carefully looked at the various medicinal liquids. Only when she felt that everything was normal did she withdraw her divine sense. Although the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace could refine high-level alchemy pills, the time needed to refine the impurities couldn't be reduced. Zhang Xiaohua could only carry out the next step of liquefying and producing the alchemy pills tomorrow. Sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, Zhang Xiaohua first closed her eyes to comprehend the heavenly Tao for a while. When it was about noon, she put away the praying mat and practiced the imperial wind technique in the alchemy room. Fortunately, the alchemy room was quite large. Although the alchemy furnace in the center was huge, the other places were enough for Zhang Xiaohua to move around freely. After practicing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua gradually gained some insights. The imperial wind technique, described in the jade slip, roughly described how to use the jinqi in the body to communicate with the vitality between heaven and earth, and then control the cool breeze. However, there was still an old problem. The vitality in the alchemy room was lacking. Just using jinqi to communicate with the vitality between heaven and earth was impossible, so how could she control the cool breeze? Zhang Xiaohua stood there thinking for a long time. This problem existed in all of her magic cultivation. Even the newly refined dragon binding ring was the same. She had jinqi in her body, but this jinqi wasn't endless. Even if she wholeheartedly cultivated and grew a little every day, in comparison to the amount of vitality needed to use magic, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It wasn't of any help at all. But what could Zhang Xiaohua do? He could only rely on the crouching ox stone in the money pouch. Only by absorbing the vitality in the stone could she use these immortal magic. The levitation technique was the foundation of the flying technique. It didn't use a lot of vitality between heaven and earth. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua could only use the levitation technique in the past. He didn't have a high altitude from the ground. Only later on, when his level of qi cultivation was high, could he barely use the levitation technique. Of course, his levitation technique was mostly imitating the qigong of other martial arts masters. He used the ethereal steps technique to reduce the consumption of vitality between heaven and earth. Finding the root of the problem, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a self-deprecating smile. People of the immortal path pay attention to communicating with heaven and earth. I, on the other hand, can't obtain any benefits from heaven and earth. I can only rely on myself to use my jinqi to use magic. It seems that in this world, only martial arts is the true protagonist. Although she had such thoughts in her heart, the absolute power of the spell also moved Zhang Xiaohua. How could she settle for the next best thing? Luckily, when Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the levitation technique previously, she already had some shallow experience. Now, it could be used as a reference. Following that, after an afternoon of practice, she was finally able to float and ride the wind a little. Just that, the way Zhang Xiaohua was waving her hands and legs, it was as if she wanted to step on something. Sigh, a habit formed over several years is not something that can be changed in a short period of time. Perhaps only when I truly become a chi practitioner in the future will I be able to fly with the wind. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was flying crookedly in the air, she suddenly had a thought. She made a hand seal and immediately returned to the cave. She heard someone shouting outside, "Junior brother Ren, junior brother Ren." Chapter 583. At this time, the sun was already setting. Zhang Xiaohua's cave was facing the southeast, so it was already dark. Without releasing his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua could tell that the person calling him outside the cave was senior brother Bai Huan. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Usually, Bai Huan would only call him in the morning when there was something important. He rarely came in the afternoon. Not to mention that there was nothing important, Bai Huan was lazy. At this time, he was most likely in a daze under the tree, waiting for his big dream at night. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his eyes and walked out of the cave with an impatient face. He asked, "Senior brother Bai, it's already late. Is there anything in the medicinal field?" Although Bai Huan was senior brother and had been at Tianmu Peak for a long time, he was much older than Zhang Xiaohua. However, Bai Huan's expression at this time was as if Zhang Xiaohua was his senior brother. He guessed Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts and smiled apologetically. "Junior brother Ren, if there's nothing important, how would I dare to disturb your rest? When did I come here usually?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "From what senior brother Bai said, it seems that I don't welcome you. I just think that it's already late. What can happen in the medicinal field?" Bai Huan looked around and moved closer to her. She said mysteriously, "How is this about the herbal field? Only the gods know when those bare seeds will germinate. I came to find junior brother Ren because I have something important to tell you." Seeing Bai Huan's expression, Zhang Xiaohua was amused and asked tactfully, "Oh, then I'm all ears. I've been at Tianmu Peak for a long time and haven't encountered anything important." Bai Huan was very satisfied and said, "Just now, head manager Chen sent someone to deliver a letter. He said that Tianmu Peak is hosting an important guest tonight. Well, head manager Chen specially said that it's the person you want to see, so I specially..." Before Bai Huan could finish her words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. His voice trembled a little as he said anxiously, "What? The person I want to see the most? My second." Before she could finish the word brother, she felt that something was wrong. She had never told Chen Fengxiao the real reason why she came to preach the incense order. Even Yang Yao didn't know. How could he find her second brother? Moreover, Chen Fengxiao was just a small steward of Tianmu Peak's Pill Expansion Hall. How could he have such great abilities? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua immediately shut her mouth and swallowed the rest of her words. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua beaming with joy, Bai Huan was also surprised. She said, "Oh, junior brother Ren, what are you two for? How did you know he was coming?" "Him?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Who is this him? How did you know it was the person I wanted to see the most?" Seeing this, Bai Huan shook her head and said, "Of course I know who this him is, but whether he is the person you want to see the most, I don't know. This is just Headmaster Chen's order." "Oh," Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked, "Then who is him?" Bai Huan waved her hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, it's already late. I heard from Headmaster Chen that he will come to Tianmu Peak before the banquet. Why don't we go down the mountain first? When the time comes, you will know. Since Headmaster Chen said he is the person you want to see the most, then he must be the person you want to see the most. If I tell you now, won't it be less of a surprise?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little helpless and hesitant. Yang Yao? The hall master of Pill Expansion Hall? Peacock? Chin Chin? Oh, maybe he was strong. That was not very likely. Why would she want to see them? In the whole fragrance cult, only Zhang Xiaohu on Shixin Peak was the person she wanted to see the most. She did not want to see the others even if she wanted to. Well, just one more look. If it was yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua would have gone down the mountain with Bai Huan without hesitation. But now, in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, in the alchemy room, she had just put in the herbs. Although it was just quenching liquid, even if she did not pay attention to it, she would still have some confidence. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, "Senior brother Bai, this. Can we not go down the mountain?" Not going down the mountain? Bai Huan was also obviously stunned, as if she did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to answer like this. She asked, "Junior brother Ren, why don't you go down the mountain? What's the point of staying on this lonely mountain top? Moreover, Headmaster Chen specially asked me to call you because he is the person you want to see the most." Alas, yes, there was really no good reason why she did not go down the mountain. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "In that case, Senior brother Bai, please wait for a while. I will go to the cave to tidy up." Tidy up? Bai Huan opened his mouth wide, but immediately smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't think wrongly. Maybe Headmaster Chen guessed wrong." "Oh, no, maybe Junior brother Ren thought wrong. The person at the foot of the mountain may not be the person you think." What is this all about? Zhang Xiaohua laughed at herself and turned back to the cave. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had turned back, Bai Huan did not follow. Previously, Chen Fengxiao had specially instructed that it was best not to disturb Zhang Xiaohua's daily life. Even this cave should not be entered if possible. Bai Huan was very good at this and was able to firmly carry out the headmaster's instructions. He was not willing to take even half a step closer to this cave. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cave and used her divine senses to look at Bai Huan. Seeing that he did not move, she felt relieved and escaped into the pill room. She carefully checked the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace again and injected some incantations into the furnace. Only then was she slightly relieved and escaped from the pill room. Then, she pretended to tidy up her clothes and quickly walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Bai Huan originally wanted to see a brightly dressed Zhang Xiaohua and make a joke of him. But when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were still the same, which was far from what he had imagined, he could not help but feel secretly disappointed. However, he did not dare to ask more and led Zhang Xiaohua down the mountain path to the top of Tianmu Peak. Although Bai Huan did not know lightness skill and Zhang Xiaohua only followed him down on foot, they were going down the mountain after all and their speed was extremely fast. In less than half an hour, they had already reached the mountainside. At this moment, the sun had completely set behind the mountain, leaving only a faint light in the western sky. It was the time when darkness was coming. However, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Huan turned a corner of the mountain, the sharp-eyed Zhang Xiaohua saw from afar that there was a bright red area in front of the courtyard that was gradually fading into the darkness on the mountainside. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. If his divine senses were not suppressed now, he would have released them to observe carefully. But now, he could only speed up his pace. When he got closer, he saw clearly that there were several red cloths with huge black words on them. The words were, "Warmly welcome the elite disciples of Wuming Hall to come and give guidance. Warmly welcome the pride of Tuoping Hall to return to his mother's arms. Warmly welcome the pride of Tuoping Hall to return to his mother's arms. You will always be the hero in our hearts. We hope you can come back often." In front of the courtyard, there were dozens of young medical apprentices, all holding red garlands in their hands and standing in a neat line. It was spring all year round in the Xianxian cult, but now it was dusk. Tianmu Peak was also very high, and the peak of the mountainside had been bitterly cold. Those young medical apprentices were dressed very brightly, but they were also very thin. When the mountain wind blew, it was also very cold, and the mouth of the medical apprentices trembled slightly. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. He turned his head and asked, This posture seems to be welcoming him. Why? Is it Hall Master?" However, before Bai Huan answered, Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. He patted his forehead with his hand and said with a smile, "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be him." Bai Huan also clapped her hands and said, "Junior brother Ren is really smart. You guessed it at once." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "If I saw the pride of Wuming Hall, outer core disciples, and Tuoping Hall, I would be stupid if I still couldn't think of him." However, speaking of this, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Well, he naturally had a plan in mind who this person was. But what was this person called? To be honest, this name had appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's ears several times. Unfortunately, he didn't take note of it seriously. Now that he thought about it, he had no impression of it at all. So Zhang Xiaohua had to turn around and pointed to the young medical apprentices who were shivering in the mountain wind, and said, "Although this person is the pride of our Tuoping Hall and is the only one who passed the examination and became an outer core disciple in these years, it seems that we don't need such an amazing formation. Look at these medical apprentices, they are all about 10 years old. The mountain wind here is very strong, and it's not good for them to catch cold." Bai Huan looked at those medical apprentices and said awkwardly, These medical apprentices are all admirers of him. They spontaneously organized it, and they are all willing to do it." Although this sentence was said with a stammer, the words spontaneously and willingly were very clear. With a hum, Zhang Xiaohua snorted from his nose. Looking at the uniform garlands, clothes, and neat formation in the hands of the medical apprentices, if they spontaneously organized it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't figure it out even if he thought with his heel. While talking, they didn't stop and soon came to the front of the medical apprentices. Looking at the young faces of the medical apprentices and some snot coming out of their noses, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little distressed for no reason. He reached out to touch the face of a medical apprentice next to him, which was really cold. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when she heard a commotion from inside the door. A group of people, who were also very well dressed, walked out of the door. Zhang Xiaohua looked up. Wasn't it Headmaster Chen Fengxiao and Wu Daolong of Wuzhou Ruins in the lead? Yes, behind them were the 10 great Vajras and the 6 great Arhats, who looked very refined. Once Chen Fengxiao walked out of the courtyard, he saw Zhang Xiaohua. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's clothes, he frowned slightly and walked over quickly. He said, "Oh, Brother Ren, why are you still wearing this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Headmaster Chen, you are good at beating around the bush. You also didn't let senior brother Bai say who he was, so how would I know to change clothes? Moreover, I am poor, so how would I have new clothes to welcome distinguished guests?" Chen Fengxiao slapped his forehead. "Yes, it's my fault. Alright, Bai Huan, lead junior brother Ren to the inner courtyard and see if there are any suitable clothes for him to change into." Before Chen Fengxiao could finish his sentence, someone shouted, "Look, the pride of Pill Expanding Hall is back." When Chen Fengxiao heard this, he hurriedly turned around. He couldn't be bothered to say anything to Zhang Xiaohua. He waved his hand and said, "Little ones, fire the firecrackers and play music to welcome our idol." In an instant, a few groups of medicine boys with musical instruments rushed out from the door and started to play music. The previous medicine boy also held a garland and raised it above his head, waving it while shouting, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." At this moment, the 2 people in the distance were already close. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to look back. When her divine sense swept past them, she had an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 584. There were 2 people coming from afar. The one leading the way was Yang Yao, the one who led Zhang Xiaohua into the fragrance cult. The one walking behind Yang Yao was the legendary genius from the Rejuvenation Valley. Well, the little medicine boy of the Rejuvenation Valley was now an outer disciple of the Wuming Hall of the fragrance cult. As for his name, Zhang Xiaohua could not remember it clearly. But the face in her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had seen it before. Wasn't he the patrolling disciple who cheated Zhang Xiaohua of the dragon scale fruit, on the first day of Zhang Xiaohua's arrival in the fragrance cult? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill in her heart. What kind of quality was this? the pride of the pill-expanding hall? How could he snatch the herb from a medicine boy? Not to mention other things, just this point alone made Zhang Xiaohua look down on him. Until now, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder she felt strange at that time. The dragon scale fruit was rare. How could a patrolling disciple of the Wuming Hall know about it? If it was him, naturally, it would not be strange. Not to mention his character, this medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall still had the basic professional quality. When Bai Huan heard Chen Fengxiao ask him to take Zhang Xiaohua to the inner hall to find clothes, he was unhappy at first. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't move at all. He just stood there and stretched his neck, his eyes full of stars, and said in a low voice, "Oh, this senior brother Lu is really a master of martial arts. You see, I haven't seen him for several years, but he still looks the same as before. Oh, no, look at his eyes like lightning, and his steps like a tiger or a dragon. He really has the demeanor of a master. Even Headmaster Chen can't compare to him, even Master Chen Fengxiao." When Zhang Xiaohua heard the words, senior brother Lu, she immediately thought of the Lu Lihong mentioned by Yang Yao. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. Although Lu Lihong and Yang Yao were close, they were still 10 feet away. Moreover, it was dusk. It was the most difficult to see people clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's ears and eyes were sharp, but she could only see roughly. How could Bai Huan see clearly? So Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "So senior brother Bai admires senior brother Lu so much?" Bai Huan ignored him and only looked from afar and said, "It's not just me. Senior brother Lu is simply the idol of all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. As long as senior brother Lu is mentioned, even Headmaster Chen is full of praise. Oh, by the way, don't be fooled by Headmaster Chen's extreme dislike of the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley. Senior brother Lu is definitely an exception. Junior brother Ren, when you see senior brother Lu later, you have to get close to him. He is the pride of your Rejuvenation Valley, a genius of hundreds of years." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she secretly curled her lips and thought, senior brother Lu's lightness skill is only slightly better than Great King Kong Zhou Shuming. How can he be called a master? Not to mention a genius. He even snatched my dragon scale fruit, and he still wants me to get close to him? However, he immediately had a good impression of Chen Fengxiao. Perhaps Chen Fengxiao took what he said about becoming an outer disciple seriously. When he saw Lu Lihong coming over, Chen Fengxiao hurriedly called him over. Presumably, Chen Fengxiao wanted Lu Lihong to ask more questions about this disciple of the Pill-Sprouting Hall who had successfully broken through the Pill-Sprouting Hall in the past, so that Lu Lihong would have more confidence. But, did she want to be an outer disciple? Did she want to patrol the mountain for the fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said to Bai Huan, who was immersed in admiration of his idol, "Senior brother Bai, you go ahead. I will find the inner hall myself." When Bai Huan heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Good, good. This is what you said. Then I will go and welcome senior brother Lu first. You quickly change into new clothes and come over to show your nose." After that, he walked away without asking Zhang Xiaohua if she knew where the inner hall was, or pointing the direction to the inner hall for Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Bai Huan leave in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and turned to enter the courtyard. Anyway, he didn't intend to change his clothes. Why would he look for the inner hall? At this time, the courtyard was empty. There was no one, but the courtyard was different from usual. Although it was empty, it didn't mean that there was nothing. The courtyard, which was usually empty, had been filled with rows and rows of small stools, which were very neat. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Looking up again, at the end of the courtyard, in the hall, there was a slightly high platform. There were several tables and several chairs on the high platform. The high platform was brightly lit, which was reflected on the long red cloth above. On the cloth, there was a row of handsome characters, which was, former core of the Pill-Expanding Hall, today elite of the Wuming Hall, Lu Lihong's report on his past excellent deeds. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose again. Alas, He had touched his nose countless times in a short while. He thought to himself, could it be that you really can't judge a book by its cover? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously had a trace of expectation in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. His body didn't seem to be moving at all. Instead, he floated up like a breeze and flew straight to a dark corner. It was the new, imperial wind technique. Unfortunately, he had only flown one zhang and was less than 3 feet above the ground when his body staggered. He had already lost the vigor of the imperial wind technique and fell down like a rock. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. He didn't embarrass himself. He cast a spell and escaped to a corner. Then, he jumped onto the wall and looked at the lively scene outside. Not far away, Yang Yao and Lu Lihong had already walked together with Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu's group. Chen Fengxiao raised his hands with an enthusiastic look. When they got closer, he immediately cupped his hands together and said, Tianmu Peak's Pill Opening Hall's Grass Division disciple Chen Fengxiao welcomes the famous Wuming Hall's outstanding outer disciple Lu Lihong, junior brother Lu Lihong. Yang Yao was walking in front of Lu Lihong and was about to return the greeting. However, after hearing Chen Fengxiao's words, he immediately moved to the side and let Lu Lihong pass. Lu Lihong, on the other hand, acted like an expert. He took a step forward and cupped his hands together. He said humbly, Senior brother Chen, you're too kind. Even though we're not from the same place, weren't we all disciples of the Pill Opening Hall back then? What outer disciples? What outstanding disciples? It's just a fleeting cloud. Only our brotherhood is real. Chen Fengxiao gave him a thumbs up and said, Junior brother Lu is indeed extraordinary. Even at this point, you still haven't forgotten your past. I'm truly impressed. Then, Chen Fengxiao took a step to the side and bowed towards Yang Yao. Martial Uncle Yang, you've worked hard to bring junior brother Lu here. You've added quite a bit of glory to our Tianmu Peak. At the same time, Wu Zhouxiu also walked in front of Lu Lihong with a spring breeze smile. He cupped his hands together and greeted Lu Lihong. Yang Yao, on the other hand, was still smiling. He said to Chen Fengxiao, Sigh, I have a hard life. Back then, I brought you back to the fragrant religion. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years have passed. Look at your achievements today, then look at me. I'm ashamed. Chen Feng smiled warmly as he patted Yang Yao's shoulder and said, Martial Uncle Yang is a guiding sign for the fragrant religion. I don't know how many disciples have joined the fragrant religion under your guidance. This contribution of yours is something I admire greatly. But no matter how hard I try, I will never be able to learn from you. Then, he took Yang Yao's hand and said affectionately, I heard that the last time Martial Uncle left the valley was your last time. In the future, you can enjoy your life in the fragrant religion. I wonder what arrangements Martial Uncle has? Our Tianmu Peak lacks a person of virtue and prestige like Martial Uncle. If Martial Uncle is willing, why don't you come to my Tianmu Peak? I'll immediately let Martial Uncle take over my position. Yang Yao waved his hand. No, you and Martial Nephew Lu are both heroes. How can I compare to you? My old bones should just stay in the White Mountain Peak and bask in the sun. Sigh, even if I wanted to come to Tianmu Peak, would the Hall Master be willing to replace you? Chen Fengxiao smiled like a flower and shook Yang Yao's hand. You are the Hall Master's treasure. How could he be willing to put you so far away? You must be in a more important place in the hall. Yang Yao chuckled and continued to say some irrelevant things. On the side, Wu Zhouxiu, who had finished exchanging greetings, also walked over and continued to exchange greetings with Yang Yao. The other 16 men surrounded Lu Lihong like stars surrounding the moon, asking all sorts of questions at once. Only not far behind them, a group of young medicine apprentices were working hard to beat the gongs and drums, swaying the garland, their voices somewhat hoarse. Welcome, warm welcome. The sound reverberated through the mountainside of Tianmu Peak. After a while, the two groups of people finished exchanging greetings. Some of the pill-expanding hall disciples who had been admiring them for a long time also seemed to be eager to try. Lu Lihong smiled and said to Chen Fengxiao, "The pill-expanding hall is still the best. This is my home. Every time I come back, I feel the warmth of family. However, the brothers are really too enthusiastic. I'm afraid." Chen Fengxiao obviously knew what he meant. He turned around and raised his hand. "Fellow junior brothers, don't be anxious. It's windy and cold here. Let junior brother Lu enter the courtyard first. In a while, it will be junior brother Lu's first report. Let's go with him and reminisce about the years when he fought in the pill-expanding hall. After this, let's have a good exchange with junior brother Lu and learn from him. In the future, junior brother Lu will be our guiding light," Chen Fengxiao said a lot. Only then did the disciples quiet down and make a path. Lu Lihong had a smile on his face as he walked in front of the crowd, waving his hand as he walked. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu followed behind him, clapping with a smile on their faces. Yang Ya walked behind Chen Fengxiao and the others, accompanied by Zhou Shuming and the others. The disciples on both sides of the aisle cheered and stretched out their hands, wanting to get closer to the former elite of the pill repository hall. The medicine boys behind the disciples were still tirelessly waving their garlands and drums, their little faces full of excitement. Their eyes were peeking through the gaps between the disciples, hoping to see something. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. All they could see was a group of messy backs. Chapter 585. Everyone entered the courtyard and saw a group of disciples sitting on small stools that had been neatly arranged in the courtyard. The medicine boys who were playing music to welcome them also followed in and stood behind the disciples. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quietly slipped down the wall and sat behind the medicine boys. Lu Lihong sat in the middle of the high platform in the yard, accompanied by Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. Yang Yao and a dozen other people sat slightly behind him. When everyone was seated, Chen Fengxiao picked up a teacup and invited Lu Lihong to drink. He then said to the disciples below the stage, "Fellow junior brothers, I believe you all know that the person on the stage is the pride of our pill repository hall. He is also an outstanding disciple of the Wuming Hall, junior brother Lu Lihong. I don't need to go into details about his experience. The most well-known thing is that as a disciple of the grass division of our pill repository hall, he passed the outer disciple assessment and successfully entered the Wuming Hall. He became an elite compound disciple that was highly valued by the Wuming Hall. I know that you have admired junior brother Lu for a long time, so you united with Wu Dalong of the pill department to invite junior brother Lu. You all know that junior brother Lu is very busy in Wuming Hall. He not only has to shoulder his own responsibilities in Wuming Hall, but also some tasks that other disciples can't complete. That is to use his experience as a disciple of Pill Expanding Hall to share the responsibilities of herbs and elixirs. Therefore, junior brother Lu can take time out of his busy schedule to come to Timu Peak and guide the work of the grass department and pill department of our Pill Expanding Hall. For this, I would like to express our deep gratitude on behalf of everyone. Well, let's give the time to our long-awaited junior brother Lu to talk about his growth experience in Pill Expanding Hall and his struggle in Wuming Hall." Before Chen Fengxiao's voice died away, there was a thunderous applause from below the platform. Lu Lihong stood up and modestly said, "Senior brother Chen is too serious. I don't have much experience, only some thoughts that I want to share with everyone. This is something that can be replicated. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, or maybe a few years later, one of the juniors here will pass the examination and walk beside me." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Actually, to be honest, you have a very good template beside you. As far as I know, senior brother Chen also fought like me in the past. It's just that senior brother Chen wasn't as lucky as me. As for me, I just passed by luck." Chen Fengxiao immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't. A defeated general doesn't need to be brave. If what junior martial brother Lu said is true, many of us here can learn from him. For example, Wu Dalong, junior martial brother Zhou, and the others. When Wu Zhouxiu and the others heard this, they also nodded with a smile. Lu Lihong saw this and smiled. Yes, that's right. Actually, there are things in this world that are difficult and easy. If you do it, the difficulties will be easy. If you don't do it, the difficulties will be difficult. Junior Marshall brother isn't talented, but I'm willing to combine the insights of the past 10 years with these philosophies to share with everyone. With that, Lu Lihong continued to speak with assurance on the high platform. He truly had the bearing of a grandmaster. Zhang Xiaohua hid behind many apprentices and didn't release her divine sense. She just closed her eyes and listened. Although Lu Lihong's words were very right, and some of them even touched Zhang Xiaohua's heart, she just couldn't listen. It was like a very funny voice. Every time she heard it, it was very pleasant to listen to. Of course, Lu Lihong's sanctimonious patrolling appearance would appear in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Tisk, involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua muttered, "What you say can't compare to what you say. How can you convince me?" In fact, the most important thing was that everyone in the Pill Tower Hall described Lu Lihong as a rare genius in hundreds of years. Not only was he proficient in medicinal herbs and pills, he was also proficient in martial arts. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, this was just a child's play. That day, Lu Lihong swindled the dragon scale fruit, and used his qing gong to leave. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly surprised in her heart that this patrolling disciple's qing gong was so poor. Now that she thought about it, qing gong required internal strength. Although Lu Lihong was talented, his internal strength cultivation was half a beat slower than others. Therefore, in terms of qing gong, he was very lacking. Since this was the case, how could Zhang Xiaohua take him seriously? Then how could she take his words to heart? Of course, there was another point. Although Zhang Xiaohua acted in a low-key manner, she was after all an 18-year-old young man. Deep in her heart, there was a kind of pride. She saw that the person in front of her was obviously inferior to her, but received much more praise than she did. She could pinch him to death with one finger, but she could not show it. It was like casting pearls before swine. Naturally, she had a feeling of injustice. Isn't it just because you don't have a recommendation? If the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall knew my methods, how could you have a place? It seemed that even Qi practitioners of the celestial way could not help but have the resentment of man fights for a breath, Buddha receives a stick of incense. However, Zhang Xiaohua forgot that if he used his methods, not only would the Pill Tower Hall be shocked, but the whole incense cult would be shocked as well. Yes, the whole Jianghu would be shocked. Did he dare to show off? At this time, Lu Lihong on the stage said a few words. Refining pills? You just need to calm your mind. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and jumped up from the ground. Oh no, why am I wasting time here with them? It's just a so-called report. It's not like I want to see them. My furnace of bone condensation pills is more important. Who wants to listen to his nagging? Oh, right, how can this guy refine pills? Didn't they say that grass sect disciples can't lend out their pill rooms? However, in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think carefully. She released her divine sense. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she made a hand seal and directly escaped. She did not show her head and directly went to the pill room at the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of the imperial wind technique was not good, but she was very good at escaping through the earth. Not long after, she returned to the pill room. The first thing she did when she entered the pill room was to use her divine sense to explore the pill furnaces. She saw that the 10 or so medicinal liquids in the 8 formations were slowly rotating, and from time to time, impurities like flying ash would be extracted. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel relieved. When Zhang Xiaohua sat down, she was slightly amused. Although the bone condensation pill was precious, it was still a low-level pill. She had successfully refined the meridian soothing pill the first time. Although this was the first time she had used the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, it had been refined and was different from the one in Rejuvenation Valley. If there was a connection between her mind and blood, there would not be too big of a difference. Her worries were a bit unnecessary. Since there were no problems with the bone condensation pill, Zhang Xiaohua was in no hurry to return to the mountainside. Although Lu Lihong's report was good, it did not interest Zhang Xiaohua in the slightest. There was no reason for her to waste her time there. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and floated up. Unexpectedly, she was cultivating the Imperial Wind technique in the pill room again. After an unknown amount of time, she gradually made some progress with the Imperial Wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground to rest for a while. However, she immediately thought of the banquet at the mountainside and knew something was wrong. She turned around and left. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, the high platform had been demolished. The stools on the ground were long gone. Under the bright lights, there were more than 10 square tables. Many delicacies had already been placed on the tables. The disciples were all eating and drinking. The young medicine apprentices, who looked like they had worked the hardest, were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown where they had been sent. In the main hall of the courtyard, there were also 4 large round tables. Lu Lihong sat at the head, accompanied by Chen Fengshao and Wu Zhouxiu. Below him were great guardian warrior Zhou Shuming, great Arhat Lu Fengmeng, and the others. At the table next to him was Yang Yao, who was also accompanied by several guardian warriors and arhats. The other 2 tables were also occupied by the other members of the pill and grass divisions. At this time, Lu Lihong's face was red from drinking. He raised his wine cup and said something to Chen Fengshao. Yang Yao was also the same. Although he was not sitting at the head table, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. This made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. The pill expanding hall and Wuming hall of the fragrance cult were the same. Why did the disciples of the pill expanding hall feel inferior to Wuming hall? Could it be because Wuming hall was an outer disciple? But thinking back to that time in the Misty School, he Tianshu, as a disciple of the pill expanding hall, seemed to be the same as the other disciples. Seeing that everyone had their own seats, it seemed that there was no need for him to appear. Zhang Xiaohua had the intention to return to the top of the mountain. He was not sure whether Yang Yao came to Tianmu Peak to see him or not. If he went up for no reason, what if Yang Yao gave him a cold shoulder? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? And he remembered that on the way to the fragrance cult, Yang Yao repeatedly told him not to let the people of the pill expanding hall know that he was taking care of him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave. At this time, a voice sounded, "Junior brother, please wait." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar disciple running from afar, sweating profusely. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his face lit up and he said, "Junior brother Ren, it's really you. Io, where did you go?" After senior brother Lu's report, Headmaster Chen asked senior brother Bai and us to look for you. But we couldn't find you in the entire courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I went to the inner courtyard to look for clothes, but I got lost. I just came out from the back. I'm regretting that I didn't hear senior brother Lu's report." "Io, then you lost a lot, senior brother Lu." This senior brother Zhang Xiaohua had never met, was about to say something, but he was interrupted by a call. When Zhang Xiaohua looked up, wasn't it Bai Huan? He saw that Bai Huan's face was also covered in sweat. She hurriedly walked over and said, "We finally found junior brother Ren. Headmaster Chen ordered us to let you in quickly. Let's go." "Oh, why haven't you changed your clothes?" Zhang Xiaohua spread his hands and said, "I couldn't find the inner courtyard, so I couldn't find my clothes." "Then what should we do?" "Why don't I take you to the inner courtyard to change your clothes?" Bai Huan didn't know what to do at the moment. Chapter 586. Zhang Xiaohua didn't bother to change her clothes. She just smiled and said, "Forget it, senior brother Bai. He's just meeting a former senior brother of our sect. Why do you have to be like this?" Bai Huan argued, but this is senior brother Lu Lihong. He's different from others. Besides, Headmaster Chen has also instructed me. Forget it, then I'd better go back to the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to leave. Bai Huan immediately grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and said anxiously, "How can you do that?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to change into new clothes, the disciple next to her came up with an idea and said, "How about this, junior brother Bai? Just say that you haven't found clothes suitable for junior brother Ren. That works?" Bai Huan was a little dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohua nodded repeatedly, "This works, absolutely." "Okay then." Bai Huan helplessly walked into the courtyard with Zhang Xiaohua. At the banquet, Yang Yao was listening attentively to what Arhat Zhang Xiaohua was saying. From time to time, he squinted his eyes and nodded frequently. When he was talking, he couldn't help but applaud. At this moment, he looked up and saw Bai Huan walking in with Zhang Xiaohua. His eyes immediately lit up and the smile on his face became wider. He stared at the slowly approaching Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had been looking at the banquet. When she saw Yang Yao looking at her, she also smiled and nodded at Yang Yao. Although she was behind Bai Huan, her footsteps quickened. After entering the hall, Bai Huan went to Chen Fengxiao. At this time, Chen Fengxiao was holding a wine glass, accompanied by Wu Zhouxiu. He was talking to Lu Lihong with his head lowered. Bai Huan whispered, Headmaster Chen, I've found Ren Xiaoyao." "Well, why did it take so long? Where did he go?" Chen Fengxiao frowned and looked up unhappily. However, before Bai Huan could explain, Chen Fengxiao said to Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind Bai Huan, in a clear voice, "Little brother, come here quickly. Let me introduce you." Before he could finish his words, his expression changed slightly. He saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the hall. She smiled and nodded slightly at Chen Feng, then turned around and walked towards Yang Yao. When she arrived in front of him, she bowed deeply and said, "Martial Uncle Yang, long time no see. Are you well?" Zhang Xiaohua's actions were out of the expectations of all the disciples in the hall. Not to mention Chen Fengxiao, even Yang Yao was caught off guard. Yang Yao hurriedly got up and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. "Martial niece Ren, you're too polite. We've only been apart for a dozen days. Everything is fine." Then, he took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and came to the main table. "Come, let me introduce you to our distinguished guest of the Pill Repository Hall. He's also a senior of the Rejuvenation Valley. He's now a famous outer disciple of the Wuming Hall, senior brother Lu Lihong." Lu Lihong was talking to Chen Fengxiao just now, so he did not notice anything. It was not until Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall and Chen Fengxiao introduced her that he clearly saw Zhang Xiaohua's face. In an instant, his expression changed slightly, but it soon returned to normal. He was also surprised when he saw Zhang Xiaohua walk over to greet Yang Yao. His eyes revealed a look of interest. Now that Yang Yao introduced her, he hurriedly got up. His face flushed with surprise again, and he said, "Oh, this is the new medicine apprentice of the fragrant cult this year. I've long heard of him, but I didn't expect to see him today. It's really better to see once than to hear 100 times. Then, he took Zhang Xiaohua's hand affectionately, as if he had never seen her before. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her hand away and saluted again. "So it's senior brother Lu. I've long heard of your great name. Now that I see you, I admire you even more. You're just like your name, extraordinary, extraordinary." Chen Fengxiao, who was standing to the side, secretly gave Zhang Xiaohua a thumbs up in his heart. This is a real man who doesn't forget his roots. Then, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "This is also the most talented medicine apprentice of our Tianmu Peak in recent years. Although he's still young, he vaguely has the demeanor of junior brother Lu in the past." Lu Lihong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "That's right. Junior brother Ren is the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nye. How can his martial arts be lacking?" When he said this, Chen Fengxiao and the rest frowned slightly. Even the other disciples in the main hall had strange expressions on their faces. The way they looked at Zhang Xiaohua had changed. Everyone naturally knew that Zhang Xiaohua came from Rejuvenation Valley. However, the fact that he was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley was considered a secret. It wasn't suitable for many people to know about it. Of course, he was different from ordinary medicine apprentices. The others also knew about this. However, they also knew what they should know and what they shouldn't know. Therefore, they wouldn't ask at all. Now that Lu Lihong had said it in front of them, he directly broke the window paper. How could they not see Zhang Xiaohua in a new light? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lihong's face was full of regret. His expression changed faster than flipping a book. He slapped his own mouth and said, "Io, junior brother Ren, look at me. I've lost my virtue after drinking. Please forgive me." In fact, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu is really a person who knows everything. This little secret of mine is known by senior brother from Wuming Hall. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua didn't care, but Yang Yao couldn't not care. He was the one who brought Zhang Xiaohua from Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore, he looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu as if nothing had happened. The two of them also understood and said with a smile, "Although junior brother Lu is now an outer disciple of Wuming Hall, he used to call us brothers in Pill Expanding Hall. Since we are brothers, we naturally speak behind closed doors. Only we brothers know about junior brother Lu's drunken words just now. If others know about it, then, before they finished speaking, everyone already knew what they meant. Naturally, they wouldn't let them finish their words." Zhou Shuming and the others raised their cups and said, "Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong, don't worry. Even if the walls have ears, we brothers will cut off those ears. Come, cheers." Lu Lihong also raised his cup and said, "Come, junior brother Ren, senior brother apologizes to you." This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Chen Fengxiao, who was next to her, hurriedly explained, "Junior brother Lu, please don't blame us. Junior brother Ren is still young and can't drink wine. Why don't we substitute tea for wine?" Lu Lihong said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren is taller than me when standing in front of me. How can he be young? Come, you must drink wine. Only then can you be a real man and a real son-in-law." These words were a little vulgar, but they were exactly what the others were thinking. Zhou Shuming and the others all roared with laughter. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Since senior brother Lu insists on letting me drink a cup, I can't be ungrateful to senior brother. However, this is the first time I've drunk wine. How about this cup?" Lu Lihong said with a smile, Of course. As long as junior brother Ren gives me face, it's fine." Zhang Xiaohua picked up a wine cup from the table and raised it in front of her chest. Lu Lihong said, "Okay." Then he drank it in one gulp, and the others followed suit. Although the Pill Tower Hall's wine wasn't as good as Rejuvenation Valley's 100 Flowers wine, it was still considered an excellent wine. It tasted much better than the Xian Ronggang's wine. However, Zhang Xiaohua only drank one cup and didn't drink more. She had already asked for one cup, and Lu Lihong had also agreed. After a few failed attempts to persuade her to drink, everyone didn't force her and sat down. Chen Fengxiao originally wanted Zhang Xiaohua to sit beside him so that she could be closer to Lu Lihong. However, Zhang Xiaohua said that she had some private matters to discuss with Yang Yao, so she only sat beside Yang Yao. Chen Fengxiao saw that Lu Lihong only picked up a pair of chopsticks and didn't force him. He followed Wu Zhouxiu and continued to accompany Lu Lihong to drink and chat. When Zhang Xiaohua sat down, Yang Yao's face was filled with joy. He said in a low voice, "Martial nephew Ren, when I sent you to this place, I was worried for many days. Later on, I met the hall master and specially reported to him that I wanted to transfer you back to White Mountain Peak. However, there were some difficulties involved, so I couldn't do it. But now, it seems that Martial nephew Ren is like a fish in water here. You're living a free and unfettered life. This makes me feel very gratified and relieved. I was still worried that I would mistreat you and fail to live up to Brother Nie's trust. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua silently cursed, I've been branded with Rejuvenation Valley's brand. I reckon I won't be able to get rid of the title of son-in-law. However, Yang Yao's words were very sincere and must have come from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the teacup and said, I can't drink wine. I'll use tea in place of wine. Thank you for your concern, martial uncle. Good, good. Yang Yao smiled and raised his cup. He drank a cup and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with relief, saying, I heard from you that you displayed great prowess the moment you arrived at Tianmu Peak. You won 3 matches in a row and even defeated Martial Nephew Zhou in Qinggong. I didn't expect Martial Nephew Ren's martial arts to be so powerful. It's far beyond my expectations. How could Zhang Xiaohua admit to it? She only smiled and said, Martial uncle thinks too highly of me. This was all due to Headmaster Chen's arrangements. I was only very lucky to achieve such a result. Moreover, it was my first time at Tianmu Peak and my senior martial brothers were not familiar with it. That was why I lost. If we compete again in the future, I won't be so lucky and can only lower my head and admit defeat. Martial Nephew is still young. There's still room for improvement in the future. There's no need to fuss over a temporary victory or defeat. Yang Yao comforted, oh yes, I heard that you changed all your elixirs to medicinal herbs. Why did you do that? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua gave a long sigh and said, Sigh, martial uncle, please don't mention this matter. Every time you mention this matter, I regret it. You also know that I came from a small sect in Jianghu and have not seen much of the world. I only know that aged medicinal herbs are precious. No matter how many elixirs I have, I won't be able to use them all. Why not exchange them for medicinal herbs? Only after I changed them did I realize that in our pill repository hall, medicinal herbs are like weeds. I still have many medicinal herbs left in a small courtyard. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's confession, Yang Yao smiled and said, all the new alchemy apprentices are like this. When they see a medicinal herb, they treat it like a treasure. In fact, they don't know that this kind of herb is everywhere. You are also new here, so you will slowly learn about it in the future. However, exchanging medicinal herbs with medicinal pills, you have suffered a great loss. At this point, Lu Lihong said, Junior Brother Ren, I misspoke after drinking and now I regret it. Can you give me a chance to deal with your herbs as an apology? Chapter 587. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and stared at Lu Lihong for dozens of seconds. What does this person mean? Just now, you were so obvious about my origin, and now you want to immediately remedy it? Moreover, this medicinal herb is useless in the hands of others, but in my hands, it's something much more precious than a medicinal pill. How can I let you steal my treasure and owe you a favor? How can I let everyone praise you? Oh right, speaking of snatching my stuff, this guy snatched my dragon scale fruit the first time we met, and now he's still thinking about other herbs? Yes, absolutely not. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Lu Lihong smiled warmly and said, What? Junior Brother Ren doesn't want to give me face? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, No, these herbs are annoying me to death. I can't throw them away, but I can't keep them either. If Senior Brother Lu can help me solve them, that would be the best. But, Senior Brother Lu, I understand Junior Brother Ren's meaning. I also know that Junior Brother Ren showed off his invincible strength and won 3 battles. Speaking of which, I have also heard about the battles on Tianmu Peak. But when I was in the Pill Formation Hall, I was always in the White Mountain Peak. Later on, when I entered the outer sect, I went to the Wuming Hall and had no chance to come to Tianmu Peak. Now that I heard Junior Brother's spirit in the battles, I couldn't help but feel itchy. How about this? I will take out. Without waiting for Lu Lihong to finish, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted him and said with a surprised expression, "What? Senior brother Lu wants to take out 150 taels of gold to exchange for herbs with me?" Ahem, ahem. Lu Lihong's face flushed red, but it was covered by alcohol and couldn't be seen. He awkwardly said, "Junior brother Ren is very generous and won 150 taels of gold in one go. But junior brother thinks, even headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong don't have that much gold. How can a poor outer sect disciple like me have that much gold?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disappointment, but her eyes were full of eagerness. She said, "It's fine if you don't have gold. Even if it's 150 taels of gold, junior brother is willing to exchange." Lu Lihong almost choked when he heard Zhang Xiaohua mention 150 gold taels. He clenched his teeth and finally resisted the urge to go berserk. He maintained his amiable tone, "Little brother is really a bit greedy. Of course, this is the nature of a man. But since little brother didn't get the 150 gold taels pill that day and instead exchanged it for some worthless herbs, then these herbs can't be counted as 150 gold taels. Sigh, isn't this nonsense? I know you can't take it out, so I'm forcing you." Zhang Xiaohua's heart was beating rapidly, and then she pretended to be puzzled and said, "Then senior brother Lu's meaning is?" Lu Lihong was speechless, and he snappily said, "I understand junior brother Ren's feelings, but you have to wait for me to make things clear." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's junior brother's fault, junior brother's fault. Senior brother Lu, please explain clearly." Chen Feng smiled and toasted Lu Lihong with a cup of wine. Lu Lihong then said slowly, "I've been looking forward to Tianmu Peak's gambling match for a long time, but I've never had the chance to participate. Now that I'm an outer sanctum disciple, I'm even more helpless. Now that I've met junior brother Ren, I can't help but be secretly delighted. Why don't we use junior brother Ren's medicinal herbs as the stakes and have a gambling match? Although I can't officially participate in Tianmu Peak's gambling match, if I can compete with junior brother Ren, I'll have no regrets in life." "What? Have no regrets in this life?" Zhang Xiaohua's head was full of black lines, and she secretly said, "It's better to die without regrets." Hearing this, the people around them were slightly shocked. After all, Lu Lihong was an outer disciple, and a disciple who had fought his way out of the Dan opening hall. His martial arts were obviously superior to the other disciples of the Dan opening hall. Now, he wanted to compete with Zhang Xiaohua, who had just joined the Dan opening hall. Wasn't this an adult playing with a child? But then, everyone came to a realization. Didn't he just say that he wanted to make up for his previous mistakes, and help Zhang Xiaohua recover some of her losses? As a result, Lu Lihong's image in everyone's hearts was a bit higher than before. If possible, Chen Fengxiao wanted to hold another advance report. "Yes, if possible, I'll record it in the Grass Division's journal. The title will be Senior Brother of the Dan Opening Hall Guides Junior Brother Later, Highlights Grass Division's Unity and Friendship," Chen Fengxiao thought excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua's face was also excited, and she cried out, "Io, that's great. But Senior Brother Lu, what kind of pill will you use for the bet?" But then, she said somewhat dejectedly, "But Senior Brother Lu's martial arts are so high, how can I be your opponent?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua agreed, Lu Lihong took out a jade bottle from his bosom, and said, "This is a Yuandan pill that I occasionally got from the hall leader. Although it's not much, it can be considered rare in the outer sect. I don't know if junior brother Ren thinks it's suitable." "This?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. To be honest, she didn't want to exchange at all, not to mention that she still had 4 Yuandan pill in her bosom. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, but the people around them were in an uproar. Thinking back to that day at Zhoushu, the Yuandan pill was already worth 30 taels of gold for Zhang Xiaohua, let alone the real thing. Especially Chen Fengxiao, his eyes almost reached out a hand. He understood that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much about the Yuandan pill of the Chuanxiang cult, so it was impossible for her to understand the importance of this Yuandan pill. So, if Zhang Xiaohua won and exchanged a pile of useless herbs for this Yuandan pill, that was even more precious than gold, it was hard to say who would get the Yuandan pill in the end. Well, there was nothing hard to say. Chen Fengxiao was the head of the grass department at Tianmu Peak, so this Yuandan pill would definitely fall into his hands. Zhang Xiaohua was just a medicine boy with an unstable foundation. Even if he was strong in martial arts, how could he be a match for the six great Luohan and Chen Fengxiao? Besides, Chen Fengxiao was best at using the carrot and stick. He could use other pills to exchange with Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, Chen Fengxiao thought a lot. He turned to look at Wu Zhouxiu, who had the same expression, and exchanged information in a flash. Last time when Chen Fengxiao took the Yuandan pill, Wu Zhouxiu's heart was still bleeding. Wouldn't this Yuandan pill make up for the grievances between them? Suitable, why not? Chen Fengxiao immediately took over the conversation. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder with a smile and said, "Little brother, you have been worrying about these herbs. What do you think our pill expanding hall does? These herbs are no different from useless herbs. Junior brother Lu is so benevolent that junior brother Ren is so happy that he doesn't know what to say." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "But how can I be a match for senior brother Lu? If I go on the field, I will be beaten down in a few moves. I might as well not go on the field." Chen Fengxiao would not allow him to slack off. He also frowned and said to Lu Lihong, "Junior brother Ren is right. Junior brother Lu is an outer disciple. In Jianghu, he is a first-class master. He is more than 2 levels higher than junior brother Ren. This is easy." Lu Lihong said proudly, "Tomorrow, I will only use one hand and one foot. If I use the other hand and one foot, I will lose." "Good." Chen Fengxiao slapped the table and stood up. He raised his wine cup and said, "Junior brother Lu's heroic spirit alone is enough for me to drink with you. Admirable, such a master's demeanor." It seemed that the one to go on the field was head master Chen. After Lu Lihong drank the wine, Zhang Xiaohua said weakly, "Thank you for your help, senior apprentice brother Lu. So the bed is my pile of herbs and senior apprentice brother's jade rejuvenation pill?" "Yes, it is." Lu Lihong nodded. "Senior brother Lu will use one hand and one foot against me. If I use one more hand or one foot, I will lose?" "Of course." Lu Lihong nodded again. "Oh, then if I win, this pile of herbs will be senior brother Lu's. If I lose, this pill will be mine?" "Yes, that's it." Lu Lihong was a bit impatient. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, senior brother Lu." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Lu Lihong waved his hand and said, "Just now," but halfway through his words, he saw the eyes of the people around him. He recalled what he said just now and realized. He waved his hand even harder and explained, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's all right, senior brother Lu. We're all brothers behind closed doors. There's no need to pay attention to a gentleman keeps his word." Lu Lihong didn't know if Zhang Xiaohua was using words or if she had other intentions. However, he didn't dare to take her words seriously. If Zhang Xiaohua won, the herbs would be Lu Lihong's. If Zhang Xiaohua lost, the pills would be Zhang Xiaohua's. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua had an advantage. Lu Lihong was in a bit of a dilemma. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua burst into laughter again. He raised his teacup and said, "I'm just joking. Senior brother Lu, let me toast you. If I win, these herbs will be senior brother Lu's and the pills will be mine. If I lose, the herbs will still be mine and the pills will still be senior brother Lu's." This time, Lu Lihong didn't dare to casually agree. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is really naughty. Okay, let's do as junior brother Ren said. Let's drink this cup and start the bet tomorrow morning. Alright, I hope that little brother will still have good luck tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and drank the tea. However, he immediately said, "It's already late today, and senior martial brother Lu needs to rest well tomorrow. Why don't we move the bet to the afternoon? Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu looked at each other and said, Junior brother Ren is right. If junior brother Lu has no objections, then let's do it this way. Lu Lihong naturally didn't have any objections. This is my first time participating in a gambling fight, so I'll follow your rules. After the discussion was settled, everyone sat down to drink. Yang Yao asked about Zhang Xiaohua's recent situation in a low voice. Chapter 588. Looking at Yang Yao's intentions, it seemed that he really valued his relationship with Rejuvenation Valley's valley head Nya. He wanted to transfer Zhang Xiaohua back to the Pill Expanding Hall at the White Yifeng Peak and point the way for Zhang Xiaohua to become an outer disciple. But how could Zhang Xiaohua be willing? First of all, the pill room at the top of Tianmu Peak was the best place to practice and refine pills. Once she moved to the White Yifeng Peak, it was a question whether there would still be such a pill room. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to move for the time being. Moreover, what kind of place was the White Yifeng Peak? That was where the Pill Expanding Hall was located. There were many eyes, and there were all kinds of schemes. This wasn't a place that Zhang Xiaohua was willing to go. It was better to be free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. When the time was right, she could travel with the wind and it would be convenient for her to find second brother. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua comforted Yang Yao and said that as long as it was a luminous pearl, it would shine no matter where it went. She even brought up the issue of her height in an attempt to persuade Yang Yao. Actually, Yang Yao was just saying. Even if he wanted to transfer Zhang Xiaohua back to the White Yifeng Peak, it was just a thought. He had the heart but was powerless to do so. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so sensible, he naturally felt at ease. It was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart, and he couldn't help but drink a few more cups. After sitting with her for a while, he saw that it was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua was still refining the medicinal liquid in the pill room. He didn't want to stay any longer and stood up to bid farewell. He wasn't the main character of the banquet, so Chen Fengxiao and the others didn't stand on ceremony. They only urged him to stay for a while before letting him go. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's back figure walk out of the hall without hesitation, Lu Lihong and Yang Yao, who were drinking with their heads lowered, had different expressions in their eyes. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the hall, the noisy courtyard instantly became silent. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. She saw Bai Huan in the corner of the courtyard, eating and drinking at a table. At this time, seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, she didn't dare to stay for long. Wiping the grease on her lips, she picked up a lantern behind the courtyard door and hurriedly followed him. The path was secluded and he was alone, so he didn't dare to go up and down. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard, there was strange. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. He shook his head and walked away. She was Bai Huan, was it? Was Chen? Was it that? Was that? Was that? Was it that I? He was too. It? S to brother Ren was Yao? Is was master? Pfft. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Senior brother Bai, why are you being so polite? Why is it different from this afternoon? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that Bai Huan took him into the hall. Zhang Xiaohua ignored Lu Lihong and directly greeted Yang Yao. He saw clearly that Lu Lihong was an outer disciple and his idol. In his mind, Lu Lihong was more powerful than Chen Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua actually ignored Lu Lihong, which suddenly made Bai Huan think, Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are either better than Lu Lihong's, or he has a deep background in the Pill Expanding Hall. Maybe Rejuvenation Valley is just a cover. Bai Huan didn't know much about martial arts, so he didn't know which of the two possibilities was more realistic. But no matter which one it was, Bai Huan couldn't afford to offend Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he unconsciously classified Zhang Xiaohua as someone who could be treated respectfully. Naturally, he spoke very politely. Bai Huan said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. I have something to ask you." Huh? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What is it?" Bai Huan said, "Do you remember when I just came to the top of the mountain, I asked you for help? If there is a gambling fight in the future, please let me know first." Tomorrow's gambling fight. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. "Senior brother Bai, it was just decided in the hall." "How did you know it so soon?" Humph, Bai Huan despised him, but he immediately felt that his attitude was not right. He smiled apologetically and said, "Junior fellow apprentice, you don't know. When you bravely accepted senior fellow apprentice Lu's challenge in the hall, someone secretly told the brothers in the yard. We quarreled in the yard." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua finally knew why there was an abnormal scene in the yard as soon as he walked out of the hall. Junior brother Ren dared to accept senior brother Lu's challenge, which was praised by the brothers. They all said that junior brother Ren's courage is commendable. Commendable? Zhang Xiaohua figured out the meaning of it and said with a fake smile, "Do the senior brothers all think that I can't beat senior brother Lu?" Well. Bai Huan didn't know how to answer. He scratched his head and said, "This is what I want to ask you. Do you think I should bet that junior brother Ren will win tomorrow? What if I bet on senior brother Bai? Who do you think you should bet on?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest. Cough cough, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. Senior brother Lu is an outer sect disciple. Even head leader Chen is no match for him. If I were to bet, I would definitely bet on senior brother Lu. It's just that, it seems like everyone is betting on senior brother Lu. Even if senior brother Lu wins, there won't be much to gain." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If I were you, I would also bet on senior brother Lu." "Are you sure?" Sure, and sure." After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's answer, Bai Huan had a plan in his heart and said, "In fact, I want to bet on junior brother Ren. If there is an accident, won't I be rich? Alas, I don't know if tomorrow's gambling fight will count as points. Otherwise, I really want to give it a try." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Last time when she bet on herself, she actually won against everyone. Presumably, there would be many people speculating in tomorrow's gambling fight. But, would she let them win? As the two talked, they came to the top of the mountain. It was almost midnight. Bai Huan cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Ren, rest early. I will call you tomorrow morning." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "The gambling fight is arranged in the afternoon, not the morning. I will rest tomorrow morning and prepare well. Come to me afternoon." "Arranged in the afternoon?" Bai Huan was stunned and immediately nodded. "Okay, junior brother Ren, rest early. Even if you lose tomorrow, it is pardonable." After all, he is an outer disciple. Hearing that Bai Huan was going to nag again, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Okay, senior brother Bai, rest early. I will leave the work of the herb field to you tomorrow." After that, she turned and went to the cave. Watching Zhang Xiaohua leave, Bai Huan walked back to his hut helplessly. As he walked, he muttered, "Why can't there be an upset? Can't you let me be rich for once?" His voice was not loud, but it still reached Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Who doesn't want to be rich? But before you get rich, you should not lose money. Although elixirs are good, they are not as good as herbs." After entering the cave, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. She set up the restriction and immediately went into the elixir room. She took out the futon and sat cross-legged in front of the elixir furnace. She used her divine sense to check the elixir furnace. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, she was relieved and took out the vitality stones from her arms and began her night routine. Not long after, starlight shone down and shrouded the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The starlight directly shot into the 8 sealed openings of the elixir furnace and also into the refining liquid. Everything was the same as the scene when Zhang Xiaohua was refining elixirs in Rejuvenation Valley. It was a quiet night. When she woke up the next day, she saw that the refining liquid was still slowly rotating and there was less dust flying out. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the refining process was about to be completed. She compared it in her heart and found that it was much faster than the previous elixir furnace. After practicing the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front of the cauldron and waited for a moment. Seeing that the medicinal liquid had almost stopped moving and there were no impurities being quenched, he knew that the quenching stage was completed. Then, he closed his eyes and recalled the unique method of using the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Only then did he slowly raise his left hand and his fingers moved nimbly, sending one technique after another into the cauldron. Not long after, a small hole flashed in the formation of the cauldron. The medicinal liquid of the iron bone grass, that had been quenched in the cauldron earlier, came out of the small hole and floated to the center of the cauldron, where it floated motionlessly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the medicinal liquid. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise again and then immersed his divine sense into the medicinal liquid. There was also a faint starlight in the liquid. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and was puzzled. Is this common in elixir refining? Maybe. This was not the time to think. Moreover, it was Zhang Xiaohua's second time refining a low-level elixir. Maybe when she refined more, she would know the reason. Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself like this and struck the incantation with her left hand again. Not long after, the blackwood fruit liquid in the quaking furnace and the fragrant soul wood liquid in the calming furnace were also integrated into the liquid of the iron bone grass in the center of the elixir furnace. It was a combination of metal, wood, and water. With the experience of refining elixir in the Rejuvenation Valley last time, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry this time. She methodically entered the liquid melting incantation, creating mutual promotion and mutual restraint in the different attributes of the liquid. The liquid that was originally still gradually rotated again as the other two liquid were integrated into it. Gradually, a cycle was formed inside the liquid. And in this cycle, a faint starlight also rotated slightly, as if it was also building something. After a long time, when the liquid of the 3 main ingredients stabilized, Zhang Xiaohua struck the incantation again. The liquid that had been refined in the Kun furnace, Sun furnace, and other formations were also integrated into the liquid one by one according to the mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Every time these liquid were integrated, it would cause the liquid in the center to vibrate and swell. At one point, there were signs of collapse. However, it was all safely passed under the control of Zhang Xiaohua's incantation. When all the liquid was integrated, Zhang Xiaohua struck the last incantation. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace roared. From the bottom of the rapidly rotating liquid in the center of the elixir furnace, a wisp of light red, true samadhi fire, as thin as hair appeared out of thin air. It wrapped around the liquid that was as big as a head. This was the unique method of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Chapter 589. Looking at the light red, true samadhi fire, that was like a tiny dragon circling around the rapidly spinning medicinal liquid and occasionally penetrating it, Zhang Xiaohua wiped the faint sweat on his head and breathed a sigh of relief. When he checked the true qi in his body, he was shocked again. This simple melting of the liquid had consumed almost half of his true qi. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh again. The cultivation of the qi refining stage was really not worth mentioning. However, he also did not lack of diligent cultivation. It was just that he had only entered the immortal Dao for a short period of time. He really didn't know when he would be able to cultivate the 18 levels of the mental cultivation method one by one. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the elixir furnace with his divine sense before returning to the cave. As soon as he returned to the cave, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It wasn't that there were any strange people or things in the cave, but standing at the entrance of the cave, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky was already a little to the west. This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little at a loss. When he entered the cave, it was still early in the morning and the rising sun had just shone on the cave. This simple process from the melting of the liquid to the gestation of the elixir took an entire morning? Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua immediately slapped his forehead. It was already past noon. Wasn't the gambling fight between him and Lu Lihong set for this afternoon? Looking at the time, it was about to start. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua immediately put away his panic. This afternoon's gambling fight was originally forced to do something beyond his ability. If he could be late and not have the gambling fight, that would be the best. Unfortunately, his beautiful wish would always be a beautiful bubble. Outside the cave, at a flat area on the cliff, Bai Huan anxiously paced in a small area. There were several times when he wanted to shout loudly, but just as he opened his mouth, he swallowed it back down. Just as he gritted his teeth and was about to walk into the cave, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Bai Huan was like seeing a savior. He quickly walked over, grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and complained, "Junior brother, why did you come out so late? Headmaster Chen sent people to urge you many times. I always wanted to call you, but I heard that even people with internal strength are afraid of being disturbed. I didn't dare to. But when I walked to the front of your cave, I couldn't see anything clearly. It was dark inside. I was so anxious that I wanted to jump off the cliff." Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Bai, it's just a gambling fight. It's just an informal gambling fight. Why are you so nervous? It's not time yet, right?" But Bai Huan didn't know how to enlighten this guy who regarded idols as dung. An elite disciple of the outer door wanted to make friends with you and exchanged your useless herbs. But you were not in a hurry. You were simply shameless. However, Bai Huan was afraid that he would fail to live up to Headmaster Chen's request. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and rushed down the mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything. He just silently used the levitation skill and followed down the mountain. The road down the mountain was very long. But under Bai Huan's deliberate rush, it actually took them half the time yesterday to reach the gambling fight arena. At this time, the gambling fight arena was the same as what Zhang Xiaohua saw last time. It was the same layout, the same judgment, and the same busy betting. The only difference was the fanatical look in the eyes of the disciples. After all, it had been a long time since the last gambling fight. And now, standing in the arena with his hands behind his back and looking up at the floating clouds was their idol. Looking at Lu Lihong in his white robe, standing there elegantly, the eyes of the disciples were full of stars. They did not hesitate at all when they placed their bets. If they did not support him now, when would they? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua running over with Bai Huan, Chen Fengxiao's face was filled with anger. He went up to them and asked, "Junior brother Ren, what's going on? I sent people to invite you again and again. Why don't you give me face?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said apologetically, "Head Chen, don't worry. Little brother is really sorry. I was adjusting my breathing in the morning and forgot the time. I only just woke up. If you don't believe me, you can ask senior brother Bai." Bai Huan also said anxiously, "Yes, Head Chen, junior brother Ren did not show up at all this morning. Last night, he specially told me that he has to adjust himself well today and fight senior brother Lu in his best condition. You invited him several times, but I did not dare to shout carelessly. I was afraid that junior brother Ren would go crazy." Chen Feng glared at Bai Huan and was about to speak again when he heard a voice beside him, "Eh? Junior brother Ren can adjust his breathing in seclusion at such a young age. His future is really bright and limitless." It was Lu Lihong who had quietly used his qin gong to come over. Seeing Lu Lihong approach him without him noticing, Chen Feng was shocked at Lu Lihong's qin gong. At the same time, he also had some doubts about Zhang Xiaohua's words. He only smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you sure? I heard that adjusting one's breathing in seclusion is a reflection of one's profound internal strength." Does junior brother Ren have such profound internal strength? Lu Lihong was also surprised and asked, Junior brother Ren, don't worry. You're not late. You're just a little bit late. Oh, can you tell me what kind of internal strength you're cultivating? Reckless bull strength. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Nonsense, I only know the name of this internal strength. Who else would I talk about if not it? Lu Lihong was obviously stunned as if he had never heard of it. He nodded thoughtfully and said, this technique is very powerful just from the name. I vaguely heard from the outer sect masters that it should be a first-class internal strength cultivation method in Jianghu. Not bad, junior brother Ren. You're very lucky to have the opportunity to cultivate such a profound internal strength. I wonder which level junior brother has reached? Lu Lihong's voice was very loud as if he was showing off his knowledge. The nearby disciples all nodded as they listened. After listening to Lu Lihong's words, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Presumably, this technique that was commonly seen in Jianghu wouldn't be seen by the martial arts masters of Wuming Hall of the Incense Cult. When Lu Lihong was in Rejuvenation Valley, he was only a medicine boy and didn't cultivate martial arts. He only came into contact with internal strength cultivation methods when he came to the incense cult. Therefore, he didn't know what kind of martial arts the reckless bull's strength was. Not far away, Zhang Xiaohua stole a glance at Yang Yao, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He was also looking up to admire the floating clouds. Zhang Xiaohua understood that everything was floating clouds. Therefore, she smiled and said, Senior brother Lu is wise. I'm not talented and have only just come into contact with this profound internal strength. How could I know the level? I only have a little sense of qi. I don't dare to embarrass myself. Lu Lihong nodded and said, I'm only a medicine boy of the pill expanding hall. Planting herbs and refining pills are my true profession. It's already good that I'm able to cultivate profound martial arts. If I want to compete with the disciples who practice internal strength from a young age, I'm too far away. Junior brother Ren, you don't need to belittle yourself. Let's fight in a bit and you'll know. Oh, this is related to your herbs. You must try to beat me by half a move. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, How can I be senior brother Lu's opponent? I've gained some understanding from practicing reckless bull force over the past few days, and I know that the level of qi in a person's martial arts will directly determine the level of their martial arts. Skills are just support. Your qi is great, and it's not something I can compare to. Even if you only use one hand, I won't be able to reach you. Lu Lihong nodded with an enigmatic expression and said in a senior tone, Junior brother, you're able to cultivate to this level. It's enough to show that your aptitude is not bad. I think, if you're given enough time and a suitable environment, you'll definitely become an outer disciple in 10 years. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they all looked up at Lu Lihong and gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of their hearts. See, this is the style of a senior brother. At the same time, the way they looked at Zhang Xiaohua was also different. She was someone who had a high chance of becoming an outer disciple. She was a rising star. If they didn't curry favor with her now, when would they? This Lu Lihong really knows how to win people over. Zhang Xiaohua secretly said. She then cupped her hands and said, Thank you for your encouragement, senior brother Lu. I'll definitely cultivate diligently and use senior brother Lu as my guiding light on the path of cultivation. I'll climb along the path that senior brother Lu has walked. I hope that senior brother Lu will guide me more in the future. Lu Lihong nodded and said, Of course, of course. After all, we're both apprentices from the Pill Tower Hall. Yes, we're both from the Rejuvenation Valley. If I don't take care of you, who else can I take care of? Then, let's not fight this time. You can take the herbs and give me the Yuhuandan pill. Won't that be enough? Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously. Lu Lihong's body swayed again and again before he finally steadied himself. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, This won't do. The most taboo in martial arts is to reap without sowing. That will cause the foundation to be unstable. If I let you get the pill easily today, you may want to take more shortcuts when you cultivate in the future. The slightest difference can lead to a great error. Maybe my little kindness today will cause an obstacle in your future cultivation. After talking for a long time, he still couldn't give it to her. Chen Feng looked at the sky with a smile and coughed. Junior brother Lu, it's already late. Lu Lihong stopped talking, but he still didn't forget to educate Zhang Xiaohua. You must remember what I said today. This is based on my many years of cultivation experience. Zhang Xiaohua deeply bowed and said, thank you, senior brother Lu. He didn't quite understand why the Lu Lihong from last night and today's Lu Lihong didn't seem to have the same attitude. However, looking at his earnest teaching today, he really did seem like an amiable senior brother. His teachings were also to the point and were indeed correct. Although Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was something wrong, he could only nod his head. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua bow, Lu Lihong helped him up and said, okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Now, let me see how your junior brother's martial arts are. Then, he stretched out his right hand and left leg. I will only use this hand and one leg to attack. If the other hand and leg attack, then it's my loss. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua also walked in front of Lu Lihong and took a stance. Senior brother Lu, please advise me. Lu Lihong stretched out his right hand and said, Junior brother Ren, please advise me too. You first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She took a step forward and used the Big Dipper Divine Fist on Lu Lihong's left shoulder. Chapter 590. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's fist was about to hit him, Lu Lihong calmly raised his left palm in front of him, blocking the direction of Zhang Xiaohua's fist. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and muttered, didn't you just say? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's fist was clearly sluggish and her eyes were filled with doubt, Lu Lihong didn't back down. His left palm didn't move, but the four fingers of his right hand clenched and directly struck towards Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood, this senior martial brother Lu is really crafty. He actually made a fuss about the words. He only said to use one hand and one leg to attack. As long as the other hand and one leg attacked, it would be considered a loss. He didn't say that the other hand and one leg couldn't be used to defend. It seems like he's still fussing over the joke I made last night. However, how could Zhang Xiaohua take it to heart? She didn't exchange blows with Zhang Xiaohua. She pulled back her fist and leaned slightly to the side. Her left leg flew out, but it was Lu Lihong's right leg. She wanted to see how Lu Lihong would defend. Lu Lihong also had a few moves. Seeing the position of Zhang Xiaohua's leg, he knew what she was trying to do. He exerted strength in his legs and jumped up. With a spring kick, his left leg cut towards Zhang Xiaohua's knee. Zhang Xiaohua had already held back 60% of her strength. When she saw Lu Lihong's spring kick, she pulled back the leg she had just kicked out and jumped up. She was actually the same height as Lu Lihong. She stretched out her two hands. One hand blocked Lu Lihong's leg, while the other went straight for Lu Lihong's face. Who told me to use both hands? Of course, Lu Lihong wouldn't let Zhang Xiaohua do as she wished. He immediately changed his move. Thus, the first dozens of moves between the two were fake and real. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, their fists and feet didn't touch. After a few moves, Zhang Xiaohua understood that Lu Lihong was testing her moves. But on the other hand, didn't Zhang Xiaohua have the same idea? When Zhang Xiaohua was practicing martial arts in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, she had read many fist techniques in order to learn the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. She had an impression of the commonly seen fist techniques in Jianghu. But Lu Lihong's moves and movements were clearly different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. Lihong's moves were clearly light and graceful, and when he was wearing a white gown to display twos to use. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's brows were slightly wrinkled. To be honest, he still hadn't figured out Lu Lihong's true intentions. Did Lu Lihong really want to help him, apologize to him, and use the precious Yuandan pill to exchange for his medicinal herbs? If that was the case, then Zhang Xiaohua was willing to treat Lu Lihong as a real senior brother and completely forget about the matter of the dragon scale fruit. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stretched out a palm from under her armpit and directly slapped Lu Lihong's left shoulder. Her palm strike was very clever, and it was precisely Lu Lihong's flaw. Lu Lihong's right hand and left leg couldn't attack. If he really wanted to exchange the Yuandan pill for an elixir, then he would have to raise his left hand to attack. Otherwise, it would be too late to just defend. Or if he only defended, then Zhang Xiaohua's palm strike would land on his body. In terms of moves, Lu Lihong had already lost. It was a good opportunity for the two to get off the stage. Sure enough, Lu Lihong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He didn't seem to believe that Zhang Xiaohua could make such an exquisite move. However, his reaction was the same as Zhang Xiaohua's. He moved his body to the right and raised his left hand, trying to block Zhang Xiaohua's palm. But at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's palm had already landed. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's palm was about to land, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. She thought to herself, as expected, this senior brother Lu is really a good person. However, I can't let him take away the elixir. Zhang Xiaohua was about to withdraw her palm to meet Lu Lihong's palm. At this time, she saw Lu Lihong's right arm suddenly stop and rapidly collide with Zhang Xiaohua's palm. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If she hit him, wouldn't she win? That wouldn't be good. Just as she was about to withdraw her palm, she suddenly saw a mocking look in Lu Lihong's eyes. How was this the look of someone who did a good deed without leaving his name behind? Could it be that I was wrong? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua didn't change her move. Her palm was still aimed at Lu Lihong's shoulder. But when Zhang Xiaohua's palm touched Lu Lihong's shoulder, she felt a strong force. Lu Lihong had channeled his internal energy to his shoulder and used it to force Zhang Xiaohua to retreat. Zhang Xiaohua's heart turned cold. Then, a mocking smile appeared on her face. This senior brother Lu really isn't here to do a good deed. Although I don't know what his goal is, exchanging elixir for elixir is definitely a lie. Presumably, she also gave up on the idea of probing Lu Lihong. With a cry of surprise, she fell backwards. Seeing this, Lu Lihong didn't chase after her. He just stood there and watched with a smile. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He really had a good appearance and a good temperament. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She flew back a few feet and landed on the ground. She stood up like a carp and held her other wrist. She said in a dispirited voice, "Senior brother Lu is really powerful. Your internal energy is far from what this little brother can compare to. Moreover, your technique of channeling your internal energy is also superb. It actually came from your shoulder." This little brother didn't have time to channel his internal energy to my palm. This round, senior brother Lu has won. No. Lu Lihong smiled and said warmly, "Junior brother Ren, you don't have to be so modest. Junior brother Ren's moves are very exquisite. You were actually able to see my flaw. This palm strike forced me to use my internal energy. If it was a normal exchange, would have lost. However, in order to leave a deep impression on junior brother Ren and let him see the extensive and profound martial arts of the incense school, I think we should have tied. How about we start again?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and secretly said, "What's so fun about it? Looking at your appearance, I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you want to impress the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall with your demeanor and martial arts? It seems like you've already achieved your goal. This round, you want to win and I want to lose. The result has already been decided. Why should we fight again?" However, Zhang Xiaohua's face was stern. She said, "Thank you senior brother Lu for letting me win. This time, senior brother Lu, please make the first move. Lu Lihong nodded and said, okay, then I'll make the first move. My fist contains half of my internal energy. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he punched out. When Zhang Xiaohua was refining pills in the morning, she had consumed less than half of her internal energy. She hurriedly went down the mountain and did not have time to replenish it. Hearing Lu Lihong's reminder, she did not dare to be careless. She immediately used 40% of her remaining internal energy to simulate her internal energy. However, when the two fists collided, Zhang Xiaohua immediately knew that it was not good. She hurriedly withdrew her strength, leaving only 30% of her internal energy. However, this 30% of her internal energy was enough to make Lu Lihong's figure retreat slightly. Her eyes revealed a look of surprise. She then smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, good internal energy. This strength of the bull is indeed the top cultivation method in Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua was out of breath. She said, Senior brother Lu is too polite. I used nearly 90% of my internal energy to barely block it. Okay, Junior brother Ren, if I continue to hide my strength, it would be disrespectful to you. Be careful, I'm going to use 80% of my internal energy. After he finished speaking, he lifted his left leg and kicked out. Seeing Lu Lihong like this, Zhang Xiaohua was already laughing in her heart. This guy's mouth sounds good, but his hands are always dirty. Although his internal energy is not bad, it's not as good as Longting Villa's young Master Long. How can he be my opponent? Thinking about it, Longting Villa's young Master Long's aptitude was not necessarily worse than Lu Lihong's. He had received formal internal energy training from a young age, unlike Lu Lihong who only learned martial arts after entering Chuanxiang cult. Although he was older than young Master Long, his martial arts were inferior. Since she had figured out Lu Lihong's background, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in mind. She only needed to use the appropriate Jinqi to simulate the internal energy that was far inferior to Lu Lihong's. After fighting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua appeared to be in a mess. The same moves were used frequently, but Lu Lihong found the flaws many times. Zhang Xiaohua was forced to use her internal energy to meet Lu Lihong's attacks. However, Zhang Xiaohua's internal energy was far inferior to Lu Lihong's. Even if Lu Lihong wanted to use his qinggong to avoid the attacks, Lu Lihong showed no mercy. His body fluttered all over the field. It seemed that his qinggong was much better than Zhang Xiaohua's. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua finally stopped running and sat down on the grass. She bitterly smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, this little brother really admires you. Your fist techniques, internal energy cultivation, and qinggong are all better than this little brother's. In terms of weapons, this little brother basically doesn't know anything about them. I only know how to use a small hoe to remove weeds. Seeing this, Lu Lihong also stopped. He was also slightly out of breath. However, he still smiled warmly and said, Junior brother Ren, let's fight again. I see that you still have some strength left. We martial artists must face difficulties and never admit defeat. Thinking back to those years, if I lacked the slightest bit of confidence in the face of hardships, how could I have achieved what I have today? Don't. Zhang Xiaohua was out of breath. She repeatedly waved her hand and said, let's stop here. Senior brother Lu, although your success can be replicated, after all, not everyone is like you. Anyway, I'm tired today. I just want to have a good rest. You see, okay. Lu Lihong's voice was slightly regretful. He said, since Junior brother Ren said so, then I won this round. I want to help you, but I can't. Sigh, Junior brother Ren, you still have to work hard. I hope that 10 years later, you can stand in front of me with a new face and stronger martial arts, and bravely challenge me. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only smile bitterly and said, thank you Senior brother Lu for your encouragement. I heard that our pill expanding hall also has secret martial arts manuals. Wait for me to find some and train hard. I will strive to have the qualifications to challenge Senior brother. Good Junior brother, I believe in you. Where there is a will, there is a way. Lu Lihong put his warm hand on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. It was the standard image of a real senior brother. Chapter 591. At this time, old consecrator Lei, who had been observing from afar for a long time, shouted, "The gambling fight between Lu Lihong of Wuming Hall and Ren Xiaoyao of Pill Expanding Hall is now over. Lu Lihong of Wuming Hall wins." Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua finally lost in this gambling fight that she couldn't even release her divine sense in time. All right. The spectators were filled with jubilation as all the disciples of the Pill Opening Hall clamored without end. They were deeply proud that they were able to witness such a wonderful bet, a touching show of affection between fellow disciples, and a bet that placed friendship first and competition second. Proud. Proud. More importantly, they had all bet on Lu Lihong to win and earned a certain amount of points. Of course, there were also a few individuals who were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They looked at the sky and shouted, "God is unfair. Why didn't there be an upset today?" Yes, God was unfair. But why was God so unfair? It seemed that even God didn't know. Only those who could manipulate the outcome of the gambling fight knew. And Zhang Xiaohua was precisely this kind of person. Perhaps only when the stakes of the gambling fight were greater than Zhang Xiaohua's psychological expectations would there be a situation of God's fairness. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's upset earlier, there were now so many people who wanted to follow in her footsteps. Naturally, there would be a situation of God's unfairness. Not to mention the joy and sorrow of the disciples who had bet on them. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, who had been waiting outside, immediately walked into the field when they saw the outcome. They smiled and said to Lu Lihong, "Junior brother Lu's martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. As senior brothers, we are really envious. The outer disciples of Wuming Hall really live up to their reputation." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Junior brother Ren may have lost, but he must have benefited a lot from exchanging blows with a great expert like junior brother Lu. He will definitely improve if he goes back and comprehends it well. Moreover, junior brother Lu's martial arts are so high. Junior brother Ren losing is normal. It would be strange if he won. Yes, as the ancients said, don't be arrogant if you win, and don't be discouraged if you lose. Junior brother Lu and junior brother Ren should encourage each other." Zhang Xiaohua said with a face full of shame, "Headmaster Chen is right. Junior brother was very proud of winning a few gambling fights by luck. Now, it seems that there is always someone better. Senior brother Lu's martial arts are so high. You must be one of the top figures among the outer disciples of Wuming Hall. I think the disciples who came with us from Rejuvenation Valley aren't as good as senior brother Lu." After a little flattery, Lu Lihong's face was a little red. He glanced at Yang Yao, who was talking with a few disciples not far away, and said with a smile, "You flatter me. We are all outer disciples. There is no absolute difference in our martial arts. Some people are good at fist skills, some people are good at lightness skill. I was just lucky. All aspects are more balanced. The disciples who can go to Rejuvenation Valley with Pill Spreading Hall don't rely on martial arts. They only have some experience in Jianghu or some foundation in the sect. I was just a disciple of Pill Spreading Hall. I was not trained by Wuming Hall since I was young. I didn't have the opportunity to be sent out." Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said meaningfully, "Even if you enter Wuming Hall and become an outer disciple, if you don't have a familiar master or elder to take care of you, you won't have a chance to stand out. Even your daily duties may not be better than others." Zhang Xiaohua understood. He was reminding her. "Don't look at me patrolling the mountain in Wuming Hall. It was not because my martial arts were not good. It was only because I didn't have a foundation in Wuming Hall and they didn't like me." However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately had a question mark in his heart. Lu Lihong's words are so vague. Could there be another meaning behind them? Does he want me to get close to him so that I can hug his thigh when I enter Wuming Hall? But do I need to hug your thigh? If there is a chance, wouldn't it be better for me to hug Lord Peacock Kong's thigh? Ha! Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's face blushed for no reason. This, cough cough, her thoughts seemed to be a little impure. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and probed, Senior Marshal Brother Lu's kind intentions are appreciated by me. We're both from Rejuvenation Valley, and we've both stayed in the Pill Expansion Hall's Grass Division. I feel closer to Senior Marshal Brother Lu for no reason. Even if I can't enter the outer sect in the future, I'll definitely remember Senior Marshal Brother's guidance today. You're too modest, Junior Brother Ren. You've just arrived at the Pill Expanding Hall, but you're already so skilled. You're much stronger than me at that time. The door of the Wuming Hall is always open to you. I'll be waiting for you there, but don't let me wait for too long. Chen Fengshao also smiled and said, That's right. If Junior Brother Ren can enter Wuming Hall, it will be a good story in the herb department of Pill Expanding Hall. Moreover, it is my honor to have an outer disciple in Tianmu Peak. Junior Brother Ren, don't feel any pressure. Just make sufficient preparations before taking the assessment. Don't expect me to be in a hurry like Headmaster Chen. It is inevitable that I will delay my whole life. Wu Zhouxiu also nodded and said. Only he knew his own affairs the best. Zhang Xiaohua knew that becoming an outer disciple was a piece of cake for him. If he didn't want to enter the outer gate secretly, he could enter the outer gate now. Well, the premise was that he knew how to enter the outer gate. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't pretend to be polite after hearing their honest words. He bowed deeply and said, Senior brothers, thank you for your kind words. I will keep it in mind. As they spoke, the spectating disciples also dispersed, leaving only a few important figures of the ruling hall and Pill Expanding Hall. Old Consecrator Lei and the others also walked over while the disciples were counting the points. Old Consecrator Lei and the others were people who had stayed at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lu Lihong naturally didn't dare to neglect them and went up to chat with them with a smile. After a few words of small talk, Old Consecrator Lei said, Marshal Nephew Lu's talent is outstanding. It is indeed extraordinary. Your martial art seems to have reached perfection. Your skill is almost on par with my hall master. Lu Lihong's face turned red and he quickly shook his head. Old Consecrator Lei, you are flattering me. Although Hall Master Zi Guang is the outer gate Hall Master, he was also an inner disciple back then. Even if I cultivate for another 30 years, I will definitely not be a match for the old Hall Master. Marshal Nephew Lu is already not bad. I remember seeing Marshal Nephew Lu's skill at the Wuming Hall martial arts competition 5 years ago. It is much better than before. Old Consecrator Feng also stroked his beard and said. That's right. This year seems to be the season of the Twilight Orchid Refinement. This is one of the outer sect disciple tests. Marshal Nephew Lu, are you prepared to get a good result in the trial? Hearing Old Consecrator Lei's question, Lu Lihong was a little hesitant. He thought for a moment and said, To be honest, Old Consecrator Lei, I have been cultivating in the outer sect for so many years. As my martial arts have improved, I have increasingly admired the martial arts of the Wuming Hall. You also know that the martial arts that the Wuming Hall can cultivate are the superficial of the Wuming Hall's martial arts. I have always wanted to go to the inner sect to take a look, but, Lu Lihong hesitated for a moment. But the quota for the Twilight Orchid Refinement is limited. Not every outer sect disciple is qualified to enter, so, yes, that's true. Although passing the Twilight Orchid Refinement will only give you the qualification to enter the inner sect disciple test, if you are lucky, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. This is an opportunity that your Wuming Hall disciples will fight for even if they break their heads. That's right. The other trials only determine the qualification, and then there is elimination. How can it be more convenient than the Twilight Orchid Refinement? Old Consecrator Lei shook his head. Although it is convenient, it is not easy. Every time the Twilight Orchid Refinement, many outer sect disciples will be injured, and even lose their lives. Marshal Nephew, you must not be careless. It's not just the outer sect disciples. Even the inner sect disciples have been injured. It's just that, sigh, I don't even have the qualification to enter, let alone the danger of my life. Lu Lihong smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside him, was puzzled. She asked Chen Fengxiao in a low voice, Head Chen, what is this twilight orchid refinement? Chen Fengxiao pointed to the south with his finger and said, about 100 miles south from here, there is a big canyon that is filled with white fog all day long. It is called the Twilight Grand Canyon. Normally, people are not allowed to go near it. Every 5 years, the white fog at the mouth of the canyon will dissipate, revealing the road that leads to the canyon. There is a large plain and forest in the canyon, as well as a mountain range. Because there are few people, there are many rare medicinal herbs growing there. Every time the Twilight Orchid refinement, our pill expanding hall will send some disciples into the canyon to pick some medicinal herbs. Back then, when I was in my prime, I also. What the? Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She interrupted, Head Chen, is picking medicinal herbs a trial? That shouldn't make senior brother Lu's face change color when he talks about the canyon, right? Hee, of course not. What I am talking about is what our pill expanding hall does. Well, in fact, the Twilight Grand Canyon is a treasure house. There are many precious things inside. Not only our pill expanding hall, the other halls such as the refining hall, cleansing jade hall, and even the heaven and earth hall will send people into the canyon. Oh, I heard that the inner disciples will also go in. However, when I went in that year, I did not see them. Even the disciples of the other pill expanding halls have not seen them. Zhang Xiaohua no longer urged him. He knew that Chen Fengxiao wanted to show off his knowledge. Sure enough, he paused for a moment and said, although this Yulon Grand Canyon is a treasure trove, there are endless dangers inside, huh? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She could not help but ask, what risks? Because our fragrant religion has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the Twilight Grand Canyon has always been deserted. Therefore, there are many fierce beasts inside. Beasts? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised again. She said, what's so strange about that? As long as there are mountains, there will be wild beasts. No matter how fierce they are, how can they beat people who know martial arts? That's right. Therefore, ordinary disciples like us must be escorted by the outer court disciples of Wuming Hall when we enter the canyon. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Of course, escorting us is not part of their training, Chen Feng said with a smile. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 592. Chen Fengxiao continued, the Valley Orchid Evening Refinement has been around for many years, so the sect basically knows which areas are safe and which are dangerous. The places that we go to are basically fixed, and the route that we take is also fixed. Coupled with the escort of the outer disciples, although there is still the danger of being attacked by ferocious beasts, the danger is a lot smaller. Of course, even so, every time we come out of the canyon, the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall will more or less suffer casualties. That year when I participated in the Valley Orchid Evening Refinement, I was also attacked by a group of wild boars on the way into the canyon. The group was scattered, and many disciples were bitten by the wild boars. More than 10 of them were seriously injured and never made it out. I was lucky to know a little martial arts. Moreover, I followed closely behind the outer disciples, so I was not injured at all. However, this is still considered good. I heard that once when we entered the canyon, the disciples of the Heavenly Earth Hall were unlucky enough to encounter a group of wild wolves. Even the outer disciples were not spared and all of them lost their lives. So serious. Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted, it's just a group of wild beasts. Even the outer disciples can't deal with them? Even if they can't beat them, they can at least run away with their qinggong. AI, junior brother Ren, you don't know that the wild beasts in the Valley Orchid Grand Canyon are not like the ones you usually see. Many of them have a deep understanding of human nature, and almost all of them have become spirits. My qigong was not good, so when I encountered a wild boar, I could only dodge it. Wild boars are like this, not to mention the ferocious wolves. The martial arts of the outer disciples are profound. Since they are buried in the belly of the wolves, there is no need to talk about us disciples. After saying this, Chen Fengxiao sighed and said, Hee, however, as long as you can come out of the canyon, the hall's rewards are also generous. Therefore, the disciples of the grass division both love and hate this Valley Orchid evening refinement. Seeing Chen Fengxiao change the topic again, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but remind him, then how did senior brother Lu and the others train? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Chen Fengxiao was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, the outer sect disciples escorted us to the designated area, and then they left us. They also have to go to the designated trial area. Their trial method is to kill wild beasts. The more wild beasts they kill and the fiercer they are, the more points they get. As for which area they are in, what wild beasts they kill, and how the points are calculated, I don't know. I only heard this from the outer sect disciples who went with me last time. Hee, you two are friends who have gone through life and death together. Why didn't you ask more when you came back? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Sigh, it's a pity that even though this senior managed to avoid the wild boar and bring us to our destination, I heard that he encountered a venomous snake during the trial and was poisoned to death. I didn't even see his corpse. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and said, don't tell me he didn't even bring the antidote pill with him? Of course we have the antidote pill. It's just that the pill we refined isn't strong enough and its medicinal power is limited. It might not be enough to detoxify the poison. I see. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In her mind, she thought of the antidote pill in the hands of the Tenryu sect's Qin Shiyue. She wondered if the Tenryu sect's pill would be effective. Therefore, she asked, then, before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, Junior brother Ren, I see that you are interested in the outer sect disciples' trial. However, I don't know about this. The outer sect disciples have always been proud and don't interact much with us ordinary disciples. If you want to know about this, you can ask junior brother Lu. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. Of course, why would she ask Chen Fengxiao instead of the outer sect disciples? Old consecrator Lei and the others were also talking to Lu Lihong about the Valley Orchid evening refinement in the past. Zhang Xiaohua found an excuse and asked, Senior brother Lu, I want to ask how the outer sect disciples train. Lu Lihong smiled with interest and said, Junior brother Ren, are your hands itching and want to test your skills in the Valley Orchid? Old consecrator Lei smiled and said, Martial nephew Ren's martial arts aren't bad. However, he just entered the fragrant religion and is still young. I reckon that he won't be able to enter for the next 10 years. Let's talk about it later. Wu Zhouxiu, on the other hand, said with jealousy, after 10 years, there will always be a chance to enter. Unlike our pill department, we don't even have the qualifications to enter the valley. Chen Fengxiao also walked over and said, it's fine if you don't enter the Valley Orchid. Otherwise, your pill department will be like our grass department, always losing disciples. That's why we have to search for medicine apprentices from the outer sect every few years. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder they had to bring 10 medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley every 2 years. This might be one of the reasons. Wu Zhouxiu disagreed, forget it. Our pill department's disciples are all envious of your grass department for having such a big opportunity. Although it's somewhat dangerous, how can there be a big return without a big investment? If junior brother Lu didn't coincidentally pick that spiritual grass in the Valley Orchid, how could he have obtained the inner sect cultivation method? If it wasn't for this cultivation method, how could junior brother Lu have succeeded in cultivating it and passed the assessment to enter Wuming Hall? Of course, junior brother Lu's talent is outstanding. This goes without saying. In the past, there were disciples who obtained the inner sect cultivation method but didn't succeed in cultivating it. Without this inner sect cultivation method, wouldn't junior brother Lu have to delay entering the outer sect for many years? Seeing that Wu Zhoushu was talking about him, Lu Lihong quickly smiled and said, "Aren't we talking about the Valley Orchid Evening Refinement? How did it involve me? That year, I was just lucky." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What kind of spiritual grass did senior brother Lu encounter?" "It's actually called a spiritual grass." Lu Lihong said, "This isn't a secret. The brothers in the hall all know that it's just a 300-year-old ginseng." "Ah. 300 years old," Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. "The ginseng itself is nothing. It's just that its age is frightening. However, it just so happened that an inner sect master was injured and needed this ginseng. That's why it was taken by an inner sect disciple. If it was normal, there might not be any future opportunities." Lu Lihong said modestly. "Then what is the inner sect cultivation method that senior brother Lu obtained?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Hee, don't blame me for not telling you. It's just a complete version of our fragrant religion's ordinary martial arts cultivation method." "Complete version?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. Chen Fengxiao saw this and said, "In our pill expansion hall's library, other than the records of herbs and pills, there are also martial arts cultivation methods. However, those are the most basic ones. The later cultivation methods are in the Wuming Hall and even the inner sect. Junior brother Lu is very lucky and obtained a complete set of inner sect cultivation methods." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Xiaohua understood. The fragrant religion did not forbid ordinary disciples from practicing martial arts. It was just that they could only practice the simplest martial arts, which was the first level of fragrant religion's martial arts. Only the outer sect disciples of the Wuming Hall could practice more advanced martial arts. As for the higher level martial arts cultivation methods or top level martial arts cultivation methods, only the inner sect disciples were qualified or had the aptitude to practice them. Lu Lihong coincidentally obtained a complete set of martial arts cultivation methods. Not to mention that it was given by the inner sect, it wouldn't be bad. Even if it was a middle-level inner sect cultivation method, as long as one practiced it to the highest level, one would be an important figure in the Wuming Hall. Hee, no wonder Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu valued Lu Lihong so much. However, seeing that Lu Lihong had practiced this inner sect cultivation method for so many years and his inner sect was not as high as young Master Long of the Longding Villa, either Lu Lihong's aptitude was limited or the inner sect cultivation method was not good enough, Zhang Xiaohua was not interested in asking more. Thus, he continued, "Senior apprentice brother Lu still hasn't told little brother about the outer court disciples' trial. Although little brother can't participate in the Orchid Evening Refinement, he is still very curious about this trial." Lu Lihong laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren is really interesting. I remember that when I came back from the Orchid Grand Canyon, all the medicine boys from the Rejuvenation Valley who came to the fragrant religion pestered me to ask about the scenery and fun things in the canyon. Only you are interested in the outer sect disciples' trial." "You are really a strange person, ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said seriously, "I only have this little secret and it was seen through by senior brother Lu. It seems that senior brother Lu is also a strange person." When Zhang Xiaohua said this, everyone was surprised at first, then they all held their bellies and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and laughed. "I didn't expect junior brother Ren to be so humorous. Rare, rare." Seeing her senior brothers and several old consecrators laughing, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously touched her nose and also laughed. She thought, "Why is it so hard to tell the truth? No one actually believes me." After everyone finished laughing, Lu Lihong said, "The outer sect disciples' trial is to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. This is a secret, but the method of accumulating points is a secret in the hall." Hee, actually, it has been a secret for so many years, but all the older disciples know about it. Today, seeing junior brother Ren being so humorous, I will also roughly explain it. Actually, the old consecrator should know more than me. Old consecrator Lei smiled and said, "We also heard a lot about it from hearsay." It's not as detailed as you, a real outer sect disciple. Alas, that's not necessarily true. These detailed methods of accumulating points can only be explained by senior brothers after the qualification for the trial is confirmed. What I know is just hearsay. Lu Lihong's tone was a bit lonely. Old Consecrator Lei and the others didn't answer. Nonsense, these methods of accumulating points are the Wuming Hall's business. If Lu Lihong wasn't here, they would have said it. After all, it is a secret that the disciples of the aroma religion will know sooner or later. But now, the outer sect disciple is right in front of them. If you talk about his so-called secret in front of him, isn't it the same as slapping his face? After thinking for a moment, Lu Lihong said, the disciples who have entered the Yulon Grand Canyon know that there are many wild beasts in the canyon. The common ones are wild boars, antelopes, deer, etc. The uncommon ones are wolves, tigers, leopards, vipers, etc. Oh, there is also the legendary yellow wind and black lightning. Yellow wind? Black lightning? Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked. The yellow wind is a legendary wasp. What is black lightning? Chapter 593. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, wasps are legendary, Lu Lihong knew that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, this wind is the wind from Gale. Yellow wind? Zhang Xiaohua was immediately interested. She asked, what is that? Senior Marshal Brother Lu, tell me quickly. Ha ha ha, I thought Junior Brother Ren wasn't interested in these things. It turns out that you're just a child. Zhang Xiaohua was exasperated. Ignoring the fact that he was already 18 years old, he forgot. He was pretending to be a 14-year-old young man. Even if he was 30 years old, wouldn't he be curious when he heard about the legendary yellow wind? Moreover, didn't her dear brother Ma Jing teach Zhang Xiaohua a good thing when they were at Huanxi Manor? When people were talking, he had to ask at the right time to raise their interest. Zhang Xiaohua was just following his advice. Just as she was feeling depressed, a few disciples came to report that they had finished calculating the bets. Old Consecrator Lei took the results and looked at them. He smiled and said, Marshal Nisran, there really are many disciples who bet on you winning. You failed to live up to their pills. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I was just lucky last time. This time, my martial arts are so different from Senior Marshal Brother Lu's. How can I be an upset? They might as well give me the pills. At least I'll be grateful to them. Old Consecrator Lei returned the record to the disciple and said, post this record in the courtyard and record everyone's points. We'll distribute the bets tomorrow. There won't be many for each disciple, so there's no need to worry. A few disciples took the order and left. A disciple of the pill department ran over and reported in a low voice, Dalong, the banquet is ready. Seeing this, Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, yesterday head Chen of the grass department held a banquet for you. Today, my brothers of the pill department are holding a banquet to send you off and celebrate your victory. It just so happens that a few old consecrators are also here. Let's get to know each other. Hearing this, Lu Lihong showed a difficult expression and said, thank you for your kindness, Wu Dalong. However, my senior brother only gave me 2 days of leave. I have to return to Black Tomb Peak tonight. If I don't leave now, I will have to delay my journey. However, Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, it's not easy for junior brother Lu to return to the pill expanding hall, and it's also your first time coming to Tianmu Peak. Yesterday, head leader Chen was the host, and our pill division was the host. Today, our pill division is the host, and our brothers from the grass division are the hosts. Junior brother Lu, don't let your senior brother lose face. Then, he pulled Lu Lihong's hand and said, who doesn't know that junior brother Lu is an elite disciple of Wuming Hall? It was only a day late to the Black Tomb Peak, who could blame him? Let's go, let's go. The old consecrators have not attended a banquet for many years. It was not easy for them to agree today. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, don't disappoint the old consecrators. Well. Lu Lihong was a little hesitant. Although there were rules in Wuming Hall, after all, the incense cult had been living a peaceful life for many years. It was inevitable that these rules would be neglected by the disciples. Asking for leave was also not a big deal. Even the head of the discipline might not really give up his face to punish someone for a day's delay. Moreover, there were several old consecrators here. They had been in the inner door for a long time, and Lu Lihong had never had a chance to get close to them. They did not show up at last night's banquet, which was a good indication. Now that there was a chance, Lu Lihong had no reason to give it up. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong gritted his teeth and said, "We will pass by Yefeng on the way." We might as well wait for Bai Yefeng to pay a visit to Vice Hall Leader Su. I heard that he has a good personal relationship with Vice Hall Leader Peng of Wuming Hall. There should be no problem if he says a few words. Of course, even if there is no such reason, the old consecrators will still have to attend. Even if I have to take the risk of being punished by the head of the discipline, I will still have to drink a few cups of wine. Lu Lihong's words were pleasant to hear. The old consecrators were very satisfied and nodded with a smile. Wu Zhouxiu was even happier. He held Lu Lihong's hand and said, "Then let's go. We can talk at the banquet. I still want to hear about Junior Brother Lu's heroic deeds in Wuming Hall." After he finished speaking, he invited the consecrators to go first while he pulled Lu Lihong behind them. Chen Feng smiled and called out to Zhang Xiaohua. They started to move forward. He opened his mouth and waved his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What kind of person was this? She had asked a question, but no matter what, he couldn't give an answer. Now, he didn't even know what yellow wind and black lightning were. She wanted to turn back and ask Bai Huan. After all, he had also been to Yulon Grand Canyon. But after thinking about it, Lu Lihong had already given the old consecrator's face. Zhang Xiaohua thought about the bone condensation pill in the pill room. It had just been formed, so there shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. She then thought about the wine at the banquet. She gritted her teeth and followed behind Chen Feng. The banquet was still held in the hall, but there were a lot more people. This time, consecrators Lei and the others were all present. Lu Lihong didn't seem to be sitting at the head of the table. The old consecrators had one seat at each table. Naturally, consecrators Lei sat at the head of the table. Lu Lihong accompanied him. Chen Feng and Wu Zhouxiu also sat at the head of the table. Zhang Xiaohua originally didn't have the qualifications to sit at this table, but she had just made a bet with Lu Lihong. Even consecrators Lei thought highly of her, so she was called to sit at the end of the table. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone drank until their faces were hot. They casually talked about some interesting stories in the cult. Even the Misty Hall was occasionally involved. Zhang Xiaohua listened attentively. However, although these people looked very respectable, in fact, they didn't know much in the cult of fragrance. They didn't know much about the Misty Hall and the Lingxiang Peak. After listening for a while, there wasn't any special information. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up with a teacup and toasted Lu Lihong. She said, "Senior Brother Lu, you're so rude. You stopped halfway. Why don't you tell me about the yellow wind and the black lightning while you're still drunk?" Lu Lihong drank the wine that Zhang Xiaohua toasted him. He nodded and said, "Actually, I really don't know what the yellow wind and the black lightning are. I think that even the few old consecrators who have been in the cult of fragrance for so many years shouldn't know." Old consecrator Lei nodded. "That's right. These two are the most powerful beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Any disciple who encounters them will lose their life. Therefore, no one knows what these 2 beasts are." "Huh?" Zhang Xiaohua curiously asked, "Since no one has survived from these 2 beasts, how do you know that these 2 beasts exist?" You even named them Yellow Wind and Black Lightning? Hee, although old consecrator Lei's words are somewhat careless, it is precisely so. Back then, not only the outer disciples and the disciples of the various halls, even the inner disciples would often inexplicably lose their lives. This matter attracted the attention of the cult leader. In the future trials, the most outstanding disciples of the inner sect would be sent out to find out the reason. As the saying goes, when a person walks by the river, how can his shoes not get wet? These two beasts had harmed the disciples many times, so they would always be encountered by the inner sect disciples. According to the outstanding disciples who paid with their lives that year, these two beasts were extremely fast and couldn't be seen clearly. One was like a gust of wind. As soon as it heard the sound of the wind, it would bite the throat and leave only a yellow shadow, so it was named Yellow Wind. As for the other one, it was as fast as lightning. Like a bolt of lightning, it would also cut the throat and leave only a black shadow, so it was named Black Lightning. These two ferocious beasts had killed countless disciples in the past, so much so that no one dared to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon to train. At that time, Lord Hierarch, several elders and consecrators set out together to hunt these two ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, I heard that the two beasts were seriously injured, but they still managed to escape. Then, what kind of beasts are these Black Lightning and Yellow Wind? Everyone shook their heads. That year, the seniors who participated in this matter kept their mouths shut. How could others know? It's just that later on, these two beasts never appeared again. Perhaps they were seriously injured and died. It's also unknown. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Perhaps they didn't die, but they learned a lesson and didn't dare to attack our trial disciples. It's very possible. These beasts all have spirituality. Perhaps they're hiding somewhere unknown. It's also because of this that the Yellow Wind and a Black Lightning are shrouded in a mysterious aura. Then, what's going on with the trial for you outer sect disciples? Speaking of this trial, it's actually very simple. It's not as complicated as junior brother Ren thought. It's just like when we gambled a moment ago, the disciples below the stage were calculating points. It's just that winning the gambled battle gives you 1 point, while the outer sect disciples only get the corresponding points by killing a beast. Yes, I understand a little. However, the points for killing a tiger and a white deer should be different, right? Our ancestors divided the beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon into 3 grades according to the strength of the beasts. The first grade is the most common ones, such as antelopes and white deer, which are worth from 1 to 5 points. The second grade is wild boars and hyenas, which are worth from 10 to 50 points. The third grade is wild wolves, tigers, lions, and so on, which are worth from 1 to 500 points. Every outer sect trial disciple must bring the proof of killing the beasts back to Wuming Hall. The hall master will specially arrange people to record the points. Then, how many points are needed to participate in the outer sect selection? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat curious. This. Lu Lihong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at everyone. Seeing Lu Lihong hesitate, old consecrator Lei smiled and said, "If Marshal Nephew Lu is not convenient to say, then this old man will say it for you. Although this is a secret, it's a secret that everyone knows." Lu Lihong smiled and didn't speak. Old consecrator Lei said, "This point is 2,000. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. So many? Doesn't that mean we have to hunt 4 tigers? Furthermore, who knows how many animals we have to kill in a single orchid dusk refining? Chapter 594. Alas, Lu Lihong sighed, Wuming Hall's outer court disciples are numerous, and all of them want to enter the inner court. Therefore, the threshold for the outer court test naturally has to be higher, otherwise, there would be no point in selecting experts. Zhang Xiaohua mischievously laughed. Then, if one hunts 2,000 white deer or antelope, wouldn't one also qualify for the outer court test? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Lu Lihong said, although that is the case, whether or not there are 2,000 white deer or antelope in the entire Yulon Grand Canyon is another matter. Hee hee, even if you hunted 2,000 antelope, other people hunted ferocious beasts, how can you take out 2,000 antelope? Even if you were given the qualification to participate in the test, do you still have the face to participate? It's just a discussion, hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua embarrassedly said. Then, he continued to ask, if you obtain 2,000 points, you will be eligible to participate in the outer court test and select the disciples who are eligible to participate in the inner court test. I just heard Senior Brother Lu say that if you are lucky, you can directly qualify for the inner court test. What does this mean? This time, Lu Lihong no longer hesitated and said, as junior brother and said, to obtain the outer court test qualification, you still have to compete in order to obtain the inner court test qualification. However, if you can obtain 5,000 points in the trial, you can directly qualify for the inner court test, and you don't have to compete with other outer court disciples for the qualification. 5,000? Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Good, 10 tigers, you guys are really ruthless. Hee hee, junior brother Ren hasn't been to the Yulon Grand Canyon, so he doesn't know that the tigers there are very fierce, definitely comparable to a martial arts master. Moreover, they are also very cruel. As long as they see people, they will certainly attack and bite them to pieces, eating them alive. But, if we don't disturb their peace, they may not. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Lu Lihong interrupted him and said, but if they are not hunted, we can't qualify for the inner court test. Moreover, they are living in the Yulon Grand Canyon, eating a lot of other animals, such as deer and antelope. If we hunt the tigers, we can control their numbers and let them eat less weak animals. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Beside him, Wu Zhouxiu softly asked, Junior Brother Lu, I heard that in addition to the 5,000 points, there are several ways to directly qualify for the inner court test. Is this true? This is true. Lu Lihong nodded and said, as I said, in addition to the usual fierce beasts, there are many other rare fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. These fierce beasts are even more ferocious than tigers and lions. If an ordinary outer court disciple were to encounter them, their life would be in danger. For example, giant python, giant ape, etc. If you can hunt these fierce beasts, as long as you can kill one, you can advance to the inner court test. In addition, in the Yulon Grand Canyon, there are many heavenly treasures, all of which are hidden in difficult to find places. These places are abnormally dangerous, or guarded by extremely powerful fierce beasts. If you can pick these things, you can hand them over to the inner court for inspection. If you like them, you can directly advance to the inner court test. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. These are not enough? Lu Lihong curiously said, no matter which of these two, it is incomparably difficult. Even the inner court disciples don't dare to try. Of course, according to the other senior brothers in the hall, there seems to be other ways, but their words were vague, so I didn't dare to ask. Perhaps when I obtain the qualifications for the Yulon Grand Canyon, I will naturally know. Good. Shen Fengxiao on the side slapped the table, raised his wine cup and said, then let us first toast to Junior Brother Lu, wishing that Junior Brother Lu can successfully obtain the qualifications for the Yulon Grand Canyon. Everyone laughed and said, as it should be. Lu Lihong also raised his cup, let us borrow everyone's auspicious words. Come, cheers. Zhang Xiaohua got the answer she wanted, so she was happy in her heart, and raised her cup to pass off the fish eyes as pearls. This banquet was very lively, and it didn't disperse until the sky was about to turn dark. Shen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu wanted to keep Lu Lihong for the night, but Lu Lihong didn't dare to delay. He only said that he had to rush back to the White Mountain Peak first, and his heart would feel safe. Yang Yao also had to report back to the pill-spreading hall. Thus, everyone didn't force them to stay, and watched the two lead their horses down the mountain. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua actually accompanied them to finish the banquet, Chen Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, little brother, don't you feel that your senior brother Lu's martial arts are strong, and that he's easy to get along with? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, Senior brother Lu is indeed my role model, but now that I'm a disciple of the Wuming Hall, I still feel that head Chen is the one who's easy to get along with. Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao laughed, and pointed at Wu Zhouxiu. Brother Wu and I were like your senior brother Lu, wanting to rush into the outer sect with endless faith, but the situation was stronger than us. Look at him, he's limitless in the outer sect, but what about us? Little brother, work hard on your cultivation. You lost to senior brother Lu today, but it doesn't mean anything. You're young, and your internal strength isn't outstanding, and your various conditions are much worse than Lu Lihong's. Of course, you've just come to the incense cult, so your foundation is much better than Lu Lihong's, but... Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did he suddenly stop encouraging? She couldn't help but ask, but what? Wu Zhouxiu sighed, that's your chance. Then he looked at Chen Fengxiao, and said, back then, Head Chen also went to the Yulon Grand Canyon, but unfortunately, he only picked some ordinary herbs, not even the old ones. Well, even the iron bone grass that Bai Huan gave you can't compare to it. Chen Fengxiao said with a lonely smile, Lu Lihong's Yulon Grand Canyon is a few hundred years old ginseng. It's fine if you said you picked the old ginseng, but it just so happened that the inner sect elder was seriously injured and urgently needed 100 years old ginseng, and the older the better. There are many 100 years old ginseng in the incense cult, but there aren't many that are hundreds of years old. If you can save the life of the inner sect elder, the reward must be rich. A complete internal strength cultivation method, just thinking about it makes me envious. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Does the incense cult not have the normal internal strength cultivation method of the Jianghu? Well, there is, but it's all in the inner sect. Ordinary disciples like us can only practice the basic cultivation method of the incense cult. But what about my reckless bull force? Didn't I learn it from the outside? If I teach it to you, won't I be able to succeed? Little brother, you don't know that the medicine apprentices who enter the incense cult are all young. People like you are very rare, so there are very few people in the pill expanding hall who know the external cultivation method. Oh, there are a lot of disciples in the weapon refining hall who practice other internal strength. However, there is a rule in the incense cult, that is, other than the disciples who have practiced the external martial arts, other disciples can't practice the martial arts of the incense cult. If they are found, they will be punished according to the cult rules. So it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused, but she could only nod. So, little brother, if your whatever force is really so good, then you must practice it to the highest level. Look, you have already entered the sect and reached the highest level. You will definitely be able to fight against Lu Lihong. At that time, you will also have the qualifications to enter the outer sect. Oh, right, it's best if you have the confidence to go. This is an opportunity that every ordinary disciple only has once. Of course, if little brother is lucky, you will be able to guess the best spiritual grass in the orchid evening refinement 10 years later. You will probably be able to soar to the sky. Wu Zhouxiu encouraged with a slightly sour taste in his mouth. Soar to the sky? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. What's the use of soaring to the sky if your foundation is not stable? Even if you enter the Wuming Hall like senior brother Lu, you still have to worry about the orchid evening refinement quota. It's better to be free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. Ah. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were both surprised. Becoming an outer sect disciple was the goal of every knowledgeable, ambitious and idealistic disciple of the incense cult. The two of them had been encouraging Zhang Xiaohua for half a day because they wanted him to have this mindset so that he would have a clear goal in his future cultivation. This guy, on the other hand, wanted to be free and unfettered. It was really a rotten wood that could not be carved. Therefore, Wu Zhouxiu said earnestly, little brother, you have to have a long-term plan. You can't be like us and spend the rest of your life on Tianmu Peak, right? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. If I really become an outer sect disciple, what benefits will I get? The treatment will be better, you will have more martial arts to practice, and you will also have the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple. Oh. Then what about after I become an inner sect disciple? The treatment will be better too. There will be more martial arts to practice. And then? You will be able to go wherever you want. You will be able to lie on lingering fragrance peak and bask in the warm sunshine. Huh, Wu Dalong, can't I bask in the warm sunshine on our Tianmu peak right now? This? Wu Zhouxiu did not know how to answer. Chen Fengxiao chuckled, Wu Dalong, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He just lost to Lu Lihong today and is feeling uncomfortable. He is just here to find some feeling. Have you forgotten? He is the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie's charming daughter is still waiting for him to return to the bridal chamber. This kid's motivation to improve is even more than Lu Lihong's back then. Of course. Wu Zhouxiu slapped his forehead and smiled, I was fooled by this kid. Alright, Headmaster Chen, let's drink a few more cups. I still want to drink more. That's what I was thinking. Let's go. Hey, little brother, are you still bringing a teacup to join in the fun with us? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua won a few gambling fights, defeated Zhou Shuming in Qinggong, and received Lu Lihong's affirmation today, even Wu Zhouxiu had changed the way he addressed her. This, little brother, was no longer just a term that Chen Fengxiao used. Chapter 595. Hearing Wu Zhouxiu's greeting, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, You too can go now. I still need to go back and practice martial arts. I also need to find a place to water this stomach full of tea. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, the two didn't keep him and went back to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the back of the back and said to himself, How can a sparrow or swallow know the ambition of a swan? Then, he didn't hesitate and used his Qinggong to go to the top of Tianmu Peak. Inside the alchemy room at the top of Tianmu Peak, the medicinal liquid inside the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still spinning as usual. The faint red lines were also constantly moving around without any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua relaxed and sent a few spells into the furnace. He sat cross-legged in front of the furnace and meditated to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Night gradually came and the night gradually deepened. While Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, endless starlight still passed through the furnace and joined the spinning of the pill. Far away, in an exquisite little house on Bayou Peak, Vice Hall Master Su of the Pill Tower Hall was sitting at the top and leisurely sipping tea. To his left, a person was sitting there respectfully. This person was Lu Lihong, who had just returned from Tianmu Peak. Looking at his current expression, he was humble and cautious as if he was facing his elders. It was far from the arrogance and warmth of Tianmu Peak. Seeing Lu Lihong's performance, Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied. After a while, he kindly said, Martial nephew Lu, no need to be so polite. You are now a disciple of the Wuming Hall and I am only a Vice Hall Master of the Pill Tower Hall. No matter how long my hand is, I can't control you. Lu Lihong didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully said, Vice Hall Master Su has given me a new life. Every time I see you, I will see my elders according to how I see them. How can I not be respectful? There's no need. You're being too courteous. Back then, I only helped you because I saw how hard-working you were in your cultivation and how talented you were. Furthermore, your luck was pretty good as well. That's why I decided to help you. That's all. Lu Lihong licked his lips and was still humble. I dare not forget Vice Hall Master Su's kindness. After a while, he probed, Vice Hall Master Su, I have already done what you asked me to do. Vice Hall Master was slightly surprised. Martial nephew is very diligent. You have done it so quickly. That's right. I will definitely put your matters first. Good, then, tell me about Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts. Vice Hall Master Su asked. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong cautiously said, This child's martial arts are very high, but he is still young and has only cultivated internal strength for a short time, so his internal strength is relatively weak. Although his moves are somewhat exquisite, it is a pity that they are rather monotonous. It is just a set of fist techniques. Yes, his lightness skill is quite good. He may have received guidance from some experts in Rejuvenation Valley, but he is still a bit inferior to me. Similar to what you said, he should be at the same level as Chen Fengxiao and the others. After he finished speaking, he took out the jade bottle from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Vice Hall Master Su. He said, "I've already used this jade rejuvenation pill. Please take it back, Vice Hall Master Su." As soon as you said you wanted to exchange the medicinal herbs with him, this kid immediately took the bait. Yes, Vice Hall Master Su has a divine foresight. At first, he was hiding somewhere and didn't want to see me. When he heard that I could exchange the medicinal herbs with him, it was as if he had seen his own father. It's nothing. Which one of the medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley didn't treat the medicinal herbs as treasures when they first came? This kid worked himself to death and finally won a few gambling fights with great difficulty, but they were all exchanged for medicinal herbs. It was purely drawing water with a sieve. Now that he has just come to his senses, how could he refuse the bait you sent over? Right, you returned to White Mountain Peak again. Will Yang Yao have any suspicions? No. I originally wanted to rack my brains to think of a reason, but Wu Zhouxiu actually wanted me to stay behind to see him off. After drinking this wine, I naturally have a reason. Wu Zhouxiu, he knows how to conduct himself. Vice Hall Master Su nodded slightly, very satisfied. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su only spoke and did not accept the pill, Lu Lihong said again, "Since this bait has been used up, then please take it back." Vice Hall Master Su snorted, "What reason do I have to take back what I have given out? Take this pill as a reward for your work this time." Lu Lihong was surprised and somewhat in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, "Vice Hall Master Su, isn't this too valuable? This matter was just a small matter. How can you treat me like this? It's fine. You have always done things properly. I am also happy. Although this pill is valuable, I have no use for it. You can keep it. Perhaps it will be of some help in the future." Lu Lihong thought about it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and accepted it. Actually, he had wanted to use this opportunity to help Vice Hall Master Su in order to ask for something else. However, Vice Hall Master Su had given him this pill, which meant that he understood what he had helped him with in the past. Thus, he couldn't bring himself to ask for anything. "Then I won't be polite." As he spoke, Lu Lihong put away the jade bottle. His face was filled with joy and worry. Seeing Lu Lihong's wonderful expression, Vice Hall Master Su also revealed a look of confidence. However, Lu Lihong was only thinking about his own matters and did not dare to face it directly, so he did not notice. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Lu Lihong raised his head and was about to get up and leave. Vice Hall Master Su said softly, "Martial nephew Lu, since you have already tested Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts, then you must have full confidence in dealing with this brat, right?" Lu Lihong was stunned and said, "There should be no problem. If it was a gambling fight, even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu would be able to defeat Ren Xiaoyao." That's good. Vice Hall Master Su nodded, causing Lu Lihong to be confused. The gambling fight on Tianmu Peak was not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Why was he specifically mentioning a little medicine boy who had just entered Tianmu Peak? Following that, there was another wave of speechlessness. The house was silent for a while. Thus, Lu Lihong got up and said, "It is already late. Vice Hall Master Su, please rest early. I will take my leave first." Vice Hall Master Su smiled, "Martial nephew Lu, don't be anxious. I see that Martial nephew Lu is frowning. Is there something difficult? Didn't you just treat me as your father? Why don't you tell me? This old man may not be able to help you, but I can be your reference." I am frowning." Lu Lihong was surprised and secretly wondered, "I was so respectful just now. How could he see that I am worried? But this is also a good opportunity to talk about it. Maybe. After thinking about it, Lu Lihong cupped his hands and said, Vice Hall Master Su really has the demeanor of a father. You can even see this. Alas, it is really annoying to talk about it. Then, he told Vice Hall Master Su about how he wanted to enter the Grand Canyon for the trial. Then, he said, there are many experts in the Wuming Hall. This little one is not that outstanding. Moreover, they have been cultivating in the Wuming Hall since young. This kind of opportunity will not fall on this little one. But if I don't enter the Grand Canyon for the trial, I may never have the opportunity to participate in the outer disciple test, let alone the inner disciple test. Vice Hall Master Su nodded slightly. Oh, so it is like this. You are right. It is really difficult for you to get the qualification for the outer disciple test. If you can go to the Yulon Grand Canyon for the trial, you may have a chance. Hee, I forgot that place is your blessed land. Last time was a great opportunity. Who knows, this time might be the same. Lu Lihong looked at Vice Hall Master Su with some desire and said, yes, this little one's internal strength has not improved. 5 years later, it is even harder to say, so, Vice Hall Master Su nodded again and said, I am familiar with your Vice Hall Master Peng. He seems to be able to talk to you. Then, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Ah. Vice Hall Master Su's words were very soft, but in Lu Lihong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He hurriedly stood up and asked in disbelief, then, you are willing to, however, he couldn't bring himself to say the rest of his words. Indeed, this was a huge favor. Although he had been praised highly at Tianmu Peak, he was clear about his own position in the outer sect. The person in front of him was also clear about this. This favor was something that he could never repay no matter what. Therefore, he didn't dare to continue probing. Vice Hall Master Su's expression didn't change. He only raised his eyes and quietly looked at Lu Lihong. After a long while, he put down the teacup and calmly said, this old man can help you open your mouth. However, this old man hopes that you will listen to this old man in the future. Lu Lihong was overjoyed when he heard this. He walked forward and said, Vice Hall Master Su has given me a new life. In this world, my parents gave birth to me and Vice Hall Master Su created me. In the future, I will follow Vice Hall Master Su's lead. If you want me to go east, I will go east. I don't care about north, south, or west at all. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I will do it. Vice Hall Master Su smiled and said, good. Since Marshal Nephew Lu says so, this old man agrees. Marshal Nephew Lu, please sit down first. I will definitely help you with this matter. However, this old man has something that I want you to do. Lu Lihong nodded and said, as long as Vice Hall Master Su wants me to do something, I will not refuse. Don't agree so quickly. This matter is not complicated. Come closer. Closer? Lu Lihong was stunned. However, he still walked forward and Vice Hall Master Su whispered in his ear for a while. Lu Lihong was pleasantly surprised at first. Then, he frowned and finally turned pale with fright. In the end, he muttered, Vice Hall Master Su, this is not appropriate. Although, but this is too. Chapter 596. Seeing Lu Lihong's reaction, Vice Hall Master Su was not surprised and whispered, what's wrong? This is just the first thing and you're already making excuses. Then, what you said just now, can this old man treat it as a fart? Lu Lihong's face turned green and red as he said awkwardly, but, the rules of the incense order, bullshit rules. According to the rules, why would an outer disciple like you stay in my White Mountain Peak and obediently be a disciple of the Grass Division? But the reality is, aren't you still carefree in the outer sect and working hard to enter the inner sect? This. Lu Lihong's face turned pale as he sat back in his chair in a daze. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Su struck while the iron was hot and said, "Everyone thinks that you're a person with good fortune. Of course, this is true. Others enter the Yulon Grand Canyon to pick herbs that are decades old. You, on the other hand, pick ginseng that is hundreds of years old. Everyone says that you're a genius. And this old man doesn't deny that you're really a genius. Just by relying on the inner sex cultivation method, you were able to cultivate to a very high level. Unfortunately, how could the threshold of an inner sect disciple be so easy to cross? If it was easy, then there's no need to talk about others. Even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were not much worse than you. How could they fail? I don't need to say these words anymore." Lu Lihong's face was now ashen. In this short period of time, the expression on his face changed very quickly. It could be seen that deep in his heart, there were a lot of emotions. Vice Hall Master Su squinted his eyes and said, "As long as there are people, there will be Jianghu. Although the incense order is a paradise, it is not a pure land. Don't forget, you yourself are an example. If I hadn't warned Vice Hall Master Peng in advance to be merciful, how could you have passed the outer sex test so easily? Hee, I know you were not convinced at that time, and you also spent a lot of effort to pass the assessment. But later on, when you entered the outer sect, did you realize that the martial arts of those senior brothers who assessed you back then was much higher than yours?" Lu Lihong's face was slightly bloodshot. He said in a hoarse voice, "I know. At that time, Vice Hall Master Peng had already explained it to me. Those senior brothers didn't say anything. Heh, that's true. Our fragrant order has strict rules. Occasionally doing such a thing would make people tremble with fear. Of course, it's also because you've worked hard and your martial arts are really good. That's why others can't see through you. All these years, those senior brothers who tested you didn't cause you any trouble, did they? No, everything seems to be real. If Vice Hall Master Peng had not pointed it out, I wouldn't have known that it was Vice Hall Master Su's grace." Then, Vice Hall Master Su said, "Do you know why I chose you back then?" "I don't know. I've always wanted to ask." "Let's not talk about the others. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu are both good at martial arts. They are stronger than me. Why didn't you choose them?" "It's very simple. Because you took out the 100-year-old ginseng and received the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect. If you took the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect and passed the test of the outer sect and became an outer sect disciple, even if others felt that your martial arts were a little weak or doubted the process of the test, wouldn't they have to consider the influence of the inner sect? Besides, even if the people in the inner sect knew about it, wouldn't your 100-year-old ginseng be enough to protect you?" "You." Lu Lihong was a little angry. He struggled and said, "But, if you didn't intervene, I could still enter the outer sect after a few more years of practice, heh." Vice Hall Master Su chuckled and said, "Well, let me ask you first. You've practiced in the Wuming Hall for so many years. Why do you still feel that you can't pass the test of the outer sect? The Wuming Hall only takes care of its own disciples since childhood. They don't care about me, a disciple who joined halfway. They treat me unfairly. How can I be better than them? Of course, there is unfairness. But can you deny that the Wuming Hall didn't give you any guidance when you practiced your internal strength and other martial arts?" This. Lu Lihong was a little tongue-tied. After thinking for a while, he said frankly, "They didn't. If I had any questions, Senior Brother Chuan Gong would tell me everything he knew." Vice Hall Master Su clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Although I can't give you all the fairness, in terms of martial arts, you're not worse than other disciples in the Wuming Hall." This. Lu Lihong really didn't expect that Vice Hall Master Su would take care of him when he practiced in the Wuming Hall. Could it be true? Vice Hall Master Su ignored Lu Lihong and continued, "Since you have practiced in the Wuming Hall for so many years, your martial arts cultivation is just a so-so. What if you didn't join the outer sect and just stayed in the pill expanding hall? Are you sure you can pass the outer sect test and enter the Wuming Hall?" This. Lu Lihong was speechless again. It was true. After all, the outer sect test was complicated. Not only did the Wuming Hall test the disciples' martial arts, but there were also some strange places to test their temperament and aptitude. If he hadn't been warned by some outer sect disciples in advance, he wouldn't be sure that he could pass the test even now. Therefore, Lu Lihong had to say in a low voice, "If so, I have to thank Vice Hall Master Su for giving me a fair environment to practice martial arts." Well, good. Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied and said with a smile, "In fact, I chose you because you have these very coincidental conditions. What I value more is your character of being grateful. Do you still remember the conflict between you and Chen Fengxiao?" "I remember. I just couldn't stand Chen Fengxiao teaching the disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley a lesson. That's why I had a conflict with him." "Well, that's right. The other disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley avoided Chen Fengxiao. Only you stood up. Although you didn't fight, it's enough to show that you are grateful to the Rejuvenation Valley. You are a rare good boy." "I don't dare. I was young and frivolous. If Vice Hall Master Su didn't happen to pass by, I would have been beaten up by Chen Fengxiao." "Ha ha ha, isn't this fate between you and me? If I didn't know you, how could I be an outer sect disciple today?" "Alas, nephew, you don't have to sigh. Think about it. With Chen Fengxiao's fiery temper and ungrateful character, how could I let him enter the outer sect? Maybe after he enters the outer sect today, he will forget about me tomorrow. Maybe he will even make mistakes for me. Although I'm not afraid of this, it's still troublesome. Actually, senior brother Chen is also a hot-blooded man." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "What hot-blooded man? It's all nonsense. What I want is a disciple who is loyal to me, not someone like him. There are plenty of people like him in the Pill Tower Hall. As for Wu Zhouxiu, with his image, he can only stay on Tianmu Peak and face off against Chen Fengxiao. If he is sent to Wuming Hall, I will lose face for no reason." Lu Lihong was dumbfounded. He didn't know if he should be thankful for his good looks or blame his good looks. Although Wu Zhouxiu wasn't tall, his looks were average. Looking at him standing on Tianmu Peak, his leadership skills weren't bad either. But all of this was nothing in the eyes of Vice Hall Master Su. Just because his image wasn't good, his future was ruined. How sad. I've already answered your question. I think you know the pros and cons. My request just now isn't too complicated. Have you thought about it?" Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's questioning, Lu Lihong still hesitated. "Vice Hall Master Su, if you have any orders, I won't dare to slack off. But we will spread the rules of the incense sect." Before Lu Lihong finished, Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "Rules? After talking for so long, you're still thinking about that broken rule. This old man can guarantee that there's absolutely no problem with this matter. Why don't you think about it? Even if you complete this matter, who would know that it was you who did it? Are you the head disciple of Wuming Hall or an inner sect disciple? Don't forget that you are now under my care. In the future, I don't need to use any tricks. I only need to make it clear to Vice Hall Master Pang so that he will no longer treat you differently. I don't need to tell you about your situation. I believe you know it yourself." After he finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table, saying, "This is a jade rejuvenation pill. Consider it your reward for helping me for the first time. In the future, whenever this old man has something to trouble you with, I will give you an appropriate reward according to the difficulty of the matter. This jade rejuvenation pill is just a new pill that this old man can take out. I believe that nephew already has an idea of how many pills there are in the inner sect. This old man has all of these pills. If you help this old man in the future, I will not treat you unfairly." Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Su's words, Lu Lihong looked at the jade bottle on the table with greedy eyes. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he secretly gritted his teeth. What this old man wants to do is not too difficult. He even wants to give me a jade elixir as a reward. He must be testing me. But if I take this as an example, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely if I work for him in the future. Forget it, forget it. A man's ambition is limited by his poverty. I still have to live under his roof. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and said, Vice Hall Master Su is so generous and has treated me so well. How can I not agree? Good, good. That's good. As he said that, he waved his hand and the jade bottle floated to Lu Lihong. Seeing this, Lu Lihong's eyes revealed a look of admiration. This kind of pure internal strength was not something that he could compete with. Lu Lihong took the jade bottle and said, I don't deserve it. Vice Hall Master Su, this matter hasn't been settled yet. I don't deserve this pill. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand in a magnanimous manner and said, It's fine. I'm not worried about you. Just take it. I believe you can handle it well. All right, thank you for your trust, Vice Hall Master Su. I can only accept it, but, Vice Hall Master Su smiled and said, You don't have to worry about anything else. I will take care of it. Once you do it, I will naturally know. Lu Lihong nodded and smiled apologetically. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, go ahead. Go and prepare for the trial. Lu Lihong was overjoyed. Chapter 597. A blazing sun hung high in the southeast. Above the sea of clouds, a small sword was shuttling back and forth in the air. It was as if the small sword had a mind of its own. Just as the small sword was shuttling through the air, two light red rings suddenly descended from the sky and swiftly wrapped around the small sword. In an instant, the small sword seemed to have lost its vitality and fell rapidly. But just as it fell 3 feet, the two rings suddenly trembled and flew up into the sky, landing directly into a cave on a nearby mountain peak. Then, a tall young man dressed in a green robe walked out, holding the jade ring and small sword that had just entered the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he looked down at the jade ring in his hand and then looked up at the pure white sea of clouds. His eyes were full of expectation. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, who was practicing alchemy on Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua had already memorized the flying sword manual from the jade water sword, but she had never had the time to practice it. Now that she had some free time to refine the bone coagulation pill, she used her divine sense to instruct the small sword to practice above the sea of clouds. At the end of the practice, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and took out the refined dragon binding ring, wanting to test its power. As expected, although the small sword was very nimble, wherever Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense reached, the dragon binding ring also followed. The small sword actually had no place to dodge. Of course, this was because Zhang Xiaohua was operating the two things herself, so it was inevitable that she was experimenting. But even so, it was still quite powerful. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was looking at the sea of clouds, thinking about the imperial wind technique that she had been practicing for 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua practiced in the pill room when she had the time while refining pills. Now, she had just started practicing. According to the jade slip, once she practiced the imperial wind technique, she would be able to fly in the air and ride the wind. But with her current cultivation, she really didn't dare to jump out of this cave and step into the sea of clouds. If I can step on these continuous white clouds and ride the wind, I'm afraid my cultivation would be like that of an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Moreover, after the imperial wind technique, there's the flight technique. How much people yearn for it. I suddenly thought of something. The 19 fragrant peaks are so far apart that it's difficult to even communicate with each other. Could it be that during the immortal Tao, the various peaks relied on flying techniques to move around? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to see a scene of light shooting in all directions. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, What are you talking about? How can I believe in the ranger biography? Even if I can master the flight technique, the journey from here to Shixin Peak is more than 10 days. How can my true qi be enough? Sigh, I wonder if I'll be able to see second brother's figure on Shixin Peak. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly to Shixin Peak. Calm down, calm down. Haste makes waste. As long as I'm in fragrant religion, I'll get the news of second brother sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself slowly. She knew that even if she could enter Wuming Hall and become an outer disciple, she would not have the opportunity to enter Shixin Peak. On the contrary, she would fall into the eyes of some people, which would cause a certain difficulty in her actions. I, Xiaoxia, will never do things that make a fool of myself. Zhang Xiaohua said to herself. Io, it's getting late. Let's see the elixir in the furnace. This is the first batch of elixir refined with the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It must be successful. At least it'll be the best. Zhang Xiaohua went into the elixir room. Inside the elixir room, there was a faint medicinal fragrance. The earth fire under the elixir furnace was burning fiercely. The true samadhi fire in the elixir furnace was getting brighter and brighter. It surrounded the elixir liquid and burned it. The elixir liquid that was rotating very fast earlier gradually stopped and only rotated faintly. Zhang Xiaohua went to the elixir room and penetrated her divine sense into the elixir furnace. Seeing the elixir liquid, she was relieved. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was indeed a good thing. Just by looking at the rotation of the elixir liquid and the formation outside the elixir liquid, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the bone-solidifying elixir only took 10 days to be refined. It was 3 days less than refining the pulse-nourishing elixir. In the process of refining the elixir, the changes of the elixir liquid were even more different than before. The elixir of the bone-solidifying elixir was mixed together at the beginning like the pulse-nourishing elixir. The elixir of the 5 elements was mixed together and the elixir of the 5 elements was gradually formed into a mature elixir. However, from the second day onwards, the elixir of the 5 elements gradually became distinct and formed the shape of 2 small fish. Their heads and tails were connected and mixed together. The rotation of the elixir liquid was like 2 fish chasing each other. What made Zhang Xiaohua the most dumbfounded was that at the point where the 2 fish touched, there was actually a faint starlight. The starlight faintly showed signs of flowing, surrounding the 2 fish and constantly rotating. However, the starlight was so subtle that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could not see it clearly. However, for the 2 different elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua had a little idea in her heart. Within the heavenly way, Zhang Xiaohua knew that other than the Tao of the 5 elements, there was also the Tao of life and death, which was the Tao of yin and yang in Qi Huang. When these 2 different elixirs were first formed, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had also observed some clues. On one side of the elixir was the fragrant soul wood, refined in the Qin furnace, as well as the elixir from the Qian furnace, Zhen furnace, and vibration furnace. On the other side, the elixir was the iron bone grass, refined in the exchange furnace, as well as the elixir from the Kun furnace, Sun furnace, and Li furnace. In other words, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace's 8 trigrams could also be divided into 2, yin and yang. As the process of forming the elixir progressed, a small dot gradually appeared in the 2 fish-shaped elixirs, just like a fish's eye. The elixir in this small dot was the essence of the other elixir. These small dots of elixir were also wrapped in starlight. This made Zhang Xiaohua ponder deeply. Yin and yang were opposites, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. A solitary yang would not give birth, and a solitary yin would not grow. Only with yang and yin and yang could it be the Tao of all things. And this elixir also went from medicinal herbs to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir. It was precisely within the harmony of yin and yang, from nothing to something. This realization was akin to a bolt of lightning in Zhang Xiaohua's Tao heart, illuminating the heavenly Tao in Zhang Xiaohua's Tao heart. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sat down on the ground, no longer caring about the precious bone condensation pill in the cauldron in front of her, and directly comprehended this rare enlightenment. Before entering secluded meditation, Zhang Xiaohua habitually held the vitality stone in her hand. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow. Although she was comprehending the heavenly Tao, it only took her 3 days to awaken from her secluded meditation. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had taken a huge step forward, from the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining to the 7th layer of qi refining. However, a lot of the vitality in the vitality stone had been absorbed. Of the 18 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the first 6 layers were for the initial stage of qi refining. As long as one could step into the threshold of qi refining and absorb enough vitality of heaven and earth, their cultivation would improve. From the 7th layer onwards, the role of one's temperament was highlighted. Progress at this time could not be made up by pure vitality of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of the Heart Sutra made a breakthrough could one enter the next layer of cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining when she was concocting pills in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the transition from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of qi refining was the transition from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. It was also the transition from quantitative cultivation to comprehension of the Heart Sutra. It was the most difficult transition. When the Tao of immortality was flourishing, who knew how many heavenly prodigies had broken through the threshold of qi refining, but they were stumped by this transition in comprehension, and their cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of qi refining for the rest of their lives. This could be considered the second great challenge of the Tao of immortality. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace, she had witnessed a new method of concocting pills. She had introduced the theory of the 8 trigrams into the 5 elements, and when she was gestating the pill, she had combined the yin and yang of the Tao of heaven, gaining a deep understanding of how yin and yang nurtured all living things. This understanding directly pushed her understanding of the Tao of heaven to a new level. Furthermore, she held a vitality stone in her hand, so her meridians very naturally drew a vast amount of vitality from the primal stones into her body. According to the Carefree Heart Sutra, her cultivation directly rose from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. This improvement seemed accidental, but it was actually inevitable. Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the Tao of heaven every day, absorbing the vitality from the vitality stones every night, and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She was accumulating every day, and with the accumulation of time, it was only a matter of time before she went from quantitative to qualitative. The gestating process of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace was merely a catalyst. Of course, after emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to check her cultivation. Instead, she hurriedly sent her spiritual sense into the furnace to check the medicinal liquid. Fortunately, apart from the tiny bit of medicinal liquid that had expanded countless times, almost half the size of the fish outside, there weren't many other changes. Only then did she check her cultivation and discover that she had actually advanced to the middle stage of qi refining. This made Zhang Xiaohua overjoyed. She immediately circulated her true qi through her brand new meridians a few more times. Only after she was completely familiar with it did she stop. In the next few days, it was the crucial moment for gestating the pill. Other than practicing the levitation technique and comprehending the Tao of heaven, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to distract herself with other matters. She even temporarily stopped practicing talismans and formations, afraid that she would enter closed-door cultivation again and miss the best opportunity to form the pill. As a matter of fact, after practicing her sword technique and testing the dragon binding hoop for a bit, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned to the furnace. At this moment, of the 2 fish-shaped medicinal liquids, the other type of medicinal liquid was almost as much as the previous type of medicinal liquid, each taking up half. Simply speaking, the composition of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid was basically the same. There was only a slight difference. And this trace of medicinal liquid was all gathered at the edge of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid, wrapped together by faint starlight. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and circulated his true qi to his fingers. Both of his hands formed a series of hand seals and sent the final spell of the pill nurturing technique into the medicinal liquid. As the spell was sent in, the faint red true samadhi fire drilled into the medicinal liquid and burned toward the edges of the medicinal liquid. Chapter 598. Now it was the end of the gestation period. A layer of array outside the medicinal liquid had gradually formed. Under the observation of Zhang Xiaohua's divine thought, the wisp of samadhi true fire burned along the boundary of the two medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquid boiled for a while, like water poured into hot oil. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was the last moment of gestation. She didn't dare to be careless. She launched another technique. She only felt that a lot of the true qi in her body was drawn out at once. As the technique was launched, it slowly pushed the medicinal liquid that had been still. The starlight on the edge gradually spread between the two medicinal liquids with the burning of the samadhi true fire. The medicinal liquid gradually rotated. Zhang Xiaohua's divine thought also slowly couldn't see the movement inside. After a while, the entire medicinal liquid expanded and contracted. It even shook a little. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the rotation that Zhang Xiaohua pushed with the technique also stopped. The entire medicinal liquid was quietly suspended in the center of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The samadhi true fire, that was still vivid just now, also disappeared without a trace at this time. Zhang Xiaohua also stood there quietly. She swept her divine thought again. At this time, the medicinal liquid was completely invisible. The gestation period had been completed. However, at the end of gestation, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi in her body was consumed a lot. Thinking of the true qi used in the beginning to quench the liquid, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to rush to pull the pill. Instead, she sat cross-legged and took out the vitality stone to replenish the true qi in her body. Now that Zhang Xiaohua was already at the intermediate stage of the qi refining realm, the speed of absorbing the true qi in the vitality stone had greatly increased. In just a moment, it was finished replenishing. Putting away the vitality stone, Zhang Xiaohua slightly recalled the technique to pull the pill. The corner of her eyes slightly shrank. She launched the technique. Following the launch of the technique, some true qi was drawn out. The entire medicinal liquid swelled and a thumb-sized green medicinal pill appeared in the air beside it. It was exactly as described in the pill formula. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She continued to launch the technique. Although the true qi in her body was consumed relatively quickly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to replenish her true qi when she saw more and more bone-solidifying pills. Anyway, each time she refined pills, she could only pull out 9 pills. It wasn't enough to exhaust the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body. However, things were beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When she launched the technique for the 10th time into the medicinal liquid and waited for the bone-solidifying pill byproduct, she shockingly discovered that the 10th bone-solidifying pill was also pulled out. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, since she could pull out more medicinal pills, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally overjoyed. Estimating the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua continued to pull out 18 bone-solidifying pills in a row. Looking at the endless medicinal liquid left, Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart. Without hesitation, she launched the last technique. Sure enough, there was a series of crisp sounds. The last medicinal liquid was pulled out into a medicinal pill that was a lot smaller than the bone-solidifying pill. It was a little yellow. Upon closer inspection, it was 70% similar to the small bone-solidifying pill that Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head slightly and took out a few jade bottles. Her hand formed a technique and pointed her finger. The opening of the Kun furnace opened, and with a wave of her hand, the 18 bone-solidifying pills flew into the few jade bottles. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua cast a seal on the jade bottles and carefully kept them in her purse. Only then did she look at the 7 or 8 small bone solidifying pills at the bottom of the furnace. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't examine the small bone solidifying pill in detail. At this time, when she took out one to examine it carefully, she couldn't help but frown slightly. This small bone solidifying pill was extremely similar to the previous one. It was just that the color was slightly darker and the medicinal smell was much lighter. It was far from the previous medicinal fragrance that assailed her nostrils. When she looked at it, it was the same as the crimson flame pill that Zhang Xiaohua refined previously. There was a faint starlight. What's going on? Could it be that there's a mistake in my refining method? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and carefully thought about the refining process from beginning to end. She still had no clue. AI, forget it. When I refined the basic medicinal pills, there were no such problems. Why would there be a mistake when I refined the low-level medicinal pills? However, the color, smell, and other aspects of this medicinal pill should have been refined successfully. There shouldn't be any problems in the entire process. Oh, the Meridian Nourishing Pill only produced 9 medicinal pills last time. This time, it actually produced 18. It should be because of the amount of medicinal herbs. Even if it's a basic medicinal pill, if the medicinal herbs in the pill formula are complete and the quantity is sufficient, it should be able to produce more than 9 medicinal pills. Thinking about it, it was very reasonable. When Zhang Xiaohua was refining pills in the Rejuvenation Valley, she used very few medicinal herbs each time. It was far less generous than this time, where she put the whole medicinal herb into the pill furnace at once. Moreover, in the pill formula of the bone solidifying pill, there were more than 10 main ingredients and ingredients. It was normal for her to be able to refine 18 medicinal pills. If there were only 9 pills, then Zhang Xiaohua had skimped on the job. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and put the remaining small bone solidifying pill into the jade bottle. Suddenly, she thought of another question. In the Rejuvenation Valley, the byproduct of the Meridian Nourishing Pill was called Crimson Flame Pill. Why didn't the byproduct of the Bone Solidifying Pill have other names? Why was it directly called Small Bone Solidifying Pill? Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who cares what it's called? It's just a mark. I wonder if my Small Bone Solidifying Pill is better than the Small Bone Solidifying Pill of the incense cult?" Unfortunately, there was no one to verify this question for her. After putting away the bone solidifying pills, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the empty pill furnace and thought for a moment. Then, she cast a few incantations into the furnace. The earth fire under the pill furnace became a little smaller, but it still slowly heated the pill furnace. Then, Zhang Xiaohua checked the true qi in her body. She couldn't help but be shocked. She had just advanced to the middle stage of the aura refining realm, so the amount of true qi in her body was a lot more than before. However, this simple pill pulling process consumed more than half of the true qi in her body. If she was still in the early stage of the aura refining realm, she reckoned she wouldn't even be able to pull out all the true qi in her body. Alas, the middle stage of the aura refining realm isn't enough. This is only a low-level medicinal pill. What if it's a mid-level or high-level medicinal pill? Even the amount of true qi needed to refine the medicine wouldn't be enough. The path of cultivation seems to have just begun. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly and took out another primordial stone. This small primordial stone seemed to have been used too frequently. After replenishing her true qi, Zhang Xiaohua simply didn't keep the primordial stone. Instead, she took it with her hands. With a twist of her body, she escaped to the outside of the cave. When she started refining the bone solidifying pills, Zhang Xiaohua spent nearly half a day putting the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace to refine the liquid. Pulling out the pills took even more time. At this time, it was already late at night. However, at this time, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was the best time to kill, cough cough, it was the best time to practice the imperial wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing that there was no one around, she immediately made an incantation with her hands and transferred her true qi to her legs. Then, her body flew up a little crookedly, faintly carrying the imperial wind technique. She directly flew into the darkness in the distance. During this period of refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua went to work in the medicinal fields early in the morning. The rest of the time, she stayed in the pill room to familiarize herself with the imperial wind technique. When night fell, when Bai Huan and Zhou Shuming both went back, she came out of the pill room and practiced the levitation technique on Tianmu Peak. The west side of Tianmu Peak belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. At night, there were usually people watching over the pill furnaces that were refining pills. The east side belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. It was all medicinal fields and forests. At night, there were no traces of people. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could practice on the east side. Now that she had practiced for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua could already reach the threshold of imperial wind technique. Her figure floating in the night sky indeed had a hint of immortality. However, although she was already in the middle stage of qi refining, her true qi was not enough to refine pills, let alone imperial wind technique. What was even more hateful was that the qi of heaven and earth was so thin that it was not enough for her to absorb, let alone support this imperial wind technique that looked like an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua could only hold on to the qi in her hands and try to absorb it into her body with all her might. At the same time, she performed the adorable yet hateful imperial wind technique. Like a gust of wind, she left a faint shadow on the east side of Tianmu Peak. Flying to a low-lying area, Zhang Xiaohua was a little tired. Just as she was about to stop, her divine sense suddenly discovered two figures beside the forest in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately descended from the sky. Before she landed, she made an incantation with her hands and directly burrowed into the ground. She did not want to be seen through. When she poked her head out again, she was already at the roots of a tree 10 feet away. The two people beside the forest did not seem to notice anything unusual and were only whispering to each other. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care and was about to escape. However, just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly realized that it was already too late. The disciples of the grass division were not this diligent. There must be something fishy going on. She did not know what they were up to. However, in her divine sense, the two people's faces were unfamiliar, as if she had never seen them before. Could it be, since she was curious, Zhang Xiaohua quietly went to the place where the two people were talking. She found an inconspicuous stone and poked her head out to eavesdrop on their conversation. One of them said, "Senior Hu, this is the territory of the grass division. It's better to be careful and not be discovered." Senior Hu smiled and said, "Junior Qian, don't worry. The people of the grass division have already returned. Who else would be in this wilderness? Caution is the parent of safety. We can't not be on guard. If someone sees our grass division's territory, it will be hard to explain. No wonder Lord Spring Equinox often praises you and says that you are a promising talent. He even told us to learn from you. Lord Spring Equinox is too kind. This one is just a little more careful. Alright, let's not talk too much." This time, more than 10 outsiders came to the pill opening hall. Did you notice anyone from the sect? Senior Hu, the people who came this time were quite scattered. Our Tianmu Peak is famous for being difficult to mix in. Who would come here? There are only a few apprentices who refine pills. This one has already seen them. None of them are our brothers. Chapter 599. What about the disciples from the other peaks? I've also taken the opportunity to go to the other peaks. The situation was the same. The new disciples turned a blind eye to the secret hand signals of the sect. I don't think they're among them. That's strange. The sect sends people here every 10 years. Why didn't they send anyone this year? The two were silent for a while. Senior brother Hu continued, "Oh right, recently there was a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley in our Jianghu Peaks Grass Division. His martial arts are very strong. Could it be? I've already thought of this. After the bet, I tried to show him the hand signals. He didn't feel it at all, so it shouldn't be him." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Based on his tone, this junior brother Qian should be from the pill department. When did someone from the pill department give her a hand signal? Why didn't she have any impression of it? Looking at his arrogant appearance, he might not be from the sect. How could he reveal his strong martial arts and be so close to Chen Fengshao as soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak? But junior brother Qian, there aren't any suitable candidates for the pill department's medicine boy. I think you should go take a look at the medicine boys from the grass division. Maybe the sect changed their direction this year and started from Rejuvenation Valley. Senior brother Hu is right. I think so too. If we start from the pill department every year, it's inevitable that we'll be exposed. It's inevitable that we'll try other methods. But we're disciples of the pill department and can only guard Tianmu Peak. If we go to the other peaks to find the grass division disciples, there won't be many opportunities. It's only because Tianmu Peak is a bit chaotic that Lord Spring Equinox let us stay here. If it were the other peaks, it might be inconvenient to move around. Lord Spring Equinox is wise. Oh right, senior brother Hu, did any of our brothers enter the other halls this year? This Lord Spring Equinox didn't say, so I don't know. But we're all spies in the fragrant cult. Most of our contacts are one way. Lord Spring Equinox might not let us know. The sect has been scheming for many years. Although the fragrant cult is content to stay in a remote corner, didn't we also sneak in? It's just that there's something strange about the way in and out of the incense-spreading cult. All information cannot be leaked out. Our people can only enter but not leave. That's right. It's extremely difficult to be an outer disciple, let alone pass the test and roam the Jianghu. Not only do you have to be strong in martial arts, but you also have to have a clean background. Disciples from outside are not allowed to go out. Therefore, we outer disciples are powerless even if we want to. Isn't that so? If not for that, Lord Spring Equinox would have been able to send a message. Why should we worry about it? Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. If you have time, you should go to the medicine boys of the grass division and find some time to interact with them. See if there are any of our people among them. Alright, please inform Lord Spring Equinox that I will definitely accomplish it. After saying that, the two of them looked left and right carefully. One went up, the other went down, heading straight to the west side of Tianmu Peak. After waiting for everyone to leave, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems that these two must have been sent by the incense-spreading cult's enemies. Moreover, they must have been hiding in the incense-spreading cult for a long time. Every 10 years, someone would enter. Could it be that Li Chang? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of Valley Lord Nie's warning before they set off from Rejuvenation Valley. But how could he be sure that Li Chang was sent by someone else? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. In fact, he had forgotten that when it came to unknown origins, his own origins were even more unknown than Li Chang's. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua said to himself, in any case, this incense-spreading cult is a big turtle shell. Once you enter, don't even think about leaving. Wait for me to find second brother's news and find a chance to capture Li Chang. Or that junior brother Qian. I'll know once I ask. Why bother hurting my brain? If he doesn't say anything, I'll just use my bewitching finger. What else can I not know? Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked. Then, he floated up and rode the wind to the top of Tianmu Peak. Speaking of the imperial wind technique, it was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's levitation technique. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the mountain. The entire mountain was quiet. Even Bai Huan's little hut had long extinguished its lights. Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the medicine field and found the seeds that he watered with spring water rich in vitality every day. The seeds were the same as before. There were no signs of germination. However, the seeds seemed to be absorbing vitality. These few seeds had much stronger vitality fluctuations than the others. Then, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cave and set up the restriction. He returned to the pill room. In the pill room, the earth fire was still burning, warming the pill furnace on top. Zhang Xiaohua took out the futon and sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Holding the vitality stones in his hand, he did his routine homework every night. In the next month or so, Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to working in the fields, spent most of his time in the alchemy room, refining them a meridian-nourishing pill, bone-condensing pill, and so on again, harvesting a lot of pills. Moreover, according to the pill formula in the jade slip, he used a small alchemy furnace to refine some basic, detoxification pills. Although refining these pills consumed a lot of medicinal herbs, compared to the medicinal herbs Zhang Xiaohua won in the last gambling fight, the amount was still very little. In addition to refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua still spent a lot of time comprehending the way of heaven. This was a skill that could not be seen in a short time. After Zhang Xiaohua advanced to the middle stage of the qi refining realm, the rabbit talisman in her mud pill palace improved again. She gradually comprehended them one by one. Now, she had nearly 200 rabbit talismans. In addition to these, the spirit traction technique seemed to have changed and began to slowly improve again. What made Zhang Xiaohua most gratified was the imperial wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have a unique talent for the levitation technique and the imperial wind technique. Since she touched the threshold of the imperial wind technique, she could not stop. She practiced the imperial wind technique that she did not even dare to think about before to a proficient level. She only lacked abundant qi of heaven and earth. Otherwise, she could really fly with the wind like the way of immortals. Among them, there was also a gambling battle on Tianmu Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua still used his previous level of martial arts. Under Chen Fengxiao's arrangement, he won 2 victories and won a few bottles of insignificant pills. Now, his limelight on Tianmu Peak was faintly showing signs of surpassing the 6 great arhats. If it were not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua only worked on Tianmu Peak and never appeared in front of the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall and Chen Fengxiao had already instructed not to disturb him, Zhang Xiaohua would have attracted the attention of all the disciples wherever he went. It seemed that everything was going according to the normal trajectory and also according to Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Even Zhou Shuming's surveillance was gradually reduced. Wu Zhoushu should also be slowly relieved. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. Far away in the exquisite little courtyard of Lingxiang Peak, by the lotus pond, Peacock was talking to Chen Chen about something. There was a strange expression on Peacock's face. She stared at the surface of the lotus pond and seemed to be lost in thought. Chen Chen looked at her from the side and endured. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior sister, say something. You've been in closed-door training for dozens of days. It's rare to see you come out. When I came to see you, you made a clay Buddha statue and didn't say a word." When Peacock heard this, she laughed out loud and said, "Junior sister even knows about clay Buddha statues. You've gained a lot from this trip." "Well, I thought you wouldn't say anything." Chen Chen curled his lips and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I didn't go out and wanted to go out. But when I went out, I saw a bunch of boring people. There was really no meaning in going out. Sigh, why didn't I encounter something as interesting as Ren Xiaoyao?" Hearing these 3 words, Peacock's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She said uneasily, if you're willing, I'll let you go to Carefree City next time. Maybe you'll meet him." "Hee, that guy has been sent to the pill hall. Where would there be a second Ren Xiaoyao?" "Right, I don't know how that kid is doing in Baiyu Peak." "This?" Peacock's heart skipped a beat. To tell the truth, she had always felt that she did not have any feelings for this ordinary young man that she had only met a few times. However, the words of Abbess Jing Fan last time, and her firm affirmation, and the face that appeared in her mind from time to time when she was in closed-door training, she had begun to doubt her own feelings. Could this be fate bestowed by the heavens? So that you can't forget him? She did not dare to answer Chen Chen's words. She frowned slightly and said, "Who knows, he's just a medicine boy." Chapter 600. I know, Senior. Chen Chen held Peacock's arm and smiled. I'm not going alone this time, I can't be careless. When we enter the valley, the inner disciples will be together. Once we're in the valley, we'll have to separate. Don't be careless. Hee hee, I know. But this time, I have a tail. What do you mean? Peacock was confused. Hey, do you still remember Master Jingyi's female disciple? I know. What do you mean, she's going to follow you into the valley? Are you kidding me? She's only been in the inner sect for a few years? Although she's cultivated with Master Jingyi, but how is she qualified for this valley orchid dusk? That's right, Senior Sister is right. I don't know how she reported it to Martial Uncle's sect leader, but he actually agreed. The worst thing is, Martial Uncle's sect leader said that I have a bad temper and was afraid that something would happen to me inside, so he asked me to take care of her. He even said that my martial arts cultivation is high and I can protect her. Don't you think it's funny? Is that so? Peacock said, since Master Jingyi has already spoken, there's no point in you refusing. Actually, Master Jingyi is right. You two can learn from each other's strengths and complement each other. Chen Chen pouted and said, I'm not familiar with her, what's so interesting about that? Moreover, I'm going to the valley to look for opportunities, not to be a nanny. If I bring her along, how can I be at ease? Hee hee. Peacock chuckled, that's your problem. If you weren't famous for being careless, how could Master Jingyi find you? Sigh, that child is also a pitiful person. If we don't help her, who else can? Only Senior is kind-hearted. Forget it, I'm just nagging you, don't take it to heart. I know, you're tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. You can't bear to see someone you're close to being bullied. Master Jingyi gave that child to you for the same reason. Senior Sister, I only have this one shortcoming, and all of you have seen it so clearly. How am I supposed to live with myself in the future? Hee hee, don't be complacent. I don't know what you're thinking. Master has already told me. Although I went to the Yulon Grand Canyon 5 years ago, I still know where the good things are. I don't think the other Senior Sisters will tell you these things. Hee hee, that's right. I'm your junior sister. If you don't tell me, who else can you tell? Peacock glanced at her with annoyance and told her about her last trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon and the few hidden places she found. She did not forget to remind her, yellow wind and black lightning have not come out for a long time. Maybe they died of old age, or maybe they died of serious injuries. These are all guesses. It is better to be prepared. If you see any signs of trouble, it is better to run as far away as possible. I understand. Chen Chen said disapprovingly, so many years have passed. Things that have disappeared without a trace can't possibly still exist in the world. Counting the actions of the sect master and the others, it should have been decades. Chen Chen. To tell you the truth, don't let your guard down. The Yulon Grand Canyon is a mysterious area of our incense cult. Generations of sect masters and elders have attached great importance to it. But from the records of our cult, no one has been able to fully understand the canyon, not even the immortal seniors from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, the beasts in the canyon are all psychic creatures, not to mention the 2 legendary ones. If you don't take my words to heart, maybe. Peacock did not finish her words. Chen Chen smiled and said, I know, Senior Sister. No matter how stupid I am, it's impossible for me to not care about my own life. It's just that I still have a burden with me. Tell me, how can I escape? Even if I meet the legendary fiend, Then, her smile turned into a bitter smile. Sigh, that's true. Peacock sighed. She could not understand why the sect master would agree to let an inner disciple who was not very good at martial arts enter the Yulon Grand Canyon. Then, Peacock clenched her teeth, every man for himself. Although the sect master has entrusted her to you, you can only protect her to the extent of your ability. If you can't. Yes, senior sister, don't worry. I know this. Chin Chin nodded her head in all seriousness, and then rebuked, Senior sister, when I went to the other senior sisters, didn't they all congratulate me for having the opportunity to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon? Only you nagged endlessly, as if as long as I entered, would encounter something. Children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Peacock smiled and said, look at what you're saying. On the Lingxiang Peak, Peacock and Chen Chen had a deep sisterly relationship and had endless things to say. Bayua Peak, Pill Expanding Hall, 100 Herb Hall. Elder Zishan sat at the head of the table, accompanied by Deputy Hall Master Su. Elder Zishan squinted his eyes and looked tired, as if he was thinking about something. Deputy Hall Master Su looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, Hall Master, if you have any difficulties, can I help you share the burden? Elder Zishan sighed, opened his eyes and said, isn't it because of the Misty Hall? Alas, not only me, but the other hall masters are also scratching their heads. Forget it, there will be a way when the time comes. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Then, he thought of something and said, right, I forgot to tell you that the prohibition of the Yulon Grand Canyon has been loosened. Perhaps the Yulon Evening Refinement will be brought forward a few days, and it's time to send disciples in. Think about it, choose suitable people from the grass sect and draw up a list. You've done this in the past, so it shouldn't be too late to tell me now, right? Hearing this, Deputy Hall Master Su was obviously stunned. Then, he took out a stack of paper and handed it to Elder Zishan, saying, Hall Master, you must have forgotten that you've told me about this earlier. At that time, the prohibition of the canyon had just loosened and you wanted me to start early, so that I wouldn't be late to pick the herbs. Look, I've already drawn up the list of people entering the canyon. If you think it's suitable, I'll let my disciples inform them and make preparations in advance. When the time comes, they can enter. Anyway, we'll be the last to enter. Haha. Elder Zishan slapped his forehead and said, look at my head. Now that you've said it, I do have some impression of it. Alas, it's all because of the matter at Shixin Peak. Then, he took the paper with the names written on it from Deputy Hall Master Su's hands. He glanced at it and said, every time the Yulon Evening Refinement occurs, our Pill Expanding Hall will lose some medicine boys. This time, you have to choose better ones. It's best if they have some martial arts foundation. Don't let them become food when they encounter fierce beasts. Then, he casually handed the list to Deputy Hall Master Su. Deputy Hall Master Su took it and said respectfully, we can't help losing medicine boys. We grass sect disciples don't know martial arts and spend most of our time taking care of the medicine fields. It's really difficult to stand out on the path of martial arts. Even Heaven and Earth Hall and Cleansing Jade Hall also lose people every year. Yes, last year's Yulon Evening Refinement didn't seem to pick any good spiritual herbs, so the inner sect was a little unhappy. I hope the disciples who go in this time will have good luck. Not every disciple is as lucky as Lu Lihong. However, this time, I will specially instruct a few disciples who are good at martial arts to pay more attention when they enter the valley. They will definitely make the hall master proud. Ha ha ha. Elder Zishan laughed. Do you think they are inner sect disciples who can enter and exit the Yulon Grand Canyon as if there is no one around? Let's let them save their own lives first before we talk about anything else. Yes, I know. Hall Master is merciful. This is something that everyone in the Pill Expanding Hall can see. Well, you can go and quickly distribute the list. Maybe tomorrow or the day after, there will be news from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Don't delay the Yulon evening refinement arrangement. Yes, I will immediately supervise this matter. Deputy Hall Master Su stood up and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. The Pill Expanding Hall's subordinates were White Mountain Peak, Three Reeds Peak, Tianmu Peak, and Track Peak. Not long after, several disciples rode their horses and headed towards these peaks. In a hall on Tianmu Peak, Chen Feng of the Grass Division was eating and talking to Wu Zhouxiu of the Pill Division about the recent situation of Tianmu Peak. Wu Zhouxiu said, "Congratulations, Headmaster Chen. In this gambling fight, the Grass Division has won against the Pill Division again. In the future, the situation will be reversed." Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, "Not at all. At most, it will be a draw. How can it be like before when we were suppressed by you guys?" After drinking a mouthful of tea, Wu Zhouxiu said, "It's your Grass Division's luck to have a medicine boy named Ren Xiaoyao from Rejuvenation Valley. His skills are comparable to our 3 guardian deities. Yes, this young man is not bad. His luck is also indescribable. Including the 3 matches in the first gambling fight, he has won 5 matches in a row. His harvest is not small. However, this is because he has just arrived. The brothers participating in the gambling fight are not too familiar with his fist techniques. After a few more fights, it will not be so easy to win." That is true. However, he is still young. There is a lot of room for improvement in the future. If he obtains a suitable martial arts cultivation method, he may be another Lu Lihong. Whether he is another Lu Lihong or not, it has nothing to do with us. Look at that Lu Lihong. Since he entered the outer sect, how many times has he returned to the Pill Expanding Hall? Even our Tianmu Peak is the first time. If Ren Xiaoyao is also like this, it will not benefit us at all." Wu Zhouxiu shook his head, looking at him. He does not look like a heartless person. Last time when Lu Lihong came with Yang Yao, he only recognized Yang Yao. Even if you introduced Lu Lihong first, he still bowed to Yang Yao first. Yes, I know that. Otherwise, would not accommodate him. Zhou Shuming has been on Tianmu Peak for so long. Did you discover anything? What about you? Isn't Bai Huan with him every day? Did you discover anything? Ha ha ha. The 2 of them laughed loudly, with a, "you know what I mean," look on their faces. This gave the disciples who were rushing in a fright. Chapter 601. Chen Fengshao looked at the Grass Division disciple and asked, "What's the matter?" The disciple reported, "Bai Yefeng sent him, he said it's important." Hall leader, why are you paying attention to us? Wu Zhouxiu was puzzled. Our Tianmu Peak has been really quiet recently, there aren't many battles. Why don't you let him in? Chen Fengshao waved his hand for the disciple to bring him in. Although it was a disciple, Chen Fengshao and Wu Zhouxiu didn't dare to just sit there. They both got up and walked out. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they saw a disciple rush in. Seeing Chen Fengshao and Wu Zhouxiu, he bowed, "Greetings to the 2 leaders." Chen Fengshao hurried forward and supported him. "Junior brother no need to be so polite. We're all brothers of the Pill Spreading Hall, no need to be so polite." Junior martial brother he stood up and said, "Headmaster Chen and Wu Daolang are very famous in our Pill Expanding Hall. Compared to you, junior martial brother is really ashamed." The 2 led junior brother he into the hall, and after some small talk, Chen Fengshao asked, "Junior brother he is a disciple of the Pill Division. Why did Tianmu Peak suddenly send me a message? Is there a mistake in what I said?" As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Zhouxiu. Wu Zhouxiu was also confused. The Pill Spreading Hall's messages were usually sent by Grass Division disciples to Chen Fengshao and Pill Division disciples to Wu Zhouxiu. When he heard that a disciple from Bai Yefeng came to find Chen Fengshao, Wu Zhouxiu thought it was a Grass Division disciple. But when he saw junior brother he of the Pill Division, he was puzzled and thought there was a mistake. Junior martial brother, he smiled and said, I don't know about this. It's just that Vice Hall Master Su sent me here to deliver the name list for the secluded Orchid Evening Refinement to Tianmu Peak. Tell me, if I didn't come to Headmaster Chen, would I come to Wu Dalong? Hearing junior brother he mentioned the list of Orchid Evening Refinement, not only Chen Fengxiao, but Wu Zhouxiu was also puzzled. There's still a few months until the Orchid Evening Refinement, why are you suddenly talking about this? I also just found out that this year's Orchid Dusk Refinement seems to be brought forward, which is in the next few days. That's why Vice Hall Master Su sent me here in a hurry, and told me to return to the White Mountain Peak after I finish packing up. Oh, I see. Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile. Although he still did not understand, he did not ask anything else after looking at the Wuzhou ruins. Then, junior brother he took out a list from his bosom and handed it to Chen Fengxiao, saying, Headmaster Chen, this is the list of 35 people participating in the Orchid Dusk Refinement today. Take a look and quickly inform them to pack up and follow me to Baiyu Peak tomorrow. Okay. Chen Feng took the list with a smile and said while looking at it. This wasn't the first time they had sent disciples to the Yulon Grand Canyon to pick herbs, so he naturally understood the rules. Although the Grass Division disciples weren't too willing to enter the Grand Canyon, this was the Pill Opening Hall Master's personal order, so no one could go against it. Chen Fengxiao roughly looked through the list, then raised his head and said, Junior brother go and rest first, I'll go. That's not right. Chen Fengxiao suddenly thought of something and immediately raised the name list in front of his eyes. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, he looked at it carefully again. Then, he pointed at a name and said, Junior martial brother is this wrong? Junior brother he was also surprised. How is it written wrongly? Is there a mistake in the name? Seeing this, Wuzhou Ruins also walked forward and looked at the name Chen Fengxiao pointed at carefully. Although the Pill Division didn't participate in the Orchid Dusk Refinement, the list wasn't a secret. Although Wuzhou Ruins belonged to the Pill Division, he didn't avoid anything. Sure enough, when Wuzhou Ruins saw the name, he also said curiously, Ren Xiaoyao? Isn't this the new medicine boy from the Grass Division? Why was he also chosen for the Orchid Dusk Refinement list? Chen Fengxiao at the side also said, this Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Tianmu Peak for a month. He seems to be still young, only 14 or 15 years old. How can he have the qualifications to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? If it was 5 or 10 years later, he would be a very good candidate. This junior brother he looked at the name written in black and white, and said, is there another person in the Grass Division with the same name? Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, there's only one person, no one else. Then, I don't know. When I received the list from Vice Hall Master Su, I didn't look at it carefully. This is also the first time I've heard of Ren Xiaoyao's name. Junior brother he said apologetically. This. Chen Fengxiao was a little embarrassed. When Wuzhou Ruins heard this, he suddenly thought of something and his face changed slightly. Looking at the disciple from the Pill Division, he seemed to have understood something. He took half a step back and looked at Chen Fengxiao without saying anything. What? Does head leader Chen want to question this list? Junior brother he was a little unhappy. No. Chen Fengxiao was startled and waved his hand. I just feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young and not suitable. Junior brother he laughed. Head leader Chen, have you not heard of this saying? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. If you can't, you can't. As long as it's someone that our hall master has his eyes on, there's only one word for it. You have no choice but to accept it. Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, that's right. I accept it very much, very much. It seems that head leader Chen is very familiar with this person. Furthermore, you said that he's not suitable this year and would be most suitable in 5 or 10 years? Chen Feng listened with a smile. Since he had nothing else to do, he told him about Zhang Xiaohua's participation in the bet. He smiled and said, in a few years' time, this young man will be invincible on Tianmu Peak. It will be dangerous for him to enter the canyon this year. Oh, so that's how it is. Junior brother, he suddenly understood and said, I've heard Vice Hall Master Su say a few words. This Yulong Grand Canyon's restrictions have been loosened in advance. The danger inside might increase, so it's fine to send more disciples with good martial arts. This is the reason. Wu Zhouxiu, who had retreated half a step, also returned to normal. He stepped forward and said, that's right. Every year, we lose disciples in the Grand Canyon. It must be done appropriately. Although Ren Xiaoyao is young, he is one of the top few in Tianmu Peak. It's only right to send him. Chen Fengxiao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. What the two said made sense. Although Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were not as good as the outer sect disciples, he was still much stronger than the ordinary grass sect disciples. His chances of returning alive from the Yulong Grand Canyon were much higher than the others. Thus, it was not unexpected for him to be included in the list of 36. However, a little medicine boy who had just come from Rejuvenation Valley was sent to Tianmu Peak as soon as he arrived at Baiyu Peak. In less than a month, he would be sent to the Yulong Grand Canyon, a place where even the disciples of Pill Excavating Hall would turn pale. This made Chen Fengxiao feel that something was not right. Could it be, however, even if he had this, could it be, thought, he did not have the qualifications nor any reason to object. Thus, he reached out and put the list into his bosom. He smiled and said, all right, junior brother, his task can be considered completed. Let's go, I will set up a banquet to welcome junior brother he. Let your Dan Division's senior brother Wu accompany you. Junior brother he was also courteous. He cupped his hands and said, many thanks to head manager Chen. I have long wanted to drink with the two heads at Tianmu Peak. Now I have finally found the opportunity. However, he looked at the list in Chen Fengxiao's bosom and said, head manager Chen, please distribute this list first and let the disciples on the list prepare. They will return to Baiyu Peak with me tomorrow morning. Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile, junior brother he is right. Wu Dalong, accompany junior brother he. I will personally bring the list over and let the selected disciples prepare now. I will definitely not delay junior brother he's journey tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he quickly left the hall and instructed the relevant disciples to quickly carry out the list. It was easy to send a list from Baiyu Peak, but the disciples of Tianmu Peak had many things to do. Not to mention handing over their own matters to others, even the preparations before departure, and, cough cough, the arrangements for the future were also extremely troublesome. In the past, the list was sent a few days in advance, leaving 2 to 3 days for the disciples to prepare. How could it be like today, sending the list today and bringing the disciples back to Baiyu Peak tomorrow morning? Therefore, although junior brother he had agreed to drink with Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, he still had to supervise Chen Fengxiao to carry out the selection of disciples first. After Chen Fengxiao had walked away, Wu Zhouxiu sat down with junior brother he and said in a low voice, I wonder if junior brother he has any instructions for me when you come? Junior brother he nodded and said, Vice Hall Leader Su has a message for me, but it is quite difficult to understand. Haha. Please explain, junior brother he. Vice Hall Leader Su said to keep an eye on things. Things? Wu Zhouxiu could not help but say, then he smiled bitterly and said, I understand, if I go back and see Vice Hall Leader Su, please report back to Hall Leader Su, I will definitely follow Hall Leader Su's instructions and ask him not to worry. Seeing that Wu Zhouxiu understood the meaning of those words, junior brother he breathed a sigh of relief and said, of course, we are all working for Hall Leader Su. Wu Dalong is Hall Leader Su's right-hand man. If there is any opportunity in the future, I hope senior brother Wu can put in a good word for me in front of Hall Leader Su. No, no. Wu Zhouxiu waved his hand, junior apprentice brother he is the one who is closest to the water and enjoys the moonlight first. Every day, he works in front of Lord Hall Master, and all the hard work is seen by him. You see, even the important matter of sending the name list was trouble to junior apprentice brother he of the pill department. This shows how important junior apprentice brother he is to Lord Hall Master. Junior brother He's eyes were a little proud, cupping his hands and said, "We are all Hall Leader Su's subordinates. We will go wherever is suitable, as long as he is satisfied. Isn't that our goal?" That's right, that's right. On the top of Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just finished refining pills, was standing in the sunset and stretching. When he heard Bai Huan telling him about going to the Yulon Grand Canyon, he couldn't help but be stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, "Did you hear it wrong? It's me, Ren Xiaoyao." Chapter 602. When Bai Huan heard this, he said innocently, "Junior brother Ren, what are you talking about? How could I have misheard such an important matter? Just now, Headmaster Chen sent a disciple over and I had to confirm it again and again. I know that junior brother has been training hard and did not dare to let him disturb you. That's why I waited for you to come out. Otherwise, I would have directly asked him to find you." Thank you, senior brother Bai. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you already know about the Valley Orchid Dusk refinement? I wanted to tell you about it. Yes, the last time senior brother Lu Lihong came, he talked about it a little. Headmaster Chen said that I may only have the qualifications to enter after 5 or 10 years. I did not expect to be lucky enough to see it this year. But, looking at you, other than being surprised, you don't seem to be panicking at all? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just some wild beasts? When I was young at home, I often went hunting in the mountains. Alas, this guy is now full of nonsense." Bai Huan's face had an expression of, "I knew you had never seen it before," and said with concern, "Junior brother Ren, I know that your martial arts are strong, but I still want to tell you that the beasts in the valley are completely different from the ones you have seen before. You must not be careless." Looking at this white fatty who wanted to take advantage of her as soon as she arrived at Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although some people didn't give people a good first impression, after interacting with them for a long time, she might be able to discover some of their good points. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Didn't you say that there are outer disciples protecting you? Since their martial arts are so good, and they follow a fixed route and a fixed place to gather herbs, what is there to be afraid of? These are all facts, and these places are relatively safe. However, anything is possible. You don't know, the last time I went there, although I didn't encounter any special beasts, even a jackal killed one of our grass tribe brothers. It was not far in front of me. Now that I think about it, I'm scared." Bai Huan's face was filled with lingering fear. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "The outer court disciples didn't notice? Why didn't they stop him?" "Them?" Bai Huan sneered, "They are just escorting us to the herb-picking area. They are only responsible for the safety on the way. When they are picking herbs, they also have to take the trial. How can they take care of us? In other words, when we reach the place where we pick the herbs, there's still a chance that we'll be attacked by those ferocious beasts? Of course, although there are hiding places in the herb-gathering area, our skills are not as good as those ferocious beasts. As long as a ferocious beast appears, there will be casualties. I don't know about others, but at that time, I was extremely nervous. I prayed to the heavens as I picked the herbs." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel some sympathy and said, "Senior Bai, if that's the case, I feel that the price you gave me last time was too low. How about I give you some more pills?" Bai Huan's hand shook vigorously. Her face was a little red as she said, "Junior brother Ren, please don't say that. In fact, by exchanging herbs for your pills, I have already taken a big advantage. If you continue to say this, I will be too ashamed to show my face." Looking at Bai Huan, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to feel. Since that night when he first came to Tianmu Peak, the first person he met was Bai Huan. Bai Huan shamelessly asked him to extort things. Although it was very hinting, Zhang Xiaohua had already labeled him as unwelcome. After that, Bai Huan was instructed by Chen Fengxiao to keep an eye on Zhang Xiaohua. This made him even more displeased. But now that he thought about it, Bai Huan didn't know whether it was because she was afraid of his martial arts or because of other reasons, but she didn't disturb him at all. She only watched from afar and called out to him. She also never rashly entered the cave and only stood at a fixed distance from the cave entrance. Sigh, you really can't define a person as good or bad. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Just like Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley. He himself thinks that he is a very good person, but Shen Fengxiao thinks that he is a person who is unpardonably evil. Forget it, forget it. I have my own conscience. I will use my own eyes to judge people. How can I care about other people's opinions? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his clothes and took out the few blood coagulation pills that he won 2 days ago. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Bai, although I suffered a lot in exchanging pills for herbs because of my lack of knowledge, but you see, you can get these pills after a bet, right? I think that your herb is not bad. It is not bad. Here, take it. Take it as a little brother's compensation to you. A hint of desire flashed in Bai Huan's eyes. However, he immediately shook his head and said, I really can't accept this blood coagulation pill. Junior brother Ren will face many dangers on this trip. This pill is best for stopping bleeding. It is useful. Then, he said embarrassedly, of course, if junior brother Ren can come back safely, it won't be too late to give this pill to me. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and put the pill into his clothes. He said, well said, Senior Brother Bai, it's a deal. When I come back, I will give this blood coagulation pill to you. Bai Huan's face flushed red and he nodded desperately. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Senior Brother Bai, I have something I want to entrust to you. Bai Huan patted his chest and said, Junior Brother Ren, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I am willing to do it. Gosh. Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, why does this sentence sound so familiar? It's nothing. I wanted to ride my David's deer to the canyon, but I heard from Senior Brother Bai that there are so many fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. My David's deer is the most docile. If I bring it in, I'm afraid there won't be anything left of it. So, I want to ask Senior Brother Bai to look after my David's deer more during this time. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's request, Bai Huan didn't even think about it. She smiled and said, of course you can. Huan is the most obedient. She usually strolls around the peak and never disturbs us. It's almost a piece of cake for us to help you look after her. Well, thank you so much, Senior Brother. After that, Zhang Xiaohua let out a low whistle. Hearing the sound, the David's deer Huan quickly ran to Zhang Xiaohua and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say to Huan, so she just patted its bald horn and pointed at Bai Huan. Although the David's deer Huan was a spirit beast, it didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was talking about. It just tilted its head and looked at Bai Huan, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly laughed. She had overestimated Huan. So, regardless of whether it understood or not, she patted Huan again and pointed at Bai Huan. Then, she signaled Bai Huan to pat the David's deer with her hand. Bai Huan had even seen the fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon and knew that the David's deer was the most docile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's signal, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to reach out and pat it. However, Huan was different from other animals. When it saw Bai Huan's palm coming, it immediately threw its head to the side and raised its right hoof as if it was about to kick. Its big eyes were still confused, but full of vigilance. Seeing this, Bai Huan smiled bitterly. The task of looking after the David's deer seemed to be not so simple. However, Zhang Xiaohua ignored it and patted Huan's bald horn again. This time, Huan understood. It let out a low hiss and walked away with light steps. Watching Huan leave, Bai Huan said, Junior Brother Ren, your David's deer is very good. It almost understands human nature. It's not easy to take care of it. It doesn't matter, senior brother Bai. If it doesn't see me in a few days, maybe it will understand. I hope so. However, you can rest assured that I don't see you feeding it on usual days. I will treat it like before. Well, I'm relieved. Please take care of it, senior brother Bai. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, well, I'm going to the cave to pack my things. Didn't you say that we would set off early in the morning? Hearing this, Bai Huan was very surprised. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, Junior brother Ren, don't tell me, don't you want to hear me talk about the things inside? Before I went to the Yulon Grand Canyon, I used 2 blood replenishing pills to get a senior brother to talk about a lot of things to take note of. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He had already learned a little about the inside story of the Yulon evening refinement from Chen Fengxiao and had a general idea in his heart. In fact, from his point of view, the experience of the grass sect disciples was definitely not suitable for him. He would never consider which place was safe and which was dangerous. What he wanted to know was where to find the rare herbs. And this, whether it was Bai Huan or Chen Fengxiao, it was impossible for them to know. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of asking. He smiled and said, thank you, senior brother Bai. When I was drinking with senior brother Lu, I already told him some things. I guess before we set off tomorrow, Headmaster Chen will tell me more. Anyway, we will be under the protection of the outer disciples. Well, if we reach the herb picking area, I will try to be as careful as possible. As you said, danger is everywhere. Even if we are more careful, sometimes we can't avoid it. Bai Huan let go of his hand and said, yes, I forgot that Headmaster Chen will definitely take care of junior brother Ren. I did something unnecessary. I accept senior brother Bai's kindness. I will repay you when I return from the Yulon Grand Canyon. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and returned to the cave. Bai Huan watched Zhang Xiaohua's back disappear and returned to the cave. She sighed and also turned back to the hut. Entering the alchemy room, the alchemy furnace above the earth fire was still slightly rumbling. Zhang Xiaohua had just refined a batch of blood coagulation pills this afternoon, so the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell on the earth fire. The yellow-green flame gradually extinguished and the sound of the pill furnace also gradually disappeared. There was still some time before the pill furnace completely cooled down. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to tidy up the things in the pill room. Chapter 603. The pill expanding hall's list of participants for the secluded orchid evening refinement had been sent over at just the right time. Zhang Xiaohua had just finished refining a cauldron of blood-replenishing pills. If it had been a day earlier, wouldn't this cauldron of blood-replenishing pills of Zhang Xiaohua be wasted? Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about the blood-replenishing pill. But even a fly is meat. This was Zhang Xiaohua's motto. He would feel heartache if any of the pills were scrapped. Well, speaking of the blood-replenishing pill, this blood-replenishing pill was different from the blood-replenishing pill that Zhang Xiaohua had refined in Rejuvenation Valley. This blood-replenishing pill was refined by Zhang Xiaohua according to the pill formula recorded in the jade slip that she obtained from the pill room. At that time, he actually wanted to refine the Yuhuandan pill, but the main ingredients of the Yuhuandan pill were the ice soul grass and cold light grass. There were also more than 10 kinds of ingredients. Among the herbs that Zhang Xiaohua obtained, not to mention the ice soul grass and cold light grass, there were very few ingredients. Therefore, after checking them one by one again, he had no choice but to refine the blood-replenishing pill. The things in the pill room were thrown in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. First, he put the empty jade box into his money pouch. Although he had refined a few cauldrons of medicinal pills, there were still a lot of medicinal herbs left behind. If he brought them all into his money pouch, it would definitely take up a lot of space. Why did Zhang Xiaohua go to the secluded orchid evening refinement? Wasn't it just picking herbs? Although he didn't know the quality of the herbs in the Yulon Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua believed that he would be able to find more if Bai Huan could pick the 40-year-old iron bone grass from there. Therefore, it was better to bring more empty jade boxes. The collected herbs were to be handed over to the pill repository hall, but Zhang Xiaohua was the best at keeping things. She only needed to hand over the same amount of herbs as the others, and the rest of the herbs would belong to her. Cough, cough. Even Bai Huan knew that decades-old spiritual herbs were in her pocket. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know? Moreover, she had this magical money pouch. Even if someone searched her, she wouldn't find it. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big package thrown in the corner. She walked quickly to the package and threw the heavy package into the money pouch. Inside was Nie Qinyu's love. Well, Zhang Xiaohua's favorite, especially Zhang Xiaohua's own favorite. She couldn't bear to leave it alone in the pill repository. There was nothing else. Jade slips, celestial tools, and other immortal objects were small and didn't take up much space, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't take them out. However, when she saw the huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the pill repository, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Although the furnace could also be shrunk, it occupied a lot of space. If she put it into the money pouch, those jade boxes and jade bottles on the shelf would be taken out. Therefore, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua gave up. She cast the incantation on the small furnace next to her and put it into the money pouch. Although the small furnace could only refine basic elixirs, if she really wanted to refine elixirs, it might be useful. After looking around the entire pill repository and making sure that she didn't miss anything, she was relieved and prepared to cultivate the array and restriction. However, just as she sat down cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She cast the incantation and returned to the cave. Of course, on the other side of the cave, the Great Wisdom Sword was valiantly standing there. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked up the heavy sword. She casually drew a sword flower, completely ignoring its weight. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua traveled to Jianghu, this heavy sword was carried by Huanhuan. But now, in consideration of Huanhuan's safety, it was placed on the top of Tianmu Peak. Then, this heavy sword had to be carried by Zhang Xiaohua herself. On the way to the Yulon Grand Canyon, there would be many disciples of the pill repository hall with her. With so many people, this heavy sword would inevitably be eye-catching. Moreover, to be honest, it would be inconvenient to ride a horse or a carriage. Which horse could carry this heavy sword? Which carriage could carry this heavy sword? Zhang Xiaohua held the heavy sword in front of her. Her other hand slowly stroked the sword from the hilt to the tip. She used her hand to feel the uneven undulations of the heavy sword. She said to herself, great wisdom, you won't have the chance to shine now. You'd better stay here obediently. Of course, this heavy sword couldn't be left in the cave. Zhang Xiaohua carried the heavy sword back to the pill repository. She inserted the heavy sword next to the pill repository. Then, she clapped her hands and sat down again. She didn't believe that the pill repository hall's disciples would discover this pill repository. After cultivating for a while, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave. She was about to practice the imperial wind technique. But when she released her divine sense, she found that the annoying fly Zhou Shuming was still hiding on a big tree not far away, staring at the direction of the cave. Well, that's strange. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Normally, Great Guardian Zhou would go back to eat at this time. He doesn't even come here at night. Why is he still here today? Hee, this guy is lazy. If you're a stalker, shouldn't you change your location often? Not only you won't feel lonely, but I can also look around to increase my sense of achievement. But you, on the other hand, are clinging to that tree and not letting go. Well, that tree is indeed luxuriant and easy to hide in, but this Xiaoxia has already found you. Every time I see you, I know where you are. What's the point? Come on, stalking is also about professionalism. After which, Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. With a twist of his body, he fled far away. When he reappeared, he did not exert any strength in his legs. Instead, he flew up like a gust of wind. His tall and thin figure drifted freely in the night sky of Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua practiced for the whole night. She didn't return to the elixir room until late at night. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, when Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing her punching skills and walked out of the cave, she saw Bai Huan, who usually slept until late in the morning, standing neatly beside her hut, quietly waiting for her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out empty-handed, Bai Huan was obviously stunned and asked, "Junior brother Ren, you're not going down the mountain now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm ready. I have nothing to bring. Do you want me to bring a jade box to hold herbs?" "That's not necessary. Our elixir hall's carriage has prepared a jade box. You just need to take it when the time comes. I mean, your package when you go up the mountain." "Oh, that." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and pretended not to know. She took out a bottle of elixirs and said, "I have all the necessary elixirs with me. Why do I need a package?" "This." Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua's cave and reminded her, "The things in your package are precious. You must put them away properly." He, thank you for your reminder, senior brother Bai. I have put those things away properly. As for where I put them, I'm sorry, senior brother Bai. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." "Oh? You won't say it even if you beat me to death?" Bai Huan smiled and said, "You're just." Before he finished his words, he heard someone laughing behind him. "Junior brother Bai, what's the matter? You won't say it even if you beat me to death?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to turn around to know that the person who spoke must be Zhou Shuming, the great guardian Zhou, who had been squatting on the tree all night. Hearing this, Bai Huan quickly turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, senior brother Zhou, why are you at the top of Tianmu Peak so early today?" Zhou Shuming looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Isn't it because junior brother Ren is going to the Yulong Grand Canyon today? Wu Dalong sent me to pick up junior brother Ren." "I see." Hearing this, Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with envy and said, "Wu Dalong sent someone to pick up junior brother Ren. Sigh, back then, comparisons are odious." Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Wu Dalong, for your hospitality. I've troubled senior brother Zhou to climb up so early." "Not at all. It's what I should do." Zhou Shuming said modestly and then asked, "Why did junior brother Bai say, 'I won't say it even if you beat me to death'?" "This." Bai Huan was a little hesitant and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's nothing. I was just talking to senior brother Bai about something." Senior brother Bai was imitating my tone. "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Zhou Shuming did not ask and said, "It's getting late. Junior brother Ren, junior brother Bai, let's go down quickly. Don't let Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong wait for too long." That's right. Let's go down quickly," Bai Huan said with a smile. When the three of them reached the waist of the mountain, they saw that the empty space in front of the courtyard was already lined up neatly with carriages. At a glance, there were more than 50 carriages. Beside these carriages, there were many disciples taking things from the carriages. Other than some tools, there were more jade boxes containing medicinal herbs. When they walked into the courtyard, the entire courtyard was already filled with people. They seemed to be the disciples of the grass division who were participating in the orchid evening refinement this time. In terms of age, most of them were around 25 years old. Of course, there were also some who were older. These disciples were in a group with their heads lowered as they talked about something. Their expressions were all different. Some were nervous, some were excited. The only thing they had in common was that everyone was just clenching their hands, revealing the restlessness in their hearts. Looking up, the place where the words welcoming Lu Lihong were hung was also hung with a red curtain. On it, there were large words written with ink that was still wet, a warm farewell to the disciples of the Grass Division who are participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. The glory belongs to you. Zhang Xiaohua had just stood still when she saw a group of people walking out of the hall. At the front was the head of the Grass Division, Chen Fengshao. Behind him was a disciple who looked unfamiliar. At the end was the head of the Pill Division, Wu Zhouxiu, and the rest. Seeing Chen Fengshao and the rest walk out, everyone in the courtyard shut their mouths and turned to look at Chen Fengshao. Chen Fengshao and the rest walked under the red curtain and stood in a row. Chen Fengshao stood in the middle and looked at the disciples in the courtyard. He slowly nodded, coughed, and said loudly, to the disciples of the Grass Division who are about to participate in the Orchid Evening Refinement, "Now, as a senior brother, I have a few words to say to you." Chapter 604. After sending Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard, Zhou Shuming and Bai Huan went out. The courtyard was filled with Grass Division disciples who were heading to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua came late and stood at the back. He released his spiritual sense and took a look around. He had only been on Tianmu Peak for a little more than a month, and after the bet, he had stayed on Tianmu Peak. He did not know most of the people here, but he felt that their faces were familiar. Among the crowd, there were 4 small groups. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw 3 people in the middle of the small groups. Weren't they the 3 people he knew? These 3 people were 3 of the 6 great arhats. They were the 3rd, Qian Zibi, the 4th, Si Huinan, and the 6th, Lu Quan. The disciples in the 3 small circles clustered around the 3, obviously following their lead. In the last circle, there seemed to be a slightly valiant disciple standing in the middle. However, he did not look familiar. He must be someone with some martial arts. At this moment, Chen Feng said with a smile, "Today is a day that the Grass Division disciples of Tianmu Peak can be proud of. Today, 96 of the Grass Division disciples of Tianmu Peak have passed the strict examination of the Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall. They will enter the Yulon Grand Canyon and undergo the training of Yulon Evening Refinement to become a true Grass Division disciple. Our Pill Sprouting Hall will have another solid force that has gone through the test of blood and fire. I am proud of you. The disciples of Tianmu Peak are also proud of you. You are the hope of Tianmu Peak in the future. Yulon Evening Refinement is a great hall for training and cultivating talents. For every hot-blooded Grass Division disciple, what can be more prideful and proud than this opportunity? You are my brothers and disciples of Pill Sprouting Hall. You can become a member of Yulon Evening Refinement, which means that you will selflessly contribute everything for the benefit of Fragrance Division and Pill Sprouting Hall. As a member of Fragrance Division, a member of Pill Sprouting Hall, and a member of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division, what can be more meaningful than this life experience?" Just when the blood of the Chao clan and the others was boiling, Chen Fengshao changed the thread of discussion and said, "Of course, everyone has their own mission. You are not the disciples of Wuming Hall, you are the elites of Pill Expansion Hall. Your mission is to pick the most precious spiritual grass in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Although this work is simple, it is the most important." Although the outer sect disciples were highly skilled in martial arts, what could they do if they were injured? They can only ask for help from our Pill Expansion Hall's medicinal pills, but what about our medicinal pills? It's the spirit herbs that you've harvested. Therefore, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk Refinement, and only all of you can obtain the protection of the outer court disciples. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Luckily there were no disciples of Wuming Hall. Otherwise, someone would have already pulled Chen Fengshao down. Chen Fengshao continued to encourage, "Based on this, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk Refinement. Since you are the main characters, then you have to protect your own lives. Remember, only the brothers that are alive can be my brothers. Only when all of you come back alive can I hold a celebratory feast for all of you on Tianmu Peak to welcome the heroes of Tianmu Peak back. Great! Everyone in the hall cheered thunderously. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Chen Fengxiao looked at junior brother He and said with a smile, "Junior brother He, why don't you say a few words?" Junior brother He quickly waved his hand and said, "Headmaster Chen must be joking. Although I was sent by Vice Hall Leader Su, I am still a disciple of the Pill Division. This occasion is not suitable for me to speak." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wu Zhouxiu. Wu Zhouxiu also nodded and said, "Headmaster Chen, this is a grand occasion for your Grass Division. If our Pill Division were to interfere, it would be very inappropriate. I have never said anything, so junior brother He can forget about it." Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Of course, this was outside of his expectations. He was just being courteous. Although he described the Orchid Dusk refinement as a great event, everyone knew that this was a life and death trial for the Grass Division disciples. How could a Pill Division disciple have the qualifications to speak here? Even if he was the hall leader's envoy, he still couldn't. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, "Although the spiritual grass is important, we still have to cherish our own lives. This time, the hall leader has arranged for us to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon. Other than Qian Zibi, Si Huinan, and Lu Quan, who have never entered the Grand Canyon, there is also our Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao. I think that if there is no special reason, it would be best for all of you to unite together and help each other. In the special environment of the Yulon Grand Canyon, the Grass Division's spirit of being able to endure hardships and struggle, and work hard to achieve our life goals." Zhang Xiaohua stood outside of the crowd. At first, he didn't attract any special attention. Even if someone saw him, they would think that he had come to join in the fun. Now that they heard Chen Fengxiao's words, the disciples present were all surprised. They whispered to each other and then looked up to look for him. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had already shown his talent in the gambling fight. No one would deny that he was a rising star. A disciple whose martial arts were not inferior to any of the Grass Division's Arhat disciples, who could unite with Ren Xiaoyao in the Orchid Dusk refinement team, would definitely greatly increase their chances of survival. Therefore, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua, the disciples who didn't have time to unite around the three Arhats quietly moved towards Zhang Xiaohua. When all the disciples turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua helplessly raised his hand and greeted everyone. The three Arhats didn't say anything. They simply raised their hands and didn't move. The people around the other robust disciple couldn't stay still. Even the robust disciple was about to move to the back. Seeing this, Chen Fengxiao hurriedly shouted, "Brothers, don't move. There is still a period of time for everyone to prepare. You are free to form groups. And, the last thing I want to say is..." But at this time, the Grass Division's disciples were no longer in the mood to listen to Chen Fengxiao. They all secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. They all wanted to be the first to establish a good relationship with Zhang Xiaohua. If they encountered any danger in the Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua would lend them a hand. Chen Fengxiao was tactful and didn't say anything more. He roughly talked about some things to pay attention to and then indicated that they were dismissed to rest. Following Chen Fengxiao's gesture, several disciples walked towards Zhang Xiaohua with smiles on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned, but didn't avoid them. He knew that this trip would be dangerous. These disciples were all putting their lives on the line to pick the herbs. If he could help them, he would definitely do so. Several disciples came over, but before they could speak, they heard a voice from behind, "Junior brother Ren, hello. I've heard a lot about you. I always see you in the gambling arena, but I haven't had the chance to get to know you. This time, I'm very happy to see you and be able to travel with you." Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the robust disciple who was surrounded by the other disciples. In the blink of an eye, he came from far away. This Qing Gong wasn't just powerful. When the previous disciples heard this person speak, they tactfully moved to the side. The robust disciple approached and cupped his hands. This one is Lu Chaoxian. Greetings to junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately returned the greeting. Greetings to senior brother Lu. Good, good. Lu Chaoxian nodded his head and said as if he was familiar with him. Just now, several of us disciples were saying that among our Tianmu Peak's Grass Division disciples, other than the 6 great arhats, only junior brother Ren is highly skilled. If you can bring us into the Yulon Grand Canyon, there shouldn't be any danger. But you're still young and have just arrived at Tianmu Peak. This time, you definitely won't enter the canyon. So we were secretly praying, who knew, hee. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes in annoyance and secretly said, Brother, I can understand your feelings, but there's no need to drag me in for your safety. Hee, but they're all pitiful people. There's no need to be calculative. Besides, who knows if these words are true or false? He said, hee, it seems that the heavens have heard senior brother Lu's prayers. They immediately sent this little brother to escort you. Lu Chaoxian was a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, this time, there are more disciples entering the canyon. 3 arhats probably won't be able to take care of all of them. So, several brothers elected me. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, that's just right. I'll also join in. How about I join in with you? Lu Chaoxian hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. I was thinking that junior brother Ren's martial arts are superior. It's better for you to be the leader. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled, there's no need for that, senior brother Lu. Didn't you just say that I've just arrived at Heaven Eye Peak? I don't even know where the Yulon Grand Canyon is. How can I be the leader? Don't worry, from the moment we depart, I'll be by your side to protect you. What do you think? When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately bowed and said, how can that be? At this time, Chen Feng and Wu Zhoushu walked over. Chen Feng said with a smile, junior brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Every time we enter the canyon, our grass division will have a disciple with superior martial arts to lead us. This is a convention. Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are not bad, he doesn't have much experience and doesn't know much about our pill-expanding hull. You just have to reluctantly take care of these disciples who think highly of you. If you have something you can't handle, let junior brother Ren take care of it. When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he smiled and said, then this one will listen to head Chen's instructions. But this one won't accept the cut as the leader. It's better to let junior brother Ren stay. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, cut as the leader. What's that? Chen Feng laughed and said, see, junior brother Ren doesn't even know this. How can he be the leader? The surrounding disciples all had smiles on their faces. Lu Chaoxian explained in a low voice, when the leader protects everyone, he has to deal with the ferocious beasts that he encounters. And after returning from the Yulon Grand Canyon, the disciples under your protection will take out some of their rewards to thank you. This is the cut. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that her efforts were not in vain. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.